On, right? Okay, there we go. All right. Welcome to the University of Oklahoma. My name's Stephanie Pilot. I'm the director of the Division of Architecture here at OU. And I want to thank you all for making the trip all the way here to Norman, Oklahoma. I also want to thank the Fred Jones Jr. Museum of Art for hosting us and our amazing exhibition, which you will get to see later today. And I want to thank our conference organizers. Professor Tony Cricchio and Dr. Angela Pearson did an incredible job of organizing all of this. And they had the assistance of our incredible staff, Ginger Murray in the back there, Jerry Puckett, also back here, Peter Tran, Camille Germany, and as well as our students, Alicia Buffington, Kimberly Huff, Brescia Crawford, Amanda Young, Catherine Young, John King, Haley Sandel, Bree Rhodes, Christy Saliba, Avery Hightower, and Jacob Cullum. So give me a little bit of help in thanking all these amazing people. I also want to take a moment to remind everyone to turn your phones off. Now is the moment to do that. And I'm going to begin by introducing student Alicia Buffington. Alicia is a fifth-year architecture student here at the University of Oklahoma. She's a Bruce Groff Chair of Creative Architecture Assistant and president of the OU chapter of the National Organization of Minority Architecture Students. Alicia is a member of the Absentee Shawnee and the Kickapoo tribes. And Alicia will offer us a land acknowledgement this morning. Alicia, please join us.
Long before the University of Oklahoma was established, the land on which the university now resides was the traditional home of the Hassanai Caddo Nation and the Kidda-Kaddish, Wichita, and affiliated tribes. We acknowledge the territory once also served as a hunting ground, trade exchange point, and migration route for the Apache, Comanche, Kiowa, and Osage nations. Today, 39 tribal nations dwell in the state of Oklahoma as a result of settler and colonial policies that were designed to assimilate Native people. The University of Oklahoma recognizes the historical connection our university has with its indigenous community. We acknowledge, honor, and respect the diverse indigenous peoples connected to this land. We fully recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereign rights of all of Oklahoma's 39 tribal nations. This acknowledgement is aligned with our university's core value of creating a diverse and inclusive community. It is our institutional responsibility to recognize and acknowledge the people, culture, and history that make up our entire OU community. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. I'd now like to introduce Asher Stevens. Asher Stevens Tickman is a senior anthropology and international development student here at OU. He's currently serving as Mr. Indian 2019-2020. He is an enrolled citizen of the Wichita and affiliated tribes, as well as a native Hawaiian. Through his title as Mr. Indian OU, Asher has worked to increase acceptance of and acknowledgement of intersectional identities within the Native community. The song he will offer us today, Hawaii Aloha, was written by Reverend Lorenzo Lyons and holds high esteem in the Native Hawaiian community as a song associated with Hawaiian sovereignty. He offers this song to acknowledge the sovereignty of the Native people of this land and beyond. Please help me welcome Asher.
Wanted to offer this song today. It's a very important song to me and my people, the Kanaka Maoli of Hawaii, and please be there with an open heart and accept what this song has to say. E Hawaii e kuone hanawe Hawaii
Thank you, Asher. That was really beautiful. I'd now like to introduce our dean, Hans Butzer. Hans and his wife and partner, Tori Butzer, designed one of our most iconic public places created in his generation in Oklahoma City. That's the Oklahoma City National Memorial. They then followed that up with other landmark projects like the exquisite Oklahoma City Skydance Bridge, which you may have driven under if you came in from the airport. Hans's fingerprints are all over the transformation that has occurred in Oklahoma City in the last 20 years. And he's going to share a little bit of background about our school and about what motivated this conference here today. Hans, please join us.
Thank you, Stephanie, and good morning. Welcome. It's already been a very impactful few minutes here. It's a beautiful way to remember our roots here, what anchors us to this land. I thank you, Alicia, as well as this powerful morning tribute. Thank you all for joining. This conference was motivated by our own research, which started 4 years ago at the time I took the dean position. And it's a research into the radical design pedagogy born here at OU in mid-century. Later today, I hope you will take a time to look at the Renegades exhibit next door here, which is a culmination of some of that work. That work involved and continues to involve over 100 faculty, students, staff, and other supporters. But before we launch into the rest of the morning's presentations, I'd like to take a moment and introduce you to a brief history of the American School. In 1970, New York Times critic Ada Louise Huxtable implored her readers, to visit an exhibition of the work of Bruce Goff, writing, and I quote, "Go to the League, gentlemen and ladies. Even if those gold and silver presentation boards and houses like starfish, Viking ships, and teepees give you fits, if you can shed the eugenically frightening New England, Calvinist, Harvard, Bauhaus intellectual frigidity, if you can suppress a reaction to some obviously homegrown corn, there is an artist here. There is a consistent statement of art and purpose, a sensitivity to the land, a last stand half triumph of the romantic individualist in a world that is forcing the architect to conform increasingly to standardized formulas and business practices," end quote. By 1970, Bruce Goff was known for projects like the Ford House in Illinois, projects that combined organic forms with local and ready-made materials. In this case, we saw Quonset hut ribs. He had become known for creating otherworldly interiors, rooms like hanging pods, interior fountains and gardens, homes with a strong connection to the natural environment. Goff was also a teacher. As chairman of the University of Oklahoma School of Architecture in the 1950s, he developed a radically original approach to teaching. Goff never went to architecture school, so he didn't know and didn't follow an existing model. Instead, he believed the job of a teacher was to bring out the individual creativity of each and individual student. This was in direct opposition to most other pedagogical models at the time, which promoted a master-disciple relationship between teacher and student. Goff recruited faculty, including Mendel Glickman, best known as Frank Lloyd Wright's structural engineer, and Herb Green, Elizabeth Bauer-Mock, Fay Jones, and others. Together, they developed a curriculum grounded not in a style, but rather in this belief of the creative potential of each individual, and in sincere response to people, place, time, materials, and spirit. In answer to this approach, students came from around the world to study at OU under Goff and his cadre of faculty, from Japan, Canada, Peru, Greece, and beyond. Architect Donald McDonald later described what developed at OU as the American School. This school was a place like no other. Rick Hunter, an OU alum, described what it was like to arrive at this strange school in the 1940s. He wrote, "I arrived at the university and I walked into this war barracks building on the North Campus, and I was just blown away. I was blown away by the interior and what he had done with strings and painting things black and all this incredible work up on the walls by students. I think probably within about 5 seconds, I had decided this is where I have to come." As Donald McDonald continued to describe, at OU there emerged, quote, "a truly American ethic, which is being formulated without the usual influence of the European or Asian architectural forms and methodologies common on the east and west coasts of the United States. The radical creativity of the American school students and practitioners doesn't fit neatly into histories that seek to trace cultural developments back to European origins. Susan King, the curator of an American school exhibition at the AA in London, explained this oversight in the history books. Quote, "In the minds of the Ivy Leaguers and big city critics, the jump was from Beaux-Arts to Bauhaus because it allowed them to retain their umbilical cord to Europe. The American school cut that umbilical cord." End quote. The University of Oklahoma School of Architecture stood apart from the Beaux-Arts and Bauhaus and developed an original and authentically American approach to architecture and pedagogy. The OU faculty rejected the rote copying of classical architecture as well as the abstract minimalist approach popular elsewhere. Students were taught to look to sources beyond the accepted canon of Western architecture and to find inspiration in everyday objects, the natural landscape, and non-Western cultures, such as the designs of the Native Americans here on local soil. While OU students developed a keen awareness of global architectural history, when they arrived in the design studio, they were instructed, do not try to remember. Do not begin with classical column capitals and proportional systems or modernist pilotis or grids. Do not begin by imitating the designs of your instructor. Do not arrive at the beginning with the end already in mind. Instead, begin fresh. Begin with the natural context, the slope of the land, the quality of the light, and the local materials. Be earnest in attempting to respond to the program. Sincerely listen to the needs and desires of your client. Most importantly, begin by trusting your own creative instincts. Today, we affectionately refer to the practitioners who emerged from this American School of Architecture as renegades. And here at OU, we invite you to shed any lingering intellectual frigidity and open your mind to the American School. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans, for that lovely introduction. I now want to introduce our first session chair, and I should note Dr. Harriet Harris, who was slated to be here with us this morning as one of the first session chairs, is not here due to an illness, and we hope she's recovering, and I'm sure she is. So I'm going to introduce Dr. John Harris. John is the director of the OU Center for Peace and Development. He has a long record of research and service learning programs in Africa. He is also an associate professor here at OU in our regional and city planning program. And he holds a PhD in planning from Florida State University. Welcome, John.
Greetings, everybody. How's it going? So again, I'm up here also on behalf of Harriet Harris, and again, I apologize that you have to see me instead. But I think I think it's not only appropriate, but a very important statement that we're beginning a conference rethinking architectural pedagogies with a session on decolonization. And the papers that you'll hear today have answered this call. But first, perhaps we should talk a little bit about what we mean here, right? And I think for the session, we envisioned two big ideas. First, architecture is an epistemologically diverse pursuit, right? We draw upon all kinds of sources for knowledge, for processes, for methods. We draw on the humanities, the arts, the natural and social sciences. So while the potential sources of inspiration are infinite, as we have heard from Hans already this morning, the canon has often been narrow, even exclusionary. And so when we talk about decolonizing learning and practice, we're talking about new knowledge production. Knowledge production that centers previously marginalized or excluded regions, authors, audiences, spatial processes, even ways of knowing. Second, talking about that generation of knowledge, historically, the production of architectural knowledge has been biased, of course, towards the global north. More than that, it's been biased towards the sensibilities and priorities that support white supremacy. And so when we talk about decolonizing architectural pedagogy, we're talking about not just considering new sources of knowledge, but the politics of knowledge production, including who produces that knowledge, how it's presented, where this knowledge should be situated. The thing that unites these two concepts and also roots firmly what you will hear in this session to all the other sessions is the notion that decolonizing is an active pursuit. It's not a passive thing. It requires students, educators, institutions themselves to be instigators of change. And so the papers you'll hear today have answered this call and tried to further our thinking along these lines. So you'll hear an argument that says to create a more inclusive profession, we need to retain students of color. But the only way to do that is to recenter and rethink how we administer these kinds of programs. You'll hear a discussion about how practitioners and theorists are seeking design justice as a response to systematic exclusion of white supremacy, patriarchy, ableism, so on. You'll also be asked to rethink the relationship between theory and practice, drawing upon lessons learned from informal urbanism in Latin America. And that's just today, right? So we will also continue tomorrow. So without further ado, I will ask Kawana McClung to join us up here. Her paper is Repositioning Center, Methods for Shifting the Diversity Discussion to Action. And the way we will do it today is each presenter will go ahead with their presentation. At the end, we will ask everyone to come back up for questions from you all. Okay? Thank you.
Presenter, I'll be able to see my notes. Perfect. Good morning. I guess I'm going to kick this thing off. But I'm Kawana McClung, and this paper will explore the layered and multifarious approaches taken at the UL School of Architecture and Design to attract, retain, and prepare students to practice in an ever-diversifying world. So in her book, When Ivory Towers Were Black, Sharon Negrete Sutton outlines how in the late 1960s, the Columbia University School of Architecture and Division of Planning and Preservation changed its recruiting methods and curriculum, responding to the heightened social climate of the time. This change led to a number of ethnic minorities receiving a world-class architectural education, while also giving legitimacy to a branch of design that addresses often ignored factions of the populace. Collaborative, participatory, urban community design. During this period, the school saw a spike in their ethnic minority numbers, producing practitioners and scholars who have today become leaders in their respective areas. The change lasted less than a decade, however, with several power shifts and transitions in leadership causing a reversion to the old traditional architectural education model. It would be facile to posit that what happened at the Columbia University GSAPP was just a one-off or anomaly, a reshaping of architectural education linked to the need to respond to a politically and emotionally wrought time caused by the demands of young activists to upper administration. I assert, however, that this brief revolution revealed what architectural education could be and will have to become if the profession is to evolve for our ever-changing and diversifying society. This sentiment was echoed by James Stewart Polshek, who was the dean of the GSAPP at the time, in the foreword of the book. If the profession seeks to attract a diverse workforce that can address the faceted needs and complexities of our increasingly multicultural society, methods for recruitment, retention, and education must also be complex and multifaceted. Engaging in discussions about diversity in architecture while continuing to center architectural education in traditional methods of consideration and the limited perspective is tautological. It must be acknowledged that the profession's representational disparities are intrinsically linked to the ways that the profession is branded, the way aspiring designers are recruited, the methods by which students in schools of architecture are retained, and how pedagogies dispose students to serve the public. In this presentation, I will discuss various methods for pushing the discussion about diversity within architectural education and the profession to action, which I believe requires a repositioning of how we think about, administer, and frame architectural education as a whole. Architectural education historically has focused primarily on Western ideas of built form, with Western architects largely used as the canon of architectural education. According to Paul Crett, the 17th century saw the end of the original educational model for aspiring architects, the guilds, the apprenticeship systems, with Italy developing the academies of Rome and France following suit with the School of the Beaux-Arts. In the United States, architectural education and practice has continued this format, mostly dominated by the white male phenotype, and developing under the auspices of colonial ideas of power and social order. I ask, how can we expect minority students to form their identities as designers and find their place in the profession if they cannot even find themselves within the studio formats, the curriculums, or the canon of architectural education? I do not suppose that they cannot appreciate learning about these bastions of great architecture. What I suggest is that because of these stories of architects that look like them are not highlighted, and in some cases are not even mentioned in schools of architecture, minority students are othered, simultaneously on display and invisible as future designers. Awareness of architecture as a possible profession for minorities cannot flow down from the profession to architecture schools and finally to K through 12 students if architecture schools can't retain and graduate minority students. Recruitment of minority architecture students requires engagement on multiple fronts. Young prospective designers must see professionals that look like them. They must engage with architectural educators and students they identify with. And due to a general limited awareness among young people about what architecture is, time must be taken to explain to them the discipline and the nature of the profession. Creating a more inclusive profession requires the retention of minority students, ensuring they receive mentorship through to graduation. Retention should be addressed by building a culture of inclusion and empathy within studios, championing the efforts of student organizations, and altering pedagogical approaches to allow for divergent perspectives. Student organizations can play a large part in retaining minority students if engagement is fostered by both students and faculty. Student organizations like the American Institute of Architecture students, and the National Organization of Minority Architecture students can harness their collective social capital within schools of architecture to reverse the recidivism rates of minority students. Mentorship, curriculum, and equity are all equally important for retaining minority students. The most common phrase that I hear from my minority students that they get from their professors during one-on-one critiques is "keep going," which leaves many of them feeling that bias is getting in the way of them receiving effective critique. Having equitable critique policies and an active, engaged mentor could go a long way towards alleviating these students' concerns. Considering how studio projects can be charged with unintentional religious or racial animus, and addressing these social deviations could likewise help in retaining students of color. There must also be more collaboration with other disciplines, retrospective examination and consideration of the social implications of every facet of architectural education and the built environment in order to find new territories to traverse when designing. Service projects and opportunities are other ways that minority students can engage communities in need and work on projects that matter to them. Representation matters acutely for young minority designers. Even other minority architecture students, if given the chance to pursue research questions and projects that are important to them, can serve as motivational examples for other minority students. Although representation is important, diversity and inclusion should be a collective effort shared by all, not just female educators and the few educators of color. Faculty support of divergent architectural perspectives allow for both conceptual and actual representation while furthering diversity and inclusion efforts. These methods I discuss are not just a benefit to minority students, but all architecture students. 3 years ago, I created a new course called Diversity and Equity Issues in Design, which highlights the intersections between social issues and the built environment, while also engaging students in retrospective review of the built, the concept of universal design, and the social considerations of global practice. Changes in curriculum to offer a multi-perspective view of the built environment and how different people interact and relate to it would foster in all students a well-rounded, comprehensive, socio-spatial understanding of the built environment, thereby causing students to be more thoughtful in their future design decisions. Diversity and Equity Issues in Design is a required graduate course in which students discuss assigned readings, complete case studies, and break out into groups to discuss relevant issues. The topics listed here are all addressed and discussed from the perspective of architectural education, design, and professional practice. Discussions often cross into territories that consider the architect's role in shaping the built environment throughout history, the inconvenient truths that will define the future of practice, the role of the architect in shaping policy, as well as addressing personal and professional ethics. A new undergraduate class was created just this academic year by myself again, and it's called Design and Social Equity. This course suggests a rethinking of the design process for increased inclusion. In the course, students engage in a serious cultural inquiry about the relationship between architecture people and the sociocultural issues that affect everyday life. They do this through diagramming projects that bring these issues into sharp focus, allowing for a situational design approach in which students can test solutions revealed through these examinations. These courses foster empathy within young designers, helping them to avoid creating unintentional barriers to architecture and broadening their scope of who the beneficiaries and users of architecture are, could, or should be. They also strengthen students' ability to engage in discourse about architecture's role in the spatial situations of everyday people in life. These courses also foster in students awareness of their own individual biases, thereby reducing the chance that these biases will inform their future design decisions. These courses also prepare students for the changing demographics of the country and the implications those changes have for our young designers. Most importantly, students become more comfortable with engaging in discussions that are distinctly and historically uncomfortable, a condition which could lead to incredible individual growth. So I ask you all today to think about these questions. Consider the goal of diversifying the architecture profession. What should the new center be in architectural education? And who should be a part of the new canon when considering this new center? Or should we have one? And also, consider the image on the right, which comes from the Studio Gang Architecture Reimagining the Civic Commons. It's a very it's a great diagram that just looks at the implications of spaces and people. And see if you could, just in the sketch, diagram one or more of the socio-spatial issues of architectural education and that I discussed here today as it relates to diversity, and see what you come up with. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we will hear from R. Chris Damrick. He is with the Collaborative Design Workshop. His paper is Decolonizing Practice, Teaching Design Justice as Self-Determination. Welcome.
Good morning, y'all. So I am Chris Demrick, and I have a practice called the Collaborative Design Workshop in New Orleans. And I am glad that I got to go after Kawana, because I am evidence that everything she says is true. My mentors in architecture school at Tulane University in New Orleans were professors and fellow students through the National Organization of Minority Architecture students who showed me the path that I've ended up taking in architecture and into architectural education. And what she says, that there are benefits for every student and every future practitioner from becoming engaged in issues of representation, race, gender, sexuality, decolonizing, is absolutely true. So I have adjusted my presentation a little bit. I'm now calling it Freedom in the Politics of Space, Organizing and Convening for Self-Determination in the Contemporary American City-Making Professions. And that's because I broadened it a little bit out of just architecture alone to cover a little bit of work that's been going on in urban planning, and also focused a little bit more intently on the organizations and convenings that bring people together to advance work in anti-racist, feminist, queer, and decolonizing practice. So starting with talking about what is colonization and settler colonialism, this is a definition from Dr. Shireen Razak, who's a Canadian academic of indigenous descent. So she says, a quintessential feature of white settler mythology is the disavowal of conquest, genocide, slavery, and the exploitation of the labor of peoples of color. So how does that show up in architecture, design, and planning? This is an image of a painting that became kind of a popularly, quite a meme of the 19th century, but just an image that would have been seen very widely around the country, like in painting form or reproduced in newspapers. And it shows progress as a white lady, and she is advancing across the continent, displacing indigenous people, and black people are literally nowhere in this. So you can see kind of in the bottom corner over there what might be the South, but like the labor of enslaved people has been entirely erased from this vision of what America is. Indigenous people are on their way off the screen as various all-white men, I think, actually, are advancing forward beside this theoretical white woman. We have in the upper left-hand corner, New York City, and that's where architects come in, at least according to this vision of what we would do as professionals. We are the last stage. We're the people who come once everyone else has already been displaced and erased, and we just create on top of that. So what we are creating, as was talked about in the introduction, is supposed to be descended from these European precedents. And we all know Pantheon. We can see how that translates into works like the United States Capitol. As Dr. Mabel Wilson has been writing about and speaking on pretty extensively recently, of course, the labor of enslaved people built the United States Capitol. Down in New Orleans at the same time, which was then the second largest city in the country, and where the immense wealth that was being created off the labor of enslaved people was building the city, we had major institutions that were going directly off of this precedent as well. We have a New Orleans architecture historian who writes that the reason why we chose this style was because it was appropriate, since they also enslaved people, and so did we. I've been doing these slides for a while, but then when the executive order proposal on federal architecture being classical came out, I thought back to this immediately, that one thing we're communicating with classicism is our relationship to enslavement. So obviously there's a lot of architects and designers challenging that today. David Adjaye is one among very many of them. But I think this quote he made in an interview in 2018 really directly gets at what we're trying to have, which is a decolonized practice and also a democratized practice, a knowledge base where everybody learns from each other. And that's not just a platitude, I think, and I'll get into this a little bit more at the participatory part later on. It's important that we don't just come and hear me talking and even hear any of the rest of us talking. We also need to talk to each other and recognize that we all know a lot of things already. It's not just about who's on the podium. So taking the title of the talk comes out of an essay from Bell Hooks called, I'm a Black feminist theorist, Bell Hooks, Black Vernacular Architecture as Cultural Practice. Hooks writes that narratives of resistance struggle from slavery to the present share an obsession with the politics of space. So when I'm considering space here, I'm thinking about physical space in terms of the buildings we create, but also the social and cultural space that we create within gatherings of people. So the second half, Hooks is talking about what it is that we're trying to make in these gatherings and through architecture. So we're going to examine what are some movement histories within architecture. The phrase design justice was used earlier. I've been going away from using that phrase a little bit because I feel like it's kind of vague, and a lot of other people I practice with don't quite know what it means. So I've kind of gone more towards spatial justice. The words don't matter as much as the idea that there's a movement for social justice through design, and these are some histories of it. So I was taught in architecture school that white people invented public interest design after Whitney Young told us about ourselves in 1968. But later I learned that that was not in fact true. There is a much longer tradition of public interest design, just in American architectural institutions, going back to Tuskegee, whose campus was literally built by the students starting in the first years of the 20th century. If I had learned that design build education was a practice that was not only done because it's a nice thing to do, but done because it was necessary, as it was in this case, I think I would have I would have from the beginning had a very different take on the necessity of and the importance of design build, particularly for people and communities who, in this case, there was no brick manufacturers in the state of Alabama under Jim Crow that would sell this many bricks to the Tuskegee Institute, and so Robert Robinson Taylor and his other people organizing the Department of Architecture first built a brick foundry so they could make enough bricks to build the entire campus. And this history is very ingrained into what they do at Tuskegee, and I think it's important to recognize, too, that there's Tuskegee and there's also 8 other HBCU architecture programs that also, when I was in undergrad architecture until almost the very end, knew nothing about. I just did not learn as an architect at a white institution at Tulane that there were even HBCU architecture schools, and have struggled with that as I've had to tell professors and administrators at Tulane that now as an alumni, as we're trying to boost recruitment of black students and other students of color, they just don't know that. They've been professors for like 25 years and don't know there's black architecture schools. So the students who came through these schools created some really wonderful works, and those works subvert what we think of as a typology like public housing. We know it as Corbu came up with this thing, and then we just slapped it across all these American cities, but that's not in fact true. Black architects like Hilliard Robinson were taking some of these traditions coming out of black architectural education and black American cultures, and then combining them with social democratic work coming out of Vienna and other places in Europe at that time to create really wonderful, light-filled, art-filled public housing like the Langston Terrace project in Washington, D.C. in 1938. So this project had black architects, black artists who created some really wonderful sculptural pieces for it. It had black landscape architect, and it's widely regarded as being very successful even till today. So it's one of several examples of this first generation of public housing that was humanizing, and it's important that when architects recognize the humanity of the people that they're designing for, you get better work. And I think that's not something that's exclusive to architects who are black, but black architects throughout American history have done a very good job of it, especially compared to architects who are white. So people like to quote Whitney Young talking about profession's been silent on the cause of civil rights. He actually, in his speech in 1968, said some much harsher things than that. And I get why the AI doesn't like to quote the harsher things. One of those was that architects helped create a white noose around the black city. And there he's saying, I think, that we are somewhat complicit, if not active, in contributing to black death and the destruction of black spaces in American cities. Responses to that, as Kawana talked about, included the Architecture Renewal Committee in Harlem, which, when Young spoke, had already been organizing for several years, community-based collaborative design and planning in Harlem and New York City. After the assassination of Martin Luther King and into the Black Power era, it became more politically aligned with the Black Power movement, which is a fascinating example that is related to what happened at Columbia, but also goes even farther than that. Brian Goldstein, who's an academic and author, has great writing on that subject. At that time, there were even some white architects that responded to what was going on. One group is called the Architects Resistance, who had a campaign that was, this particular picket was at Skidmore, Owings and Merrill in 1970, targeting them for designing a office complex in Johannesburg for an American corporation. They stated that architecture for racists is racist architecture, which I think is a statement that has a lot of resonance today, thinking about the government and the presidency. But I'd never heard that phrase until throughout all of architecture education either. Would have been nice too. A year later, the National Organization of Minority Architects was formally organized. NOMA was not the first black architectural organization, but it was the first which was able to remain in effect for about more than 10 years. NOMA was founded by 12 black male architects. From the beginning, it had women architects from both women practicing architects and the wives of the founders who contributed a lot to the work that it did. But as with the profession of architecture as a whole, it's still been predominantly male. And so has its leadership, though there have been more women leaders in recent years, including current president Kim Dowdell, who's great. Also coming out of the feminist movement, there was some great, similarly collaborative work. There's a project called the Women's School of Planning and Architecture that rotated around a couple Northeastern institutions, which was predominantly led by white women in the mid and late 1970s, but there was also a break-off group of that who thought that it focused too much on kind of bourgeois feminists thinking about what women's needs were. And so one of those groups created the Women's Development Corporation, which is a still existing affordable housing development management organization in Providence, Rhode Island, showing the possibilities of what interdisciplinary collaboration of architects who are practicing and explicitly for social justice, in this case feminism, can do. So this is a group of people, some of whom are the clients, participatory planners, and then some of the women who started the firm. 1980s and 90s saw advocacy around the Cold War and escalating military spending during the Reagan administration through architects, designers, and planners of social responsibility. After the end of the Cold War, ADPSR changed their focus to include boycotting prison design, which is, they were way out ahead on that from where I think a lot of the rest of the profession might be hearing about it now, particularly through the work of Deanna Van Buren, Designing Justice, Designing Spaces, but ADPSR was working on this back in the 1990s and early 2000s as well. And this is also questioning for whom architects do work and whether we can not do it, or whether our choice not to do it is a protest, which will come up again. We had efforts at design as social justice through volunteerism, particularly in the 2000s. So that's more of like the white school of public interest design. This particular house being built is through the Urban Build program at Tulane. The program was conceived before Hurricane Katrina, but after the destruction of the city and a lot of the region in 2005, and the just continued destruction that was created by the lack of an actual response by the government, there was a lot of volunteer architecture being done, including by institutions. And regrettably, though maybe not surprisingly, given the economic and political era that we're in of neoliberalism, a lot of that has become it does not live up to the goals that it professes. For example, the Urban Build program basically now, instead of creating houses for affordable uses, it creates houses using the university and students' free labor as the resources to sell to gentrifying white people who move into the black neighborhood where the projects are located. Like, that's not public interest design. There's problems that come up with these programs when we don't actually think about what their intent is, if we just practice them feeling good about them. So some of these same ideas came down through disaster response to the Haitian earthquake in 2010, and a lot of architects were able to work on some of these things, particularly because the financial crisis left many unemployed and underemployed. So we have organization Missing 32% Project arising in 2011, which does some great advocacy and graphic work talking about the representation crisis that Kawana talked about as well. And we have, coming a little bit later into the 2000s and 2010s, how do architects respond to the Black Lives Matter movement? So architect Mitch McEwen, about a month after the shooting, proposes that architects, designers, and planners should respond to calls for racial justice because it's as much or more of a moral necessity as any of these other problems that we've thought about. Some of that comes through, a lot of that comes through student organized conferences. One of those most important is the Black in Design Conference at the Harvard Graduate School of Design. Starting in 2015 and going biannually since then. A gathering that was created through student protests of the administration that they weren't receiving enough resources and has grown far beyond that, but it did begin with students, which is important to note. Out of that also came organizations like Black Space, Black Space has chapters in several places, including right here in Oklahoma, and I've seen that they've been supported by the School of Architecture here, which is great. White institutions should be supporting organizations like Black Space financially and in the ways that we can. And there's also been more independent, Black Space 2 is an explicitly black organization that's more independent of white institutions. Other groups doing that have been like the Reconstituted Black Women in Architecture, which is a recreation of a 1990s group, which is a group where black women, mostly in the Washington, D.C. area, gather for social and political conversations, which has been a necessary part of a lot of these convenings, is that sometimes people just have to gather on their own outside of institutional conferences, outside of these reasons that are like explicitly advancing pedagogy and practice, and sometimes it's just being humans in a space together is key to preserving ourselves in this work. Protest into the later 2010s includes how the Me Too movement came into architecture. The Tumblr page Feminist Wall does some really great advocacy work calling out all-male panels and all-male conferences, so I very much recommend following them. They're on Instagram now, too. The Tumblr is less good. The Shitty Architecture Men list, coming after the Shitty Media Men list, and the Weinstein allegations in 2018, created, unfortunately, relatively little actual impact on architecture, but not for lack of trying. There was protesters, including from this flash mob protest group at the AIA in 2018, who really tried to bring that to the forefront of architects' conscience. One of those groups is the Architecture Lobby, which has been picking up sort of where architects' resistance left off in the early 1970s, predominantly white group of a lot of people on the political left, advocating maybe architects should opt out of doing these things and not do these things, and also advocating more in recent years for, they started in 2015, but in the past couple years they've really focused a lot on climate change and pushing the Green New Deal within architecture. Some of this work has brought them further into spaces where they're engaging with more organizations that are black and other people of color led, which is great because it can't be. One thing that's often under-examined with the New Deal is that, yes, it was great and it invested in a lot of people and places, but it was still on the basis of Jim Crow. And as we come into like the wonderful housing projects that we looked at earlier, were a New Deal funded, but also they were segregated for black people only, even if they were well-designed and well-built by black architects. So as we create a Green New Deal, we can't perpetuate the segregation and Jim Crow practices that we have today. The last couple years have also seen this convergence of old and new organizations, which has gone through things like the Black Space Organization doing the service day at the NOMA conference in 2019. So this is younger, interdisciplinary group coming in to do transforming what has been in the past like a volunteer day of service into a community-engaged participatory design and planning session with young people in Brooklyn, which is a really wonderful development that hopefully we'll be seeing more of. Just kind of closing up here, in essay Race and Architecture published in the journal Appendix in 1997, Cornel West says that a major challenge of new architectural historiography is to redefine what the vernacular is. Bell Hooks is posing this in that same essay before. So thinking about what the vernacular is and where it comes from. And I think a lot of that has to do with the people we learn it from. So these are some of the people who I've learned things from. It's everybody from things that are relevant to my architecture design practice. And that Bell Hooks in that essay talks specifically about how her grandparents taught her a lot about design and space. My grandmother, who passed away in 2018, is on here because she taught me the history of my family's existence as Southern Jews during Jim Crow. And that's essential to how I practice. I did not learn about that in architecture school, but I have to recognize that she taught me as many important things about how I work as an architect and designer as many of these actual architecture professors on here. Some are professors who I had at Tulane, but because Tulane, by the time I graduated, didn't have any professors who really engaged with social political issues, particularly regarding anti-racism, Many of them I found through other conferences and gatherings and fellowships. So it's important to recognize the broad networks that we have too. And yep, some of those questions that we'll touch on a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next up, we have Gregory Marinick from the University of Cincinnati and Pablo Meninato at Temple University. And their paper is Intermediate Territories, Latin American Informal Urbanism as Provocation and Pedagogical Turn. Welcome.
Good morning. We're very happy to be here. My name is Pablo Meninato from Temple University, and
Gregory Marinick from the University of Cincinnati.
And what we're presenting today is almost like a side avenue of our main research project that is on informal or interventions in informal urbanism in Latin America. We've been traveling there and focuses on different places and countries, and particularly architects that are intervening on this. So far we're focusing on the work of Jorge Jauregui that he's doing with the program Favela Barrio in Rio de Janeiro, Flavio Sánchez with the slums in Buenos Aires, Teddy Cruz and Fona Forman in the region of San Diego, Tijuana, and Alejandro Echeverri in Medellin. But this was a great opportunity to look into other aspects of informal urbanism, that is how it can be addressed at a university setting. And for this, we combined three different case studies. One is by Flavio Sánchez. He teaches at Verlage Institute, and together with his students, they develop an intervention that eventually continues as a professional practice, which is one of the interesting things about this question. In two villas, interesting villa in Argentina, where I come from, means a slum. In the province of Buenos Aires, in the outskirts of Buenos Aires. The second one is perhaps the key example of how to intervene in informal settlements, not only in Latin America, I would say around the world, that is in Medellin. And one of the assistants of Alejandro Echeverri, Sebastián Bustamante, has been teaching many courses on informal settlements, so we're going to see that one. And finally, a project that Gregor Marinick is leading, and I've been sort of helping him, traveling from Philadelphia to Cincinnati, and we're taking all the studio to Mexico City, and where we were developing, or the studio is developing an intervention in San Miguel Teotongo, that is in the outskirts of Mexico City. So we'll start with Flavio Sánchez. This is in Argentina, a project developed by the Verlage Institute. And first I think it's very important to understand the context. What you see in red are the area where there is slums in Buenos Aires. If you can see where is the city of Buenos Aires, that is the actual district. But obviously Buenos Aires, you could think about sort of the large metropolitan area that is, it has a population of about 12 million people. It's interesting to know that 1/3 of the country lives in that area. And here you see where this project was developed, and you can see from the year 2000, and excuse me that the image is slightly blurred, till 2010 how the settlements occur, and you see in the sort of triangle that is almost no settlements, and then little by little it was being populated. And that was one of the areas that was intervened. An issue with dealing with the formal settlements that there's no mapping, there's no existing data, since it was not planned, you don't have reliable ways of understanding the space. So the first key question is having to go to the site or through aerial photographs and taking photos and measuring, etc., and developing your own mapping. And so that is it's always the first step. Second, obviously, the site visit. In this case, the groups of Hanches and his students developed this very interesting technique that taking photos and making all the appropriate notes. Some are very almost straightforward, that if you have an electrical post and they realize, talking with the community, that it has been, the electricity is being stolen from there, and where you see trash and where you see all the different aspects that they were witnessing, and it's all conveyed into those photographs. Thirdly, and I think it's crucial, and I think it's crucial for any kind of intervention, is talking with the community. You cannot do a project with in an informal settlements without understanding what are their desires, what are their wishes, what are their needs. And in this case, they did a very, very good and thorough job of talking with community activists, but also with a sheriff or policeman, with politicians that are in charge, urban planners that are working almost all the area around that. And finally, they arrived to the design proposal, which I thought it was very interesting. I said the rationale was, well, if there's no space to create a large school or a large healthcare, that was the two main desires or wishes or needs of the community, why don't we break it down? Why don't we sort of explode the program into different components and sort of developing a sort of acupuncture urbanism, we can identify and infill those parts. So basically what you see on this slide is that breaking of the program. So all the classrooms are separated, all obviously within the community. So the students would go from, when they move from grade to grade, they would go from classroom to classroom. Here you see how this intervention would help and would be developed. And so there are two basic steps. One is dispersing the program, which is what we mentioned before. And it's interesting, you have a sort of Nolli plan. We are talking about Italian and classical influence, and here you see a completely different twist of where you have primary elements and the urban fabric that is kind of an infill of the old urban setting. And the second one is trying to formalize the space, where you have tried to combine what is a street, or could be a pathway or a sidewalk, etc., trying to bring the good qualities of the formal cities into the informal settlements. Before and after photo and photo montage. And the idea of this project was to develop what you would call incremental urbanism, not to do, realizing that it's impossible to do everything in one step, but you have to do it in stages. So the second project is Sebantea Bustamante, was mentioning before. He works under the professorship of Alejandro Teberri, the university's EAFIT, and within EAFIT they have this mini research and teaching center that's called Urban. The intervention in this case is La Honda Creek, or Quebrada La Honda, and it's interesting because they are realizing, after many years of only intervening in the densest parts of the slums in the area of Medellin, the city and the settlements continue to be present, and as they move more into the upper part of the mountains. Let me remind you that Medellin is like a long linear city, or the center is the river, and the city grows towards the slopes. So in the lower part of the city, it's very dense. It tends to be the formal part of the city, and as you grow, if you go up, it's much more informal. And they identify an area that is the Laonda Creek, where there were informal settlements, and they're beginning to see that there were many problems, like lack of public space, obviously. There was erosion, there was water contamination, environmental decline. And I have to say, talking with Bustamante, they noticed that this is a new stage of their work, that so far they work only on offering urban solutions, conventional urban solutions and architectural solutions, and now they are incorporating into what they call social urbanism, questions such as water treatment, consideration of nature, landscape interventions, etc. So it's much, much a wider scope. Just like in the case of Hanches, a key thing for developing this kind of projects is to talk with the community, address the community and listen their voices, their needs, interpret what are their narrative, and develop the project taking into consideration that narrative. This slide shows a little bit how they broke the problem into these different parts, and water treatment initially, that obviously is very crucial. It deals to the life and the well-being of the population. Slope stabilization, obviously work on the hills. You have problems, and you need to stabilize how the dirt of the soil is dealing. And then focusing on public space, creating pedestrian walkways, wood bridges, overlooks, and finally a mini intervention that is the program, that is something that came from the community, that is the need from having something, what is they do. Most of the population that lives in urban settlements are people that are coming from the countryside, so in a way was addressing the need of continuing that and creating greenhouses that could also become residents. Here you see an interesting a proposal that it combines a community plant nursery, a community meeting place, and a classroom. So to have a multi-program space that could address all those issues. This is a section that develops many of these questions, how all these different forces can come together. And this is an aerial sort of, again, photo montage with developing how the relationship between formal settlements and where the particular attention was focused on the well-being of the creek. So the next project, that is the one that we're doing, is going to be discussed by my colleague, Gregory Marinik.
So Pablo and I actually met when we were teaching together at the University of Monterrey, and we had the opportunity to develop tactics there and actually explore the country with our fellow colleagues at UDEM and also our students. So that was part of our familiarity with Mexico, was in fact because we lived there for 2 years, and we were also connected to Mexico City already through a network of collaborators. We are currently working in San Miguel Teotongo, and our intention for this project is to feature it in a book alongside the work that we've showed you earlier, as well as other projects by architects that are working in this manner. And so this is Mexico City, a sprawling city, massive, one of the largest in the world, as you know. The intention of this studio was to, I teach in the graduate architecture program and the PhD program, the MS architecture program, and also the graduate architecture MArch program, which has a specific urban design studio. And so our students were students in planning at the doctoral level, doctoral architecture students, MS architecture students, and MArch students. So it's predominantly MArch students. It includes a 10-day embedded field research visit to Mexico City, which we just concluded. This is in process right now. The student travel was partially funded by internal grants. It includes field research specifically in San Miguel Teotongo, and we intend to actually work through that entire region of the city over several years. This will continue to play out. and we're looking forward to this. We're interfacing with local residents. This is among the first times any of our students have had that opportunity. There's a bit of a language barrier with most of our students, so Pablo and I, and also a couple of our collaborators are helping to bridge that barrier. And it also is supported through Mexico City-based architects. The goals we're giving to our students are centered around the notion of water management, runoff, potable water, issues of a comprehensive but also incremental notion of what urban design can do, improved housing, improved walkability and transit access, resource reuse, and participatory implementation strategies. We're also interested in fostering this notion that the global North can indeed learn from the global South through multicultural practices. These are our students working in the city of actually specifically in the informal settlement. We had the students select provocations that they could engage with that they might be unfamiliar with. So one of the students actually selected shrines as his documentation. We had each student had two provocations with regard to their documentation of that phenomena as it unfolds across the landscape, and this young man actually selected the shrine. One of our students you see in the upper right-hand corner, that is in fact her site. So these are sites that we selected prior to being there, and Pablo and I actually selected them to actually enable the students to get a little further before we arrived. Here you see the slide of the sites, okay, and it was very deliberate in terms of how we selected the sites. So there are sites that are in fact already formal. They're formal in terms of the way in which they're wrapped by the architecture that unfolded across the landscape completely organically. So this site was populated by migrants from Oaxaca, and it literally is at the edge of urbanism in the city. So the original settlers are in fact there, and we had an opportunity to meet them. You'll notice that there are direct interfaces with the different sites. That was, of course, intentional, so it would force the issue of what urban design is, right? It's not objects. In fact, it is systematized, and the students were they are indeed finding this as the goal of the project through their natural interactions. Here's some of the original drawings that the students have begun. We are actually located in the vicinity, right between the areas that are noted as 1, 2, and 3. This is in fact the site. Very difficult to find existing mappings of the area, so our students are doing original mappings. Some of them are here. You notice that is probably the first time a true water flow diagram has existed for the neighborhood. We could never find any of this information. So our students are piecing it together from multiple sources. And here are our students back in studio in Cincinnati working through their proposals.
Yeah, and just to wrapping up, this is mostly are the same conclusions that we are arriving, examining informal settlements that are being intervened right now. And all the cases, and we're talking about Jauregui, about Hanches, about Echeverry, and about Teddy Cruz, their original projects were developed from the university. So that means university had a very, very important role here. Obviously, there's no client official that would commission this kind of projects, so they need to be developed through us, a school initiative. Second, that obviously that we've been insisting is the intense analysis of the context. You cannot go and take a photo from somewhere like it would be a regular lot and you make the project. You need to go there. You need to engage with the residents. You need to engage with the local community, establishing participatory channels. And one of the key takeaways is that I think it's a shift of paradigm that we saw through the 20th century. The main focus when we're thinking about developing projects for the people most in need was the key problem was housing. And all the 20th century we think about housing, and now we see a shifting from housing into another kind of interventions, and also going away from formalism into activity-driven responsibles. Thirdly, fifth in this case, is the consideration of everything is important, from a handrail to a walkway to a sewage infrastructure project, to a middle bridge. Anything is important. To a school, to anything that helps the well-being of the community is important. And finally, is that is per definition, informal intervention in settlements is a transdisciplinary field. You cannot do it by yourself, and usually what they are done, especially if they are at a professional level, with social workers, with community activists, with local artists, with players, with politicians, obviously with urban planners, landscape designers, etc. So it's not something that one profession or one discipline could do by itself. Okay?
And just finally, to give a perspective on the enormity of this issue, 1 billion people worldwide are living in informal settlements. This is 1 of every 7 people on the planet is living in this way. And so we're introducing this to our students. Where is your advocacy within this charge? And this phenomena is projected to grow by 2050 to 3 billion people worldwide. So this is a major issue for climate change and also social equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and let's invite our other presenters up here to take the stage. If you all would check your individual mics, make sure that they are clicked to on.
Hello.
So we have a good amount of time for a little bit of discussion. I just have a couple of questions for you all, and then I will I'll step aside and we'll take questions from the audience. And so my first question is actually for both Kawana and Chris, and both of you emphasized this idea that diversifying the canon, bringing in, whether it's issues of representation or what have you, is important for all students of design. And I'm wondering, I think this is just such an essential point, right? So often calls for that type of work, critics will often say it's ghettoized, right? It's set aside for very specific individuals to be concerned about and no one else. And so since it was prominent in both of your talks, am I standing weird in terms of the feedback? I'd really like to open up the space and have you all talk a little bit more about that. Perhaps what it means for individuals, but also, and a lot of times in this work we hear talk about coalition building and that sort of thing. So I'd really like you all to say more on this topic.
Well, what I have noticed just in my teaching is that a lot of, with this younger generation of designers, they want to address diversity and equity issues. They live in a world that's a lot more tolerant, and they are a lot more tolerant as people. And so these are the things that they want to learn. And it's also because of how education in this country in general has been set up, something that they don't get exposure to, so they don't know what they don't know. And when I teach my diversity classes, I'm always bombarded at the end of every, lecture by, I didn't know this. I didn't know that this was a thing. I didn't know that this topic existed. I didn't know that this kind of design was happening. I did not know that these kinds of issues were happening. I didn't know that these were the reasons for these neighborhoods that I'm scared to drive through, looking the way that they look, and I didn't know that there was something more pervasive happening under the surface that causes everybody around me to look like me, and for me to not see many people of color, sitting in my classrooms around me. They don't know. And when they know, when they find out, they are blown away and completely changed. And what I've noticed is that they become stronger designers. They become more empathetic. We've seen a change over the last 5 years in our graduate school. We usually have a graduate thesis project. Students can drive their own concept and ideas for that graduate thesis project before they graduate. And before, we started having these kinds of discussions in the school, those projects were your run-of-the-mill projects, museums, things like that, schools, and now those projects are much more thoughtful, much more inclusive, and they're exciting. And I think that is good for all students, especially, and you mentioned earlier that the architecture profession is diverse in what we do already, and it was incredibly concerning to me that we go out and we design for the public, and we address, we're supposed to address the health, safety, and welfare of the public, and for all people, and design for all people. Yet many of our architects graduate from school not even seeing this other side, not exploring this other side, and knowing this underlying history and the reasons for why the built environment looks the way it is and performs the way it does, and creates barriers for certain people and opens up doors for others. So I think that it's important in order for us to be better architects, for us to be a better profession, for us to address these things for all students so that they can be more empathetic and inclusive designers.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how we define the public and who we see the public as being. Like, I grew up in a very white neighborhood in a city in Austin, Texas that is not entirely white, but certainly the parts that are black and brown are very segregated from the white parts, like any American city, or particularly a Sunbelt city that isn't has 60% black population. Like in New Orleans, for example, you can't get away from the fact that there's a black presence in the city, except if you're at Tulane, which is in its very small, very white bubble uptown. And if you're, I'm kind of speaking specifically to the white experience because I know that's something that really isn't talked about much explicitly either. If you come from a white community and you go to a white architecture school and you go to a white architecture practice, you never have to really think that the public is larger than other white people, which is a massive problem. And that affects how you would work with any kinds of communities of clients who are black or other people of color, and then who we don't even think of as clients in the first place. Like people who are incarcerated. Are they the public? ADPSR thinks about that a bit in the work that they do. Have we decided that people don't deserve health, safety, and welfare who are incarcerated? And these are the kinds of questions we should be encouraging students to ask, particularly if they haven't had to think about these things. And sometimes they can recognize that they don't have the experience to work on this issue, but that's also good. To know your limitations, to know when you should and shouldn't be the voice speaking on a particular issue is very important because it also allows you to learn how to step back and let people who do better from their own experiences know how to represent a population or a group to speak. Sometimes that person's not even going to be an architect. Sometimes you're deferring to an architect, and sometimes you're creating a plan for community engagement facilitation so that people in the neighborhood where you're working can say those things, because architects don't know everything. We shouldn't try to. Particular thing about student projects that I was thinking about is that it's really sad to see how certainly predominantly white institutions, taking Tulane as an example, I'm sure it's not that much worse than a lot of others, but it's the one I know best, having recently graduated from there, and currently advising in an informal way the NOMAS chapter. there because there's not a faculty member to advise it. Like, there should be faculty members who are capable of advising NOMAS chapters at every university, like one, but Tulane doesn't really even have one. And a lot of universities might have a one, but that it's also that person's job to do so many other things. And so one particular thing that I learned from Dr. Sutton's book and from her work, which I'm so excited that she's here too. She's really great, and we all have a lot to learn from her. It's this idea of like cohort hiring, that you shouldn't, and not just hiring, but recruitment too, that no one should be the only one, that there should be people in groups, there should be resources directed to groups and not just individuals, because that's how we actually make change that lasts.
Thank you very much for that discussion. My second question is for Gregory and Pablo. And in thinking of informal urbanization around the world, and of course we know that those similar types of settlement patterns are growing in the United States, we end up, talking about this interaction between what is sometimes described as spontaneous or excluded or accepted types of human settlements, but also these spaces are governed or impacted in very meaningful ways by the formal, right? I'm thinking of city comprehensive plans or building codes or engineering design. And so in thinking of your work in the things that you brought out that your students are engaging with, how do they interact with that, right? In both the neighborhoods with individuals that are living in these settlements, but in cities where they may still project a certain guidelines or codes for those areas. How do your students and how do your work interact with that reality?
What's interesting about some of the reactions is the way in which the students are translating their new understanding of the global south to the global north. And I was delighted to, our university, the University of Cincinnati, is located within a zone that was heavily redlined. And the students are finding that, in fact, redlining has a real direct kind of relationship to a certain form of creating informality, right? Areas that have been completely cut off from resources, areas that become highly ad hoc in the way in which they're built, and the way in which they're governed by those who are living in them. Other areas where it's even more maybe perhaps direct is the way in which migrant or immigrant communities self-organize, right? Self-organizing in dead malls. There's a mall just north of here in the Oklahoma City area, I'm sure you all know it, that has a very robust Latino presence, or it did at one time, occupying the mall as if it was a form of urbanism, a fragment of urbanism. This exists substantially in Houston as well, where I lived for 5 years. So these lessons, and in fact the students are noticing this, that we have highly informal environments here in this country. They're not called informal. Trailer camps, if you will. People living in tent cities, those who are homeless, right? Those who are in redlined areas, issues of gentrification, right? So this notion of decolonization, in fact, the neighborhood that we're looking at in Mexico was settled and colonized by disenfranchised people from the rural areas of, in fact, Cincinnati has a very long history of this with Appalachian people moving to the city and actually living in similar informal conditions as well. So we do actually see that translation, and it's something that's coming from the students. We knew they would make the connection by virtue of just experiencing this, but we're not even provoking it deliberately. We're actually, it's being drawn out of them. It's really satisfying to see.
And to add to that question, just an anecdote. When we went to San Miguel Teotongo, I was with a group of students, and the first impulse was to measure and take and make sketches, etc. And said, guys, are we talking to the community? We have to do, well, we don't know. No, well, I can translate. With other people I can translate. Well, you need to talk with the community, and we talk to the community. What are your problems? Well, we have problems with transportation. Okay, what have a problem with the parks that are in very, very, very bad shape, if you want to call them a park. we don't have a health clinic. The closest health clinic is 30 minutes away. So, and say, well, guys, you were needed to develop a program. That's the program. It's not that you will find out in Google, etc. I talk with the community, address to the community, and reinterpret what they are saying and develop a synthesis of that. So I think that is a very, very strong learning lesson of how to initiate architecture/urban intervention.
Another aspect I think that was interesting is that this was an option studio, so no one was forced to take it, okay? And so the people that are in the studio have this built-in empathy to be prepared to confront this. They want to, right? It's a multicultural and socioeconomically diverse group of people in our studio, international, ethnically diverse, economically diverse, as I said. In a previous semester, I taught a non-option studio to students who had a very slim socioeconomic sort of range, if you will, and cultural spread. The students, regrettably, it was a project in a red line neighborhood in Cleveland, and it was affordable housing by virtue of adaptation of public housing, high-minded, goal. Thinking about how we can adapt this housing into something that is serving those who are there, right? Unfortunately, I have to report that the students were often extremely uncomfortable or didn't have a place of empathy to even be open to it. It was disappointing. We got through the semester. I think that the outcome was strong, but it showed to me, who has a different worldview, how often it can be difficult to bring people along, even with the best intentions. So unfortunately, my takeaway from that was the next time we do it, we want to make sure that it's in more of an option place, because if it's not, and if those who don't really want to be in that kind of discussion, they can pull down the discussion for those who are there wanting to be there. I do think it still operates as an example, although it's a bit more of a curated group of people, to have it as the option, because it still becomes a representation to the entire school, right? But it was discernible even with regard to, there were 2 socially oriented studios and then a third that was not. The 2 socially oriented studios drew those who you would assume would be more interested in it, have more empathy, and the other that was more of a conventional architectural project drew those who were not interested in these issues.
If I could ask a follow-up.
I wonder if this relates to the political situation in this country.
If I could just ask a quick follow-up. So in discussing that, then you talk about changes that you would then make to the studio moving forward. But since we're here to talk about, pedagogy writ large, what needs to change to prepare those students for that within the larger curriculum? What else, what do you need from your colleagues, from your administrators, from your whole program in order to make that more successful?
I think Kiwana's example, this is the second time we've been on the stage for a diversity-related issue. We both won awards at the ACSA 2018 Diversity Achievement Award. So I'm thrilled that we're here together, but I wish there were more people that we didn't know, right? Nevertheless, I think that type of a class that inspired me to see it, I love what you're doing, that I think is a really good in for a larger group of students that may not be ready, I think, to engage it in a studio setting. But the broad range of topics I saw that you're exploring will, that will relate to, I believe, a broad range of people who may have a touchstone. I mean, there's a touchstone up there that I could relate to directly, so it might need to be more framed in a broader way of what we're really discussing, right? So
Let's open it up. Yeah.
So just to be a little provocative, if I may, I noticed that most of the projects that you included in your presentations, in fact, it's for all 4 of you, are projects that occur at the fringe in a certain way, right? They're at the lower income level, informal settlements, so on and so forth. In a funny way that aligns you with Starchitecture, which is also at the smaller end, right? In other words, you're playing into the 1%, 2% of what architecture professionals tend to do these days. The 99% is actually trying to deal with, office buildings, school programs, right? I come from a corporate architecture tradition in which we're building most of the world. Don't be, let's not hide from this. The AECOMs, the HOKs, the Skidmores, the Adkins, they're doing most of the building in the world and working cross-culturally, right? So I did projects in Beijing, Suzhou, Riyadh, so on and so forth, and building actually for a lot of different people. Right? The projects included, housing in Medina. So I'm just wondering how you're addressing this. In other words, it's interesting to note that you're addressing the problem at the fringe. Does that maintain the problem at the fringe? Are you reinforcing the center by not actually trying to sort of peel something away from the center or peel into the center? In other words, how are you doing with the 99% of the projects that don't actually often include this discussion?
If I may, I think it was 5 years ago, there was an exhibit at the MoMA on Latin American in construction that show the main architectural projects in Latin America. I think it took a range between 1940s and 1980s. And many of the projects are by well-known Latin American architects, Barragan, Clorindo Testa, the Brazilian Niemeyer, Lucio Costa, etc. And none of those showed, in the whole exhibit, there was not a single image of a slum, like if the slums that don't exist. And they are, in fact, in Latin America, 1/3 of the construction is slum. So it seems like that slums are invisible, as if they don't exist. So the problem is, well, obviously you don't want the architects to build slums, but yes, you have to think how to intervene there, and for that you need the best architectural skills. The best example for that kind of intervention is happening in Medellin, and if you're not familiar, I recommend everybody to go, but you see a case where you have the informal settlements of slums, and you have over and over through the city, especially in the most precarious slums, you have cultural center, you have new schools, and the mayor of Medellin, Fajardo, said, we're so used to giving to the poor what is the leftover. So if it's a poor neighborhood, we give a more or less school, or if it's a poor community, we give them a more or less community center. And let's reverse that. Let's give the best schools by the best architects available in the slums, and the best community center and the best health centers. So you begin to see an overlapping of, I would say, very, very good, and I think young Colombian architects are very, very good, and very interesting how they work with the slopes, with the terraces, etc., how they are developing very high-quality architectural projects, but they are connecting to the community. They are not objects that are sort of that you may see in architectural magazines that are floating that you don't know where they are. They're really connected with the community, with the territory, and most of them they were developing following a participatory design process where there would be the exit or the entrance, where you could go, how the building could be used on weekends, etc. All that was addressed, and that's how the community accepted. If you would bring a great project that you're in the middle of a slum and you don't consult anybody, no matter how beautiful it is, it will be rejected. And there are many, many examples of that. So I think that that's an example. It's not that trying to divide formal and informal. For this research, I look in the dictionary. Informal is interesting. One of the main definitions of the Merriam-Webster is lack of formal. So informal is like almost like lacking, not something of equality. And I think the idea is to connect both and to bring the good aspect of formal architecture or good quality architecture into these settlements.
I agree. I think that it's more about bringing this kind of thinking into the mainstream. It's not necessarily saying that we want to operate on the fringe. It's saying we have to get these kinds of projects and these kinds of issues of environmental racism, issues of redlining and where those communities lie today, and what those communities deal with today, food deserts and things like that. Issues of, we have a housing crisis, and that mean, and with the number of people who are going to be aging in the next 30 years, needing accessible, affordable housing, that is what the majority of the profession is going to be addressing. And if they don't address it in a way that is empathetic and inclusive, then a lot of people are going to be left out on the fringes. So
Yeah,
that's what I'm suggesting.
Let me just do a quick follow-up, sorry, because I really do want an answer to the question, and you're not quite doing it. So the question was, you're educators, and you're trying to teach students how to think about this. The projects you're using, though, are either at the very high end, i.e. great designers are now beginning to do this, or they're at the low end, which is we have no money and we're trying to do it. And I'm saying actually the majority of architecture work is right in the middle. Yeah. Why aren't you addressing that in the projects that you do? In other words, there are a lot of suburbs that are going to pod. And there are architecture firms, big corporate architecture firms, that are coming in and trying to address those issues in some way. And you're not giving projects that educate our students about those kinds of the middle. Not high design, right? Not the star architects. That's not the ones who need to move in on this. It's the professional architects who are doing 99% of the work. That's what I'm trying to ask.
Okay, so I can directly answer your question. I worked at both ends. I worked at Vignoli for 3 years in London and New York. So I have that star architect type of experience. Then I worked for 3 years for a very small practice doing affordable housing in New York City. So I understand the range of that entire territory. How should I say this? Embedded within the projects that I do, which included last semester a suburban project for the redevelopment of shopping malls, that's my dissertation, exists in that. Dealing with the obsolescence or unideal circumstances, that's one that is firmly located in the middle, but still this is a global perspective brought to that, which can translate across territories and, from the global south to the global north, from a lower economic to a middle. I actually think that, architects are generally groomed to serve the elites, or at the very least, the middle class. So I do believe that we should, when we're in school, approach these types of issues as they are not some specialty practice. The learning there can translate across absolutely a realm. I think it's a little offensive to think that I'm not offended by what you personally, but it's offensive to think that somehow we can't extract a lesson from people who are not fully enfranchised. So I actually say this is a way to create that type of territory.
So, quick on that. I think the way to do that isn't that complicated. I'm going to channel a mentor of mine, Dr. Amber Wiley, who's spoken on this before, particularly at the 2015 Black and Design Conference, which is NCARB has requirements about what gets taught at architecture schools. In the writing of those requirements, we can shape whether architects have to learn, and they actually do require cultural competency for a diverse society. I forget the exact wording of it, but I think there's a lot of power in setting those sorts of requirements. What if there was a requirement that architects be required to learn about the history of enslavement and Jim Crow and indigenous dispossession and genocide? What if there was a requirement that architects had to learn about redlining? And I'm not sure exactly how you would shape that in terms of writing requirements, but what if there was a requirement that we had to learn how to design for a wide range of socioeconomic statuses of people and clients? If those requirements don't exist, schools aren't going to teach to them, and I think there's a lot of power in setting those requirements. So the same goes for professional education through the AIA and state licensing boards. Those institutions also need to be challenged so that requirements are set, that firms and local AIAs, which I worked for one in New Orleans, firms and local AIA chapters will educate people on what you make them educate people about. And if that leadership is set from the top, they will have to change.
Let's take another question. Yes, please.
Yeah, I have a question, but I also want to bring in a corrective lens to our previous discussion based on that question. What is the mainstream of architecture? if you look at the 2018 AIA report, firms with 50 employees constitutes 6% of the architecture profession. Firms with more than 100 employees, architectural firms with more than 100 employees, constitutes 2% of the architecture profession. So we need to put a corrective lens that is statistically true. Architects that are in the large corporate firms are impacting maybe 12% of the built environment. So that has to be there. We have to kind of reframe your answers to that corrective lens. Second, my question was, I think that I'm going to bring my international hat on it. I was an international student at MIT, and I went through the entire curriculum without ever hearing the phrase redlining. What is the responsibility of American colleges and universities to international students who come here to learn about American architecture? And how do we make sure that across the board there is a requirement that at the very least international students get the true nature of architectural, urbanism, history at the country that they come to learn from? All of you.
I think it's very interesting that redlining isn't mentioned in schools of architecture, but climate change and sustainability is. And I don't know if any of you have seen that NPR article that came out just a couple of months ago, but the redlined neighborhoods are being recorded as being 13 degrees hotter than other neighborhoods because of those neighborhoods not being designed with simple and practical things like trees on the sidewalks and in the yards. And that has incredible implications for those people. Those people now have to pay more to heat and cool their homes. That means they're running those systems more, and they don't have any kind of consideration or any for passive strategies or sustainability. They're just trying to get by, or they live in food deserts, right? And so I don't understand, and I agree with you, I don't understand how we can sit in schools of architecture and have conversations about sustainability, about architecture, and not talk about things about like redlining, not talk about things like, environmental racism, like why we don't discuss how those things have impacts today and how they impact us and how they almost make what we do when we try to institute sustainable strategies obsolete. It's ridiculous. And I think it is our responsibility to make sure that our students are educated about these things. I don't think they're going to go out and do more damage, but I think it is very damaging for people to go out in the world and practice and not understand the context in which they are practicing. And so I think it's important, and when students from all over the world, international students or students from here, study in schools of architecture, they should know that if they plan to practice here. And these are global issues as well. Just they talked about the slums. If you've ever looked at some of the aerial photos of the slums and just how they are next to immense wealth, and are divided by just a fence or a wall, like that's insane. And there's somebody out there building it. There's somebody who took that job. And as architects, do we protest? If our job is to stand up for the safety and the welfare of the public and protect them, when do we say enough is enough? When do we stand up and say we won't add to this problem?
It's no surprise to me your question that exists, that issue. However, sometimes I'm a bit removed from it because my first degree was in planning, and so I have this very deep social sciences background that I bring to teaching in architecture. My doctoral students in architecture, most of them, for some reason, are dealing with urban issues. One of them currently is from China, mainland China, and is looking at Chinatowns. And I told him, sure, you need to understand redlining if you're going to look at Chinatowns, because these things are commingled. I actually think that architecture should learn from planning and invest that type of thinking into it. I always integrate it by virtue of my interest. I believe that an underpinning of a healthy society means that you have to think about people when you're designing. Of course, I've come to find, and this is something that because I don't have that, I have a different degree as my first degree and then 2 degrees in architecture. Sometimes I have to hit myself on the head and say, oh, that particular lens, which is excluding the social content, is coming perhaps from people that don't have that foundation. So I do think it should be integrated, and I think there should be more connection between planning and architecture in a commingled class that can provide that.
Can I say something regarding that? I was an international student in the early 80s. And when I went, not to MIT, but to Michigan State University, which is a public university, that was the first thing we learned, is redlining. So I agree with you. Urban planning, we need to break down the silos of planning and architecture and, commingle more.
So unfortunately, we are out of time, but this has been, I think, a great session to start off the conference. Can you join me in thanking our presenters? And now we'll have a brief coffee break So if you go out to the right, and you will find coffee and a place to sit, and then we will reconvene at 10:45. Thank you all.
Thank you and welcome back. I'm excited to introduce our next two session chairs. Dr. Winifred Elise Newman is professor and director of the Institute for Intelligent Materials, Systems, and Environments at Clemson University. Dr. Newman's research and teaching centers on spatial perception in architecture, ecological psychology, and neuroaesthetics. She's currently researching data visualization, mapping, STEM learning environments, and histories of technology and science. And she has a recent book out on mapping that is fantastic if you haven't read it. Dr. Newman was a fellow at the Max Planck Institute for the History of Science in Berlin and has also had fellowships from Harvard Faculty of Arts and Sciences. Her co-chair down here, Lee Fithian, is Associate Professor of Architecture here at the University of Oklahoma. Dr. Fithian's research and teaching efforts focus on the application of biological and ecological models to architectural design. And her research is very interdisciplinary. It examines how to conserve and regenerate air and water in urban and suburban environments. So Dr. Newman is going to kick us off in this next session. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Stephanie, for the very nice introduction. And thank you to all of the organizers for this wonderful conference for inviting me. I really appreciate it. I always love to come back to OU. It always feels like a second home to me. So this session was titled, Do Not Try to Remember. Obviously, we're echoing Bruce Goff's words here, Pedagogy in Transition. And I would just make an aside here and say that I think that pedagogy, which has been one of those words that in large part has been avoided for many reasons, I think, in our profession, and by profession I mean within the academia, in this case within academia, I think it's one of the critical issues moving forward in the 21st century. I would remind you that we're not actually needing to think about the current situation, but we need to think about what it's going to be in 20 to 25 years when the students that we're currently educating will be the decision makers in the profession, right? So one of the things, the questions that's come up with OECD and a number of other organizations is, what is the education for the 21st century? And they're looking to target 2030 and 2050 as the dates that we need to be planning for now. So it's the world that's about to come, not the world that we're in, that's important. So our question was, what are the underlying assumptions of our current architecture program curricula? Is NAB the dog wagging the program tail, or are we piecemeal borrowing from previous generations of pedagogues? More importantly, what are our pedagogy biases? Are design skills naturalized or learned? What should 21st century architecture programs include to address the professional education and practice? What models of education or curricula would you propose? One familiar trope or perception is the architect is generalist, but this emerged from the Vitruvian model and is almost 2 millennia out of date. It seems a little weird that we're still using it. Vitruvius' first century text, The 10 Books of Architecture, arguably still informs some underlying intellectual structure of the education of the architect, but the educational context of Vitruvius' text lacked institutional or professional bearings. I mean, Vitruvius was nothing more than trying to convince a set of Roman elites that architecture should be paid for, basically. Are we still trying to do that? I mean, I think in some ways this goes to the question of the first session as well, and one that we need to address. That is, are we simply consistently reinstantiating ourselves by not addressing what skills are really necessary to be an architect moving forward? Okay, so that was the prompt that we sent out. We received a number of really interesting papers. I'd like to introduce the first one by Massimo Santanicchia, who comes to us from the University of Iceland. I think this is really, I don't think I've met anyone from the University of Iceland, so I'm pretty excited about that. And Iceland University of Arts, where he is program director for architecture in the Department of Design and Architecture. He's interested in systems thinking architecture, really focused on climate change and social inequity, but he's really also focused on new pedagogic models, particularly in the global north, in this case in Iceland. So please join me in welcoming Massimo to the
Yes, so good morning, everybody. So I'm partly repeating this information. My name is Massimo. I'm a teacher in the Iceland University of the Arts. I am program director and associate professor, but I'm also a student. I'm a PhD student in the University of Iceland in cultural studies and education and diversity. And my PhD research is on architectural pedagogy. And I am supervised by two wonderful persons. One is Oliver Patlionsson, who is a philosopher and is an advocate of a university as a place to develop a common understanding, shared values, and cultivating a more inclusive concepts of citizenship. And my second supervisor is actually Harriet Harris, so whom we all miss today. As you know, Harriet is a dean of the School of Architecture in Pratt in New York. And she's also an advocate of making sure that architectural schools really reflect the diversity of the society that they intend to serve. So this presentation is an attempt to formulate a theory that I call cosmopolitan citizenship architecture education. And this theory is the result of many years, actually, of conversations that I conducted across the Nordic Baltic Academy of Architecture, which is a network of 16 schools of architecture in 8 different countries: Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Iceland. And so these conversations were conducted with the deans of the schools, with the educators, teachers, and also students. And this is a map of all the schools of architecture in Europe. So in red, they are the one part of the network. And this is where the schools that basically I have visited. And so out of this visit, the words of John Ockman really resonated strongly in me. And I'm actually really happy to see her in the auditorium today. And here I quote, and she states, "Each school of architecture represents a microcosm which is devoted to the production, discussion, and dissemination of architectural thinking." So these 16 schools of architecture are profoundly different. Each one is a microcosm, and each one is pursuing its own way of educating architects within the European Union standards, because ultimately all these schools produce and educate students who can work all over Europe. So in this specific conversation with you, I have talked to 14 deans of the School of Architecture, and these are the deans. And to these deans, I asked 4 questions, and these are also my questions that I pose to the audience here. And the 4 questions are: what is the first thing that we should teach to a student in architecture? What skills should students have after studying architecture? How should these skills be taught? And how can the education of an architect be of special importance to our society? And this last question, I thought it was very important because, I mean, being a student in architecture is not just a waiting time to become a professional architect. It can still be a very fruitful time for engagement, for social participations, and to be a real contributor in our societies. So all these 14 interviews, they were more than nearly 14 hours of conversations, which I have recorded and I have transcribed, and then through the constructivist grounded theory research process, I have analyzed them, and so they became conceptual labels, focus codes, conceptual categories, and one fundamental theory. So this is a kind of very analytical, complex way of looking at texts. If you have seen the Netflix series Mindhunters, they actually use it to find the criminals. So I have used it not to find the criminals, but to get a closer understanding of what are these pedagogues and educators thinking about architectural education. So to the first question of what is the first thing that we should teach to a student in architecture, the many codes, they became focus codes, which then they became fundamentally 3 conceptual categories. I'm not going to explain in details just because of the time how this process works. But fundamentally, to the first question, the answer is to be a proud, humble, unique, creative, critical thinker, observer, collaborator, communicator, public-oriented architect. And this is I find these three conceptual categories quite interesting, because one conceptual category that the educator talk about is really to create the fascination on architectural education. There is a kind of reverence or sacrality that we all project into our students. Maybe this is the beginning of exploitations that happens then in architectural office, but there is a huge sense of devotion that the educators talk about architecture. But then there are also two other categories. One is much more about developing the personal skills, and therefore education as finding your own uniqueness, your way of being in the world. And then the other category, which I find it probably the most important also for my theory, is the category that is about understanding your societal, political responsibility, and therefore the public mission that architecture has. So I'll just give you here a quick quote. So for instance, in here, Jakob Brandberg Knudsen, who is the Dean of the School of Architecture of KDK in Copenhagen in Denmark, he talks about that students therefore need to be empowered. They need to understand their responsibilities and opportunities. The students need to be part of the society from the very beginning. We are political figures. And there are many ways of analyzing and also positioning and relate with this data, but fundamentally the deans are telling different stories about what it means to be a student and an educator in the north of Europe. And it's fundamentally they show this personal journey that goes from awareness and critical thinking to developing a political agency of architecture, so the others and the public mission of it. So three tales here I identify. The one is the commitment to the profession, and therefore the story of architecture is a lifestyle. It's not just a job. It's something. It's more than a job. It's a lifestyle. Architecture is also what an architect does. And so before we were discussing about the architect, in my opinion, mainly as a practitioner, but this is just one of the many ways to operate as an architect. In the UK, 57% of the students who graduate as architects, they will never enter any architectural office. They just operate differently. So architecture is what an architect does, which is not necessarily building or designing a building. And then the third story is that is the ability to converse to the world. So architecture is never a private matter. It's never a private matter between a client and yourself, but it includes basically the society where this dialogue is happening. And to the second question, what skills should students have after studying architecture? In this case, the answer is, first of all, stating the overwhelming scope of architecture, so this holistic sense of the profession. And then the answer is to be a continuous learner, a confident professional, specialist, a juggler, a collaborator, a communicator, a carer, and a critical guardian of the common good. So for the future students of architecture, you see no pressure on you. And again, these definitions can be divided in four conceptual categories. One is about confidence and commitment. One is about the competence and the professionalism. The other one is about communication and consilience. But then there is this one also very important to me that is about the care, or the architect as a carer. And they can further be simplified into meta-categories. One is more about me and my personal growth, and the other one is about the others and how we relate to the others and who are the others in the design process, because it's very easy to create otherness and not to include many people in the design or different people in the design process. So here I quote Kia Bengtsson Ekström from Chalmers, Gothenburg in Sweden, and she says, "The meaning of architecture is to support the human activity, to be intended as the healthy ones. And if you don't have that in every project, then you lose the meaning of architecture." So again, many stories can be written out of these conversations. Here I have written 5, and one that is about caring for the others. So activating the caring agency of an architect, and again, the story is that architect as the guardian of the common good and the carer of the world. And then to the third question, how should the skills be taught? In this case, the answer is fundamentally in the design studio. I mean, all the 14 deans of the schools, they firmly believe that the design studio is what creates architecture education, but they also challenge the design studio. They want to make it much more context-based and slow and more diverse, and a place that supports experiential knowledge and cares, that is socially rich and reflects the diversity of the society, and truly engaged with the world. So the 4 focus categories is about giving, is to position the design studio firmly in a specific context, and also give the students the time to really enter the design process. And then one other category is about the student-driven type of education that architecture basically is. And the third is about communication and consilience, and therefore making sure that this design studio doesn't operate as an ivory tower, but the boundaries are very permeable, and therefore the design studio becomes an occasion for a social engagement. And engagement is almost the aim and the goal of every design studio. So again, there is a part of it is more personal, and the other is about the others. So I want to quote in this case 2 other deans. One is Cecilie Anderson from Bergen School of Architecture in Norway. And in Norway, in this school called BAS, students spend their first month of their education by going into an island. And this allows reflection and not just jumping immediately into design solutions. I think this is a very Scandinavian approach, just to go in an island for 1 month in complete isolation. That's how they begin studying architecture. Andres Ojari from ECA, School of Architecture in Tallinn in Estonia, talks about, and here I quote, "I think it is really important to bring real issues inside the school so that the students start to understand the world." Again, many stories can be written, but one that I find it very important is about learning from different sources and different people, and envisioning the design studio as an open platform and architecture as a forum for conversation. And to the last question, how can the education of an architect be of special importance to our society? In this case, the answer is even more complex, and it goes something like this: by helping students making sense of the context, developing social awareness and critical thinking, raising important questions, being holistic, speculative-oriented, inclusive of diverse forms of knowledge and research, communicative and socially responsible and engaged. Wow, that's a lot. But again, there is these 4 categories are about activating critical thinking, holistic type of knowledge, collective speculation. It's about social responsibility, caring for the world, and it's about social engagement, but also recognizing architecture as a valuable pedagogy. And this is actually very important to realize that it is a very special way of learning, the learning of architecture. Marlene Johayu from Tuni, Tampere in Finland, she says, "It seems that architectural education is quite the way that the other fields would like to go from the pedagogical point of view." Whilst Ole Gustavsen, Dean of the School of How in Oslo, Norway, says, "I think that the architect has to be educated to listen to others and must do so." So here I want to highlight the story of being responsible and caring for the others, and again activating the political agency of an architect, because architecture is never a private matter. So architecture education in the Nordic Baltic Academy of Architecture means many different things, but fundamentally it means working in a design studio that is firmly position in actually in a rather local context. These are not schools that travel to Africa or Asia. These are schools in which students tend to operate in their own community and in their own cities. There are exceptions. There are maybe a term in which is spent analyzing at different conditions, but they are rather, in a way, context-based, I would say. I want to end with this quotation because I think this, to me, sums up a lot of the feelings also on architectural education. And it is said by Jenny Reuter, who is the head of the studies in Aalto University in Helsinki, in Finland. And she says, we should take our profession back and to be active in society because architects around the world have become quite elitist in their profession in a way that they are thinking that they are belonging to an elite, but actually they are in a corner. And so how should we avoid to be in the corner? And I think these 14 deans, they all envision students and future architects as political agents, as people that care for the world, as people that are trying to develop themselves through architectural education in order also to reach out and to go into the others. So there are three, in a way, clusters that is about critical thinking, it's about societal and contextual awareness and social activism that are present and common to all of this, in a way, categories that were created. And this to me, and this is in a way where I dare to formulate a theory based on this data, but also based on the word of other thinkers. One is Henry Giroux, an American educator, and in his work of critical theory and rationality in citizenship education states that citizenship education is intended as a critical tool to develop social awareness and action. And citizenship education is defined as transdisciplinary, relational, holistic, profoundly political, collaborative, and instigative of hope for a better world. This sounds to me like architectural education or an ideal version of architectural education. And the second one is Martha Nussbaum. In her work, Patriotism and Cosmopolitanism, and also in many of her scripts on cosmopolitanism, she defines cosmopolitan as the person whose allegiance is to the worldwide community of human beings. And a cosmopolitan education starts with an acute awareness of the state of the world and with the intention to engage for its solution, to care for the others. So, cosmopolitan citizenship architecture education to me looks something like this. It is about activating the multiple roles of an architect to support an architect to be a dissident intellectual and therefore challenging the status quo. It is about also creating or educating people that operate as an ethical professional. In a way, the best answer was given to me by a student in Gothenburg who said to me, yes, but I want to know the story beyond the beautiful buildings. I don't want to just admire it in its beauty. What's the story beyond this building? Because I want to operate ethically, he said. So I think this has to be part of our conversation with our students. And also an architect as a storyteller, as a person that can tell us or imagine things or reasoning in what-if terms to ultimately be the guardian of the common good and the carer of the world. So a cosmopolitan citizenship architecture education is the practice of architecture where the primary motivation is to care for others, because architecture is never a private matter. Thank you.
All right, if you're following along in the program, Ellen Donnelly and Mark Maxey are not able to join us today, so we're going to move to Nick Sensky, whose paper will be delivered next. Nick is an assistant professor at Iowa State University. He's co-founder of the Computational Construction Lab, which he applies research. His research applies research and methods from computer science and education to improve how architects learn computational thinking. He also hosts a very popular YouTube channel, which was cited by Arch Daily as one of the top 10 in 2016. So I just want to point that out because I suspect Nick brings some of that to his lecture style as well. Good. Please help me welcome Nick Stensky.
Hey everyone, thanks. Just want to make sure to thank everyone for inviting me. It's great to be a part of this panel, especially in the auditorium on the first day. It's pretty exciting. What I'm going to talk about with respect to the topic of the session is the notion that what's missing from 21st century architectural education is a sense of how to use the computer well. And what I want to frame that as is something called computational literacy. And in this talk, I'm going to make an argument that architecture students should learn to read and write computer programs. And that's kind of the gist of it. In the spirit of the conference instructions and the time allowed by the format, I'm going to attempt to summarize my paper, just a few points. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them after my talk or in the hallway, or you can read my paper. But I'm going to cover a lot of material and hopefully in a timely manner. Also following the instructions from the panel, I want to do a little bit of active learning with the audience. So to get things started, I want to ask people in the audience a question. I want you to talk to the person next to you and give you maybe a minute or two. What are some reasons that you have heard that people should learn programming? Depending upon when you went to school, what kind of era you were in, you might have had to learn computer programming when you were in school because you had to. That might have been the only way to actually use a computer. Or they might have taught you in grade school because that was fashionable at the time. Some of you who have kids right now, you've heard about things like the hour of code, which is not enough, right? So what are some of the reasons that people have told you that you have to learn programming or that everyone has to learn programming, okay? I'll give you a minute. Go ahead. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to ask you. Okay, 30 seconds. Okay, time's up. Okay, let me get a few answers from folks. Justin, I'm going to bug you because I know you. What's a reason that you have heard or that you believe people should learn programming? Not just architects, but that people should learn programming. Democratizing data, opening data. Oh, that's a really good. Okay, other reasons. Anybody? Does anybody want to raise it? Yes. For a job, right? Got to learn programming to get a job. That's kind of what they're talking about here. That's exactly right. Okay. Let's get two more. Anybody else? Oh, in the back. Yeah. You, please. Yeah.
To learn about logical thinking.
To learn about what kind of thinking? Logical thinking, right? Yes. Eat your vegetables. Critical thinking. Yeah. Logic. Oh, there was another one. Yeah.
Not to be creatively hamstrung by
Absolutely, yeah, to kind of get outside the box of the tools. Okay, good, all good answers. They have been trying. There have been arguments about that like everyone should learn programming since about the 1960s, and they fall into certain categories. Some of them are ones we've already covered. Some of them are more specific to the time. There used to be this idea that programming was like Latin. You heard a long time ago that it was important to take Latin because it teaches you how to discipline your thinking. There's the argument for computational thinking is that thinking like a programmer can be applied to your daily life. It might help you to sort your laundry better, or like pack your backpack, or like decompose problems. Seymour Papert in the 80s wanted to teach school children programming as a way of learning how to model things, to understand the world. And then, of course, like we have people like Bill Gates telling us that if you want to get a job in the future, we all learn, your kids need to learn how to program, right? But of course, none of those things has really come to pass, right? And a big reason for that is because a lot of those things didn't really apply in the now. There's this problem in education of trying to teach one thing so that you learn something else. For example, like you might study chess so that you become a better general, right? You might have something like that. That's actually really hard to pull off, like that kind of educational transfer, right? And that's why like Mindstorms and some of these other programs like that they were teaching in the 80s and that they were very excited about never really took off, right? And that's why probably the hour of code's not going to really take off either. But that's kind of depressing, right? So I want to kind of move on from there and say, why are things different now? Why would I make this argument about architecture like now? Well, of course, now we see things that we kind of understand are computational or parametric or data-driven or performance-driven. There are things out there, whether we know how they're achieved or not, that we can see that someone is doing them. And we have a sense that the direction of the field is going in that direction with things like digital fabrication and like artificial intelligence, all these kinds of buzzwords. And so we think, oh, in some way we may have to apply this skill. That may need to become a part of educational pedagogy somehow. So we know that things are changing. So that's kind of a vocational argument, right? You need this to get a job. But what I want to say is actually something a little bit deeper than that, and something that's more important than that, I think, to the people that are here at this conference, that are here in this room, is that the goal of computational literacy is not to make these like forms, that you see, or to make architecture more scientific or more economical, or to make architecture about computing, but to acknowledge what is happening in the shift in representation and to bring humanism to it. That's why I talk about it as literacy, right? It's the idea that like if it's a common skill, a common way of thinking, a common way of making a dialogue about that, so it's not just a few people doing it in one corner or other people responding to that, that's how you bring humanism to it. Computing is a powerful medium on its own. It has been. And programming is a powerful form of notation for that medium. Learning how to use this medium to facilitate expression and learning is a reason to program. But I think the most compelling reason to study, that's still kind of off in the future. The most compelling reason to study programming today is that we spend so much time on the computer. There's no such thing as a computer person, like really anymore. You're always on your phone, or you're in front of a computer, or your partner's working on the computer and you're working with them. But we don't work with computers very well. Like a lot of our practices are very like inefficient and like ineffective. Than if we were applying computational thinking, computational ideas. One of the examples I use a lot is that there's a lot of computation built into Word, Microsoft Word. A lot of people use it like a typewriter, just to like put words on a screen, but it's a word processor. You can actually like manipulate it like a data structure. You can process information with it if you're using it computationally. And that's programming. When you're specifying things for a computer to do, rather than doing them like yourself, you are programming. Right? When you're using a word macro, or using styles in Word, that's parametrics, right? You can apply these ideas to anything and make you a more effective communicator and a more effective designer. There's a cost to productivity at the same time when students don't make informed choices, or they like kind of thrash around problems because they don't have a framework for understanding what they're doing with the computer. They're simply operating it like a typewriter, for example, right? And so programming and computational thinking computational literacy by extension gives you that framework. And it also gives you a framework for understanding how tools work together and understanding tools as they change in the future. Instead of just learning software and like ping-ponging around, you have a universal framework, computation, right, for understanding where this fits in and how to express yourself within that. So I get two questions asked at this point, like if I stop my talk right now. And the first one would be, do I have to program to learn computational literacy? And I used to hem and haw about this a lot, but I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, you do. You need some form of notation. You need some kind of language. It doesn't matter what that is. And in fact, these days, a lot of programming isn't even like syntactical. It might be visual programming, like something like Grasshopper, or even like Excel formulas or something like that. But literacy requires a notation. You have to have a language to like operate with it. So yes, you have to program. And the second one I get is that don't they just teach themselves? People say like, my kids have an iPad and they taught themselves everything and like, they'll just figure it out. Like they have videos, right? Like my YouTube channel, okay? That was not a plug, but anyway, don't they just teach themselves? And the thing is, yes, they do. I'm not up here saying that we aren't teaching programming or that students aren't learning programming. What I'm saying is that it's not that people don't engage in computation so much that they're distracted by it. That they're like appropriating methods without knowing what or why they're doing things because they don't have this framework, right? And those who teach themselves and who operate really well, and we point at them as examples and say, well, this person over here is this great programmer. They didn't go to school. You didn't teach them, Nick. A lot of those people have privileged backgrounds. They might be talented, but they probably have computers in the house. They probably have a lot of help at home. Maybe somebody in the family that does this, but they're usually from like a privileged background. It's not literacy. It's not everybody. And that can perpetuate the myth that anyone can teach themselves computing on their own, and also that there are certain people who are good at it and certain people who are not. And that's a bias that I want to undo, right? And that's a bias that you want to undo about literacy, right? So I want to talk about three things as I move on here that I want you to bear in mind. I'm not going to get into like exactly what's involved in computational literacy. I think that Robert's going to get into some of that in the next talk. But I want to frame the framework. The thing you have to understand about computational literacy from the get-go, and the reason why we don't have it, and the reason why programming hasn't taken off, for one reason, is that it's known to be cognitively and psychologically challenging. We kind of have a sense of that. We know like programming is hard. It's maybe a thing we don't want to do. But there's lots of research about why it's hard. And there's demonstrated research about the way of thinking that's really alien to us about the ways that computers work. So they don't work temporally or like causally the way that we like operate in the world. We don't have a culture of programming, so we don't have a sense of a base level of understanding about how to operate within it. Before you drive a car, you're in a culture of cars. You've been in a car, you've been driven in a car, you've seen cars, you've seen someone operate a car. Most people don't operate in a culture of programming, okay? That's enormous. Computer science has a really difficult time teaching people computer science. There's high attrition rates. There's been, there have been like these huge studies in the early 2000s that really reshaped the field when they found out that people that they were teaching computer science couldn't write code. They didn't understand code. You're looking at a score of 22% out of 100 on a program writing test. And on a program reading test, they figured out that 25% of the people were guessing. And these are in like multinational accredited like schools of computer science. This was horrifying. And they're still working on it. I did a similar study in architecture, and I found that that's pretty much the case as well. Like the same kinds of things happen because it's cognitively challenging. It gets me to my next point, which is that because we're talking about literacy, it's actually like an equity issue. Okay, we know that we have equity problems in architecture. We're going to be talking about that in several sessions today. That women and minorities are underrepresented in architecture. The same is true in technology in architecture, right? As you might expect. We don't have great numbers on that. We have anecdotes, which are not data, but we know from the tech industry that the numbers of representation are very low, about 20%, which is pretty similar to the representation of women in professional architecture. We also know that if we look at like at the level of papers published in different architectural venues, that women in technology, that's the magenta line at the bottom, about 20%. That's about as close as the data as we have. There are not enough women in technology in architecture. There's not enough computational literacy. The reason why this matters, of course, is that you can't have 80% of people designing, things for the rest of everybody, right? We've had problems in technology because women aren't involved. Like people have actually died, okay? And when we're designing the environment, we need to have everyone involved. We need to represent everyone. And so that's why you have to think of it as literacy. It's not like an elective or something that a few people do or whatever. Everybody has to be on board. We have to find a way to do that. And that's why we get into learning research. Computer science knows how to do this better. That's one field that is actually like adopted some things to change representation, to change the comprehension of it. And they're doing things like we're doing right now, or like I tried to do, active learning, getting people involved in the classroom, not just sitting in front of a screen writing code, but actively getting up and problem solving and talking about it and socializing it. You've got things like peer learning, pair programming, which have been demonstrated as different learning modalities. That's another thing about, you can't just all teach it the same way to everybody. You have to think about who your audience is and what they're bringing to it and what they want to get out of it. And that's how you shift things and how you actually build literacy, as opposed to just some one-off kind of YouTube channel. So as we finish, and I'm going to wrap it up here. Think about this idea and how it might apply to your curriculum. Maybe it already is in your curriculum. I can't speak to everybody. Curricular changes are really difficult, right? Literacy is really difficult. Think about how many years you spent trying to learn how to read and write, and all the money and all the effort and all the research that's been put into that, and it's still difficult to achieve. You're not going to get this in one class, right? And it's not going to all happen in architecture. Some of it's going to have to happen in K through 12. But I just want you to be thinking about this. As we were told to think about, 2030, 2050, like the future of design. It can't ignore this massive opportunity and the shift in representation that's underpinning the world right now. And so reflect upon how you teach computing in your curriculum. How do you address even basic computing skills? You think about them as computation, or as software, or as methods, or as process, or as data. And acknowledge the challenges of becoming computationally literate. Some people are going to do really well. That's not an indication that you're succeeding. Everybody has to become literate in order for this to take hold. And part of that is addressing inequalities in learning and access, right? One of the missions of the Construction and Computation Lab is that exactly, is to get everybody doing construction, everybody doing computation, right? That's how you change the dialogue. That's how you get equity. And then lastly, there is research out there. You don't have to go out and make up your own thing. There are demonstrated principles that work. You should try some of them. And I think that's one of the biggest things that I found, is that you're not the first person to look at this problem before. There are a lot of people thinking about it. You can go from other fields and apply it to architecture. And so that's where I want to end things. Just to think about that, how you might apply computational literacy, or how you might think about that, or what that might look like moving forward in your own schools, in your own teaching. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our third and final paper will be delivered by Robert Brackett. Robert is at the Pratt Institute. He's an adjunct assistant professor there. He's also co-founder of Miscellaneous Projects. It's a great name for a firm, by the way, which is a design firm, a play, make, and design firm in New York. Please help me welcome Robert Brackett.
Thank you for having me. Since the time is short, just this slide that shows a little bit of the spectrum of work we do at Miscellaneous Projects and my roles at Pratt Institute, where I've coordinated our first year design sequence for a couple of years and have transitioned now to coordinating our first year representation sequence. So hopefully we can talk about these things at other times later. So there are two primary questions that prompted this investigation into our first year design pedagogy over the past several years. One is, can design be taught in a consistent way that provides a diverse and kind of adaptive outcome, because we have a pretty broad spectrum of students that come in our first year, especially as an art and design school in representation. And what is the role of math and science, specifically computation, in a B-Arc curriculum? So to number one, the act of design is often seen and taught as an intuitive process that is too easily preferenced to talent, while failing to address and support a diverse cohort of students and the potential contributors to the field of architecture. And I kind of wonder, does this mean that is the kind of sketch ideation a privileged perspective in architecture, where you have to kind of run that through several other people's process to get it resolved? Or is there a way we can teach the sketch or diagram as an active part of a computational process? So part of an architect's role is managing kind of diverse systems throughout the process of implementing a project. And it's a question of where do the students learn that? Is it specifically through trial and error and through what they pick up along the way in their design studios and technical courses? Or can we introduce them to a kind of rigorous process of thinking that allows them to more easily access and interface with that coming complexity? So someone who was addressing this very early on in this spectrum of computation was Christopher Alexander in his book Notes on the Synthesis of Form, where he began to look at the fact that architectural problems were growing significantly in the complexity of how you would communicate to a large cohort of constituents and execute a project. And this is kind of where I started looking at things, but found within it that it's this fairly complicated territory. While it had a huge influence on actually how a lot of computer science started to think about computation and the ways of decomposing problems, it's also quite complex and starts to present these very dense theories in graph theory and set theory, as well as data organization and management skills that are very difficult to introduce to a first-year student in architecture who's expecting something quite other when they get there. But he does provide a lot of kind of interface to these drawings and diagrams that are the ways of handling and decomposing the problem, as well as managing data, and then this kind of large explosion of the work with mathematicians to break it down into actual a formalized approach to the problem decomposition, which again becomes quite a bit overly complex and several layers removed in abstraction from the kind of place where our students are coming in and working visually. So you can see in his own diagram and own kind of critical self-analysis, he begins to reflect that once he'd written the book and discovered it was quite unnecessary for such a complicated and formal process of getting to the diagrams, which in a visual way start to do the same thing. His idea of a diagram or pattern is very simple. It is an abstract pattern in a physical relationship which resolves a small system of interacting and conflicting forces and is independent of all other forces and all of other possible diagrams. And I'll leave some of these other quotes up here in favor of time. Some of them are kind of background noise in my mind and my thinking about how these come together. But I think this sets up a place where we start to investigate his take on diagrams. And again, I find a struggle here of how does this teach something to our students that is not purely based on kind of like a typological extraction from studying history, which is an interesting analytical perspective and use of the computational system, but instead can provide an interface to learning how to do that without some of the, I guess, specific biases and ways of thinking that he's presenting in his later literature that gets more to the ways of building and making, which have plenty of very interesting aspects for integrating it into architecture as a cultural production, as well as participatory design and the material practice, but it may be a difficult place to start for a first-year student. So in this piece, one of the things that stood out to me the most is the look at an idea of shapes and how that can help to organize form. From that, our design pedagogy has evolved from about 2013 to 2019, has transitioned this year to kind of a new format, new coordinator. Was built around some of the work of George Steiny and his shape grammars as that visual interface that allows for a constantly active agency in the design process and a way to teach it consistently but openly so that students could engage kind of on their own terms in a very abstract medium before applying kind of their preconceived ideas to architecture. Steiny kind of summarizes a lot of his works. It's been going on since the 70s, and there's a big community around, or maybe not big, but a community around shape grammars and how they're used in teaching, often at a much higher level, looking at the graduate level and PhD level because of kind of their complexity to break down academically. But he was doing a lot of analysis and on works of art and design and seeing how they could be described in a syntax that works computationally without having to be symbolic, such as another language, and be kind of more direct access to ideas of spatial organization. That started, again, in a very analytical way, maybe similar to some of the work of Alexander, but was quickly transferable to be independent of that substratum analysis and applicable as a synthetic or generative medium. And from here, the one big takeaway I see in this is that he's proposing that design is calculating specifically when you don't know what you're going to see and do next. So that it is a constant live adaptive process, which I think is a barrier a bit to some of the work in coding, even though it exists that way, is so abstracted from the user when first learning it that it's quite challenging. So we start somewhere where we all can kind of begin with a pencil and paper. A lot of Steiny's ideas build from this foundation or recognition of the developments of the Beaux-Arts and a few other kind of modern practices in terms of composition. But the problem that I find with these in teaching a large student body and having them kind of have a consistency of learning to our objectives is that they rely a lot on talent. Innate talent that comes in gets preferenced and biased quite quickly, whereas a misunderstanding of what a good composition is, which is maybe hard to tell from some of the examples, can quickly lead someone to be in a path of feeling like they're not able to engage with the discussion. So I think that Steiny's work takes that and builds upon it to look at it in a much more open interface. I like in this sense that I've highlighted the important parts, but that design and calculating are very highly connected, and that shapes provide the interface between computation and mathematics, between analysis and synthetic creation. Design, drawings, and models become a computational medium, seeing and doing as a method of calculating with things instead of abstractions. Shapes are living diagrams of forces, they are geometry, and they are also spatial relationships. So the next phase is, I'll just run through some of the examples of how we've organized our pedagogy around that and treated it as a kind of substrate independent medium. Drawing being an initial access point, but material and the building process is also very important in it, as well as pushing the students back and forth between modes of intuitive work as well as kind of analytical and formal analysis work as they proceed. So this is from our Arch 101, first year, first day syllabus, kind of the course synopsis. Architecture is an art of form and material. It is also a social product that participates in economic, political, and cultural context. There is a language of architecture lodged in the space of the drawing that utilizes geometry, and the same language of architecture can have agency in the world. Material technologies in the system of architecture are tools through which we can design buildings and environments. The studio will introduce design approaches to architecture students by way of rule-based visual systems that will gradually lead to the question of material production and architecture as a mode of cultural production. And this was originally written and edited and developed between Dux Koschitz and myself. Dux had coordinated from 2013 to 2017, or somewhere in there, 17, 18, and then I took over from there due to some research into our pedagogy. But both of us coming from the position that we believe design is something that can very much be taught and is not relied on that self-teaching, and that this interface through computation is an important setup for the future and how we teach that. These are some of our learning objectives from that syllabus. I've highlighted ones that are more important to this discussion. There are many other things that happened during this semester than just the work I'm showing here, but to focus on this one main part. So after teaching several semesters of this syllabus, I kind of noticed a few things that were happening. One was it was very hard for many of our faculty to kind of engage with because it wasn't clearly documented, even though there's a very long book about it. No one's going to read that, most likely on the first day meeting of our coordination. So that was kind of having a difficult time where faculty were generally just not teaching to the ideas of it because they had other backgrounds and fall back on what they knew because they weren't seeing endpoint results. Like what the students were doing takes a while to kind of build up and is more about learning than about production of things that we can put on Instagram, which is happening a lot in some of our early studios. Also, that I found that students were learning in a much more consistent manner, and that's something we kind of deal with early on is, are they meeting these objectives we set out for them with some degree of consistency so that we know that they're ready to move on to higher and higher levels of complexity and difficulty. And with my own students, with many others, that at least in a kind of production and conversational sense, they were less spread in their spectrum, more kind of high middle in terms of how they would perform, which I think was actually a sign of them learning more together. So I proposed to this project, which was to produce a small manual for our faculty that would help to onboard them to like what are the key parts of this and why are these exercises asking these students to do these weird things. And in the hopes that it would help each semester to get them to buy in a little bit more and trust in following through the educational process, also to alleviate some of the fears that like your students won't produce this really cool thing in the end of their first semester of architecture school that's going to define how you are as a teacher, which is a big anxiety we kind of also deal with in our system because we have 12 different faculty teaching 12 sections of the same coordinated thing. We kind of focus on two methods of presenting design at this point through computational mediums of shapes. The first are additive systems or visual computing by searching for shapes. And we introduce several ways into this, but it can kind of be summarized primarily as defining a shape as any collection of points, lines, or planes, and giving it a way to identify it at least so that you can begin to work with it and define it. That could be a square. In this case, the documentation shows a very simple one of L. An L shape is a way to name it, and then to provide a series of rules that manipulate or transform that shape element within a context. We often have them kind of define their own space of a grid or something similar. It's very loosely defined, so it doesn't have to be a grid. And then use rules of duplication and simple transformation that are around move, rotate, scale, and reflect, but push them into giving them more specific territory so they start to engage behavior and build complexity. They're then asked to deploy those rules in other mediums, like materials, to make models that are non-representational, but still following the same computational logic of the visual system that they're developing. We get a lot of drawings that work like this. We have them work through analog systems because it's actually very hard to think about in the computer as a first pass, and it slows them down quite a lot. It is a much more visual computing thing that you're using your brain to think and do as you go. You can be iterative, you can be ambiguous, but they resolve by using this definition of elements and rules to kind of complex behavior. And here's some of Steiny's work on that, where it's coming from, where there's very loose and malleable definitions of what shapes are, and then the rules of how they work, which are defined from him through schemas. One interesting that happens a lot is we get a lot of pushback from faculty, specifically in other years, of this idea of rules. And it's something also trying to address by presenting that they're not do this next kind of rules or procedural rules, but they are a rule defining a schema of transformation that is extremely flexible and has a lot of interface so each student can develop on their own unique ideas and identify how they are approaching ways of designing, or as we call them, design approaches. Subdivision systems are the other primary medium. In this way, we're working at computing by dividing wholes. And same type of thing, the manual begins to break it down, but that now the shapes are less like discrete elements moving around, but instead defining discrete elements by the rules of how you divide a larger context. And it has several abstract translations into models where we begin over the course of several design exercises to challenge the independence of these two mediums so that, again, students become flexible in moving back and forth between different ways of kind of coding or programming their project's design. Again, it all starts with drawings and using these kind of layered artifact systems so that there's a constant feedback loop. And these happen very fast. Like students can do these in the course of 1 4-hour studio session after the first day when they learn how to use their desk and their pencil and things like that. And that teaches them that design is an active process, that it's not about thinking about this and defining a lot of complex stuff, but instead just having a very simple rule and following it through until it doesn't work anymore, which may just be that, like this drawing, they ran out of space on the page to divide anymore. A lot of this was brought out of Steiny's work into Chinese lattice structures, which were broken down again, decomposed mathematically into this problem of how to kind of have continual subdivisions of a whole and eventually produce a kind of high degree of variability, but based on very local rules of transformation. The document goes on. There's several more design exercises which just cycle through and repeat this process, but with either different degrees of complexity or different interfaces to geometry as a computational unit. The second half of the semester culminates by asking the students to take what they've learned. They've done 4 design exercises with 2 outcomes each, so about 8 different ways of making or modes of thinking and making. Choose from those a curation of kind of 2, one virtual and drawing, one material and model, and align them under 2 categories of a design approach. There's this other very large language and poetics component to the syllabus. That's why some of the language may be kind of weird, because it's also generative and part of this process. But they define these 2 design approaches so that they're clear that it's a visual system, not necessarily a style of designing, that it can translate and may not look the same in different mediums, but still operates in the same way by defining kind of elements and their rules of interaction. So this is a series of hybrids where they're really getting more now into the act of, I think, defining their way of designing and discovering it. I'll skip the quotes for now, but I think this is coming from Steiny and talking specifically to adjusting his intentions on the mathematical rigor of the decomposition and formal way of working, and allowing the drawing interface to have more informal play within that space. And that's kind of our goal, is that there's a lot of rigor here. The students are learning a lot of technical things they need to be able to produce clear work with care, but they also have to learn very clearly how to continually play and continually produce design outcomes so that they are not trapped in thinking. The hybridization process is open and nonlinear, and because it's a visual system, it is interactive and defined by the shapes and rules of transformation as the students explore multiple simultaneous methods for interfacing with systems. One method that I found most successful due to the directness and speed is the drawing-based design charrette. We do several of these that rapidly kind of forces the 2 systems to interact with each other, where they can swap shapes, swap rules, swap kind of visual or formal outcomes, and begin to oscillate back and forth to resolve into a new, more complex scenario that starts to suggest or be able to be translated into spatial organizations or architectural conditions. Our first semester gets very loosely into architecture as a spatial proposition or proto-architectural proposition from using these. And we then use the second semester to test much more and get closer to an architectural understanding. But from Steiny, shape grammars treat shapes as spatial objects. They require no special parsing of shapes into fixed parts. Spatial ambiguities are thus allowed, as given compositional units in shapes can be recombined and decomposed in different ways. And why this became an important interface for us for setting the students up for how they will learn through other means of computation later on is that, as we were kind of talking about before in Nick's presentation, the learning of a language and that symbolic syntax can be quite difficult and a high cognitive overhead, whereas drawing shapes is fairly accessible, I think, to about all of our students that show up and have a pencil on the first day. Drawing them well, having good line weights, stuff like that, takes them a little bit longer, but that's part of what they're learning in that first semester, also through these exercises, to read things visually and think through visual systems. We also work through many small sketch models that are, again, part of the visual system that are not geared towards any programmed outcome, but instead just understanding how these systems operate together in different mediums. One challenge we face, as I mentioned earlier, is that without buy-in from the faculty, you kind of reach this point where it's quite difficult for the students. So they're trying to understand what is design approach. They have a lot of preconceptions that they're being asked to ignore or leave behind for a little while, and figure out how to bring those back into this abstract way of thinking. But then when faculty tend to pull back from that, it tends to represent this as a very linear process, which starts to remove a lot of play. This is just an example of kind of one board that is very organized, seems very logical, but in actuality kind of breaks it down just as like adding little pieces together rather than computing with those pieces to generate outcomes. And our hope is always, and goal, is that we end up with a fairly diverse set of things. They're somewhat limited in our material scope. This was one criticism that developed over the years, and something I began to change while I was coordinating was pitting this against some material experiments where they do the same visual system, but in a material that's different than what they're used to working with, like basswood or chipboard. Those are starting places, again, because they're fairly accessible to the students, and we don't want to overload them with having to purchase a bunch of wax and concrete and casting materials. So there's a concern there as well. But the proto-architecture remains abstract and malleable, but highly controlled and specific. The lessons set the students up to interrogate more complex architectural considerations as interrelated systems of form, space, structure, and site. I'm going to go very quickly through some of the things that happened with this in our 102 pedagogy, which we believe a lot in repetition, maybe for a while a little bit too much, and it kind of stagnated the students as they would reach it and think they've done this before. So again, another number of changes that I instituted was to test what they're learning instead of repeat what they're learning. And so we would propose problems that asked them to deploy a visual system of their own choosing, making sure that they understood what we were talking about, which also encouraged a high degree of diversity to develop because they all had different faculty backgrounds in the first stage through. Some are really tired of it because it's very abstract and they want to get to making things or building things that they think are architecture. And so they start to bring a lot more of themselves into the discussion of the problem. And so we see this wide diversity, but with specific goals of now starting to develop interfaces with site and context, as well as the human body and program. This is just a little fun exercise. We also encourage them to continue developing these same ways of computing as an analytical tool, bringing that back in from a lot of Steiny's work and Alexander's that directly interface with site conditions, as some proto-urban sites, some townhouses on our campus, and the human body in action, so they begin to understand kind of different tectonic positions of the body and the way it engages with space and create their own catalogs of how bodies will begin to inhabit architecture. Both are using shape grammars in that way. We continue to push this hybrid approach of having to engage two systems together, which means really having to understand how they work on their own and then abstract them back to being an interface together, working through models, encouraging now an approach towards more architectural conditions. We're starting to introduce them to elements of architecture on structure, envelope, and circulation, but allowing it to be about manipulating this visual system to begin to compute that result by changing scales, densities, and kind of areas of collection, and then approaching something that starts to speak to the qualities of architecture at a programmatic scale and a site scale as their first kind of introduction to what that really might start to be. And then the big kind of push back and forth in the school is sometimes on the aesthetics, where faculty often feel their own aesthetic agenda is hard to implement here. And it's something that we, again, started to address more by encouraging more experimentation in the mediums while still maintaining the underlying stuff. A few examples. I think it puts our students in a place where now our representation moves more digital. They're able to handle a pretty high degree of complexity in these outcomes and produce very different, at least in my goal as I teach this in the studio, is that each project should be its own, not part of a collection of the 12 in terms of following the script. They each write their own script and have very strong positions about how those scripts have generated potential interfaces with space and the body. We then push these systems a little bit further into having the students actually design and build kind of full-scale things where they have to negotiate the abstractness of shapes at the scale of tectonics and materials, and they have some fun time to actually get their hands on some real materials and build large-scale things, dynamic, kinetic, as well as spatial, that still kind of work with these two systems of adding parts and dividing wholes. And just last week, I asked some of my students in the second year studio, where I'm teaching currently, to do a reflection on our project review, just think about how the review went, what they learned, and I got this back. Students' first language is not English, so there's a little bit of weirdness here, it's okay. But I just was really surprised when I read it, because this has nothing to do with the prompt that I asked them to write about. And she wrote, "Before I learn and comprehend the design approach as how architecture is generated," I'll correct a little, I think, "I was too bigoted to believe that the creations were born from the clueless dreams during the night or some random quick sketches. It was the first time I'd heard the word system in Design 102. I finally started to understand that the design process is logical as the thought process of mathematics. The seemingly unconsidered acts that we do with shapes, volume, and space do not come from nowhere, but virtually are the most rational decisions through the whole project." And I'm just kind of happy that she had pulled all these words somewhere in her understanding from her time in the first year of pedagogy and was beginning to see that it wasn't about this kind of whimsical or capricious sketch or pure talent, but that there is a process there that the students can develop as their own way of designing. I had a couple of thoughts here, some questions. One of the things we consider in this is how long should the students remain in the very abstract realm of learning and thinking in a B-Arch pedagogy or in an architecture pedagogy. We get a lot of pushback actually kind of during this time from our chair that they should be getting more architecture earlier on. And our kind of push is always that then they will just do what they already think architecture is, and we need to kind of open up that territory and that field so that when they do begin to engage these complexities of the parts of architecture, they can think of them much more critically and maybe in a new way that we're not aware of. And sorry, I can't read them on my screen, they're very small. Can design be taught in a consistent and diverse manner, meaning that everyone is included in this learning and that we're not preferencing a certain style or way of doing it that may just be better suited to one person's way of thinking? And should design pedagogy mirror practice, especially at the first couple semesters of their learning? Thank you. Stay up here.
Yes, that would be great, right, just the three in the center, that'd be great. Thank you so much for, can you hear me? Are we good? Thank you so much for an interesting set of papers. So to come clean, I think you can hear underlying the paper some interest that Lee and I had in putting forth various aspects of the kind of design education, right? So whether that was social, technological, or design as a question in of itself. And I'd say those three kind of intersect in these particular papers, so we're fortunate to have the three up here. So I would put that out there. And that was, I think, a very conscious bias on our part to instigate conversation in relationship to those. So I want to kind of try and ground us again in the notion that this is related to what schools are going to be doing as they develop their curricula in the next 5 years, looking forward in the next 20. So let me come back to NAB and the 2020 NAB procedural and the conditions to just sort of outline what they're saying are the critical issues, because there's been a big shift from the 2015 to the 2020 NAB accreditation. And just for the moment, assuming that all of us, there's some program or degree in our school that is a professional degree, whether that's the undergraduate or graduate level. And I'm going to come back to that very, very briefly to say that that may be shifting, and understanding what an architectural education may be shifting, which actually we heard from Massimo's paper in particular, where in the European condition, it's not expected that one is going to necessarily practice architecture with an architecture education. So I want to just sort of keep that in the background because it's something that might be interesting to think about. But for the first two, the two top criteria are the career path, which underscores, again, NAB's interest in the professional education and design. And this one's tricky, too, because it's not so clear what design is or who owns it anymore. If you're teaching in an architecture school these days, you've run into now, I'm sure, colleagues in many, many departments across the universities who are citing design. Yep. The business school in particular, by the way. Watch out for those guys. All right. So the other ones include ecological literacy, history and theory, research and innovation, leadership and collaboration, learning and teaching culture, and social equity and inclusion. So that's NAB. They're saying that we have to address these issues moving forward. So I'm going to put to our three speakers, right, how you understand what you've been thinking about in relationship to those NAB criteria. And if you had to teach one course, right, you just pick one that's going to be your baby, that you're going to develop, that you believe will change the world, what would that be in an architecture curriculum? And then I'll open it up to everybody else. Go.
So we're actually going to be one of the first schools that's undergoing the NAB 2020 criteria at Iowa State. So we're deeply immersed in this question right now. And I will say that NAB, at least in my memory as a student and as a teacher, has never directly addressed design communications. It's always that in service of all these other things, you figure it out. Like the way that you want to communicate, the way that you want to represent. I mean, it's understood that that's a part of what you do, but they will not specify any particular media or technique or method or aptitude or whatever. It's all in service of the profession, of the built environment. But these days, I mean, I think they are talking more about sustainability and like equity and a more like humane practice, and I think it's all really encouraging. But they are not touching computation like whatsoever. And so I have nothing to say about that. I think like what I said in my talk, you have to bring it to the conversation yourself. Like how do you think that that addresses the demands of the profession? Because that's what matters in the United States, right? If you don't have an NAB accredited program, it's very difficult to have a program. So we are beholden to that, whether or not they become architects or not, right? Everybody here knows that. There's no one class I would teach. There's no magic bullet. I'm not gonna speculate. I'm only allowed one class because it's so hard to get into the curriculum. But I think that that's the wrong mentality anyway, is that it's like, actually this is like diffused throughout. It's not like a one and done, kind of thing. And like I said, it happens in the culture, right? So it's gonna take a long time. It's not one class or one textbook or anything like that, or one NAB criteria. There you go.
Okay.
I would say that one reason I really enjoy working at the first year undergraduate level is that it is that space for interface to begin to encourage students to ask for more of these things. So like if they're starting to see a value in a way of thinking, they then, when they get to the next semester or the next years, if they're suddenly inundated with kind of a stylistic baggage coming from an older, not older necessarily in age, but like entrenched faculty that's taken this on, they will provide hopefully some challenge to that. So that's like the territory I like. I've actually switched over to our representation course because it is not a NAB requirement. It is something we have decided as a school to maintain as we do 3 and maybe are adding a 4th segment through their first 2 years that allow us to push a lot of these other agendas through computation, through how we are representing architecture and the people who use it. And so in our first year, we study some very kind of canonical things. We do a lot of descriptive geometry, teaching kind of how to think again in another way through geometry. But then I introduce like readings that present certain projects, say the Barcelona Pavilion, from many cultural perspectives, so the students are being aware that like the way a project is represented or what it represents is a very important part of what they will be hopefully doing, because they have a lot of agency to affect the world in that way.
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah. Well, I came to the conclusion of that we cannot talk about architectural education without talking about education. So what we discuss a lot in Iceland, but also in the other Nordic countries, is to realize who is in the class and who is not, and why is it so. But we also have to say that I mean, I didn't mention it, but education in these 16 schools that I have visited, it's free actually. So it costs. It's considered a public good, and as such is open to everybody. In Norway, is open even to non-Europeans. So anybody in the world, as long as you are accepted, you can come and study for free. And because education is I mean. If we start talking about education, then there is a lot to be said. In Iceland, things really changed after the financial crisis of 2008, and the Minister of Education in those days rewrote the principles of education in Iceland, and it included the word of social justice and democracy. And I mean, so when we talk about education, it's not just education at a college level or university, but it's education already from first grade. And I like to reflect on the value of education. Then architecture is one of the ways that education, is further developed. But so in the framework, in the context of education as a public good, then I think we have the public responsibilities. And this public responsibility is to try to really understand our society in order to operate with a sense of justice, but also with a social awareness that should be embedded in our profession.
It just strikes me that when we get into these discussions, and maybe it's just me, but I've often been accused of this, we seem to find these mutually exclusive in some way, the computational literacy and the social equity. I mean, I thought it was interesting that, Nick, you introduced those as actually equivalents, but often in the discussion about design, there's a social issue, right? We must be good citizens, good human beings. And then there's these sort of, I want to say, they seem like they have sharper corners somehow, right? If this is a much more inclusive and sends a gesture of inclusion and hug, this one seems much harder, which is the kind of computational skills or the statics it used to be, or whatever it happens to be in architecture. And these seem to be fighting at the moment, from what I can tell, in architecture schools. I'm just curious if you've come up against that, or if anyone else has, if this kind of discussion is in your own school. Yes.
Well, these are really three interesting and totally broad spectrum presentations. But in my old mind, you're talking about older faculty presenting in certain ways. I think about the difference between digital and log. What's the other term?
Analog.
Analog. Digital and analog. And you can talk about what education is. You can talk about what Robert was talking about and what they're doing in just taking lines and planes and circles and forms and rhythms and patterns. But it all boils down to what we consider true design and how design is applied as a profession to what is it that we're trying to do with architecture. Are we trying to design patterns? Are we trying to design buildings? Are we trying to design communities? Are we trying to design better environments? And then the question is, how do we get from one place to the other in a way that actually makes our graduates successful? And I'm just making that comment. It'd be interesting to hear what these guys have to say, because Robert overwhelmed me with his stuff that he's teaching at Pratt. I've taught first year, I've taught second year. I'm teaching second year right now. And then I think back to the American School and what Goff did in 274 Studio when they listened to music and took music and created forms and materials and textures and patterns, but how that generated a successful architectural education is what we're all about. How are we trying to train students to be competent architects, whether they're city managers, mayors, planners, architects, religious leaders. And it's interesting to see, I'd like to hear how all three of these guys see what they're doing in terms of doing that. At the bottom line to me is creating a successful thinker in architecture.
Maybe I start.
Sure. And then Robert? Yeah, let's go that way. Yeah, that's great.
So to the question, what is design? I answer quoting Milton Glaser, who is an American visual communicator, and he said, good design is good citizenship. So I believe good architecture is good citizenship. And then how to get there, you can get there in many different ways. I mean, I'm not teaching to my students what I learned 20 years ago at university. And the jobs to come are yet to be, I mean, most of the jobs that will be here in 2050, they don't exist yet. But I think, but I want to face with my students the current state of the world. So we talk about climate change, we talk climate crisis, we talk about social inequalities. Last year we spent one term in an elderly home, since 60% of the population in Iceland will be over 60 years by 2050. What does it mean to understand how the elderly lives? Because today they are apartheid. I mean, once you are retired, you're basically, you live your different, distinct, parallel life in a retired home. But is this going to stay? So I think, assuming that, and this is what also the students want, they want to personally grow through their own education. One very clever answer from a student from Riga said, studying architecture for me is postponing the answer to the question, what do you want to do with your life? Because I think I can do still everything, because a good architecture education allows me to do still many things. So I'm not worried about that, but I'm, of course, I respect the European Union rules, and therefore we have 11 professional qualification directions that we have to follow, and the students have to show that they are familiar, they can comply with these directions. But then I respect each and every one and how they want to operate using architectural education. And some students have gone into softwares and video games, and some others have gone to Burkina Faso in an NGO. And as long as they are satisfied with that, and they don't have to pay debts. I mean, they finish studying without debts, so they are not thinking, oh, I need to get a really good job because I have $100,000 in debts. So they are quite beautifully liberated, I think. So I respect this.
I'll make this simple, not to sound fanatical, but computational illiteracy will prevent basically citizenship. The way that the world is operating today has a computational layer, and it's just going to keep increasing. And a lot of the problems that we're seeing today with politics and with apathy and general illiteracy of things and our eroding culture are due to the fact that we're not aware of that layer. We can't affect that layer. You're seeing it happen, and I think that citizenship requires, and democracy and journalism require literacy, and that will include computational literacy.
I think that I can solve this and close this up and get us into lunch, is that if we focus on computational literacy in the design realm, we've got an issue. Everybody's going to have different opinions. But if we look at computational literacy from everything else, going from data democratization to searching through social media to find out what the real problems are and big data associated with that, to putting together a pro forma business plan for microloans to solve a particular problem when we're going into a space. That literacy has to extend to everything. In addition,
But there is a professional computational literacy for architecture.
Yes.
It's not a generalist literacy. In the same way that journalism is an offshoot of literacy, right? We have that.
I am going to give Robert the last word, just because you waited.
I'll just maybe summarize that it's also important that it's all five, for us at least, all 5 years. That we have to pick which part of the problem and agree as a community how this builds throughout the curriculum. That's something we don't currently have. It's fairly disparate, and we're trying to get better at organizing our core first 3 years and then let the advanced studios be more advanced. But that it will not be literacy in one semester or one way of thinking, and it's kind of laying foundations and layers to that are both analog and digital, real and abstract.
Great. One more? Are we good? I think we're at time, aren't we? Stephanie, yes. All right, so sorry. Thank you all. And I believe lunch is next. Thank you.
Just a few announcements. You can leave your bags and things in this room. Lunch is right next door, and I've been asked to remind you to sing happy birthday twice while you wash your hands before lunch.
Nice to meet you all.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Are we ready to get started? Digesting. Okay. I'm Angela Pearson, the Director of Research Initiatives and Strategic Planning here at the Gibbs College of Architecture. And this afternoon, it's my sincere pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Joan Achman. Joan is professor at the University of Pennsylvania Stuart Weitzman School of Design. She is also author of one of the most important histories of design pedagogy, Architecture School, 3 Centuries of Educating Architects in North America. She has a long career as a writer, teacher, and critic, dating back to her days as an editor of Oppositions. Our students here at OU know her well as the editor of Architecture Culture, 1943 to 1968, the textbook for our Architectural Theory and Criticism course. Before joining the faculty at Penn, she taught at Columbia University's Graduate School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation for over 2 decades, where she also served as director of Columbia's Temple Hoyne-Buell Center for the Study of American Architecture. She was honored by the American Institute of Architects for her collaborative achievements and named a Fellow of the Society of Architectural Historians in 2017. Please join me in welcoming Professor Joan Achman. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your introduction, Angela, and thanks to all the organizers for this invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here at the University of Oklahoma. It's my first trip to Oklahoma, and to have a chance to see the school of Bruce Goff, both literally and figuratively, firsthand. I also want to congratulate Luca, Stephanie, and Angela on the publication of Renegades, a splendid volume with truly excellent essays, some of which I've had the chance to read online and which I've learned a great deal from. I'm greatly looking forward to seeing the exhibition in a little while. So I'll be talking about the history of architectural education more than its future, but I think we can learn a lot about the present and the future from this history. 10 years ago, in 2010, the ACSA approached me and asked me to propose a project to celebrate the centennial of their founding in 1912. And realizing there was no synoptic history of North American architecture education, I suggested one, little understanding how ambitious and complex this project would turn out to be. First, it's a big continent with a lot of schools, currently close to 140 accredited programs compared to the 10 that existed and met the criteria for accreditation back in 1912. And I wanted to try to give a balanced picture. And second, the archives were, to say the least, spotty. Some schools had kept good records and documentation. Others had almost none, or if they did, they were partial and frequently tended to be anecdotal. Moreover, there were no real models for a book of this kind, even in the European context, where the situation was, if anything, even more fragmentary. It was surprising that architects and architectural educators had spent so little time looking at themselves in the mirror, or seemed to recognize what a revealing barometer the history of architecture education could be for understanding the history of the discipline and the profession, and indeed a wider cultural history. This book should ideally have been a project of many years, but I only had 2. The result is therefore necessarily preliminary and imperfect. But I'm glad to say, with all due modesty, that since its appearance, many scholars have taken up the challenge of writing significant and substantial histories of architecture education, whether focused on single schools or on larger thematic issues. And in an age of digitization and archival expansion, many schools are now beginning to conserve their own history with some care. It's great to see that happening here. So now in thinking about what I might talk on today and what I could contribute to a conference titled Schools of Thought, I decided it might be useful to offer a larger context, both diachronic and synchronic, giving you a sense of some of the diverse history recounted in my book. As I've already suggested, the history of North American architecture education is much more than a matter of Beaux-Arts to Bauhaus and beyond. In particular, the issue of what is specifically or uniquely American about it raises fascinating and important questions. I take it from reading Renegades that the appellation American School, as applied to the pedagogy of Bruce Goff and those around him here in Oklahoma in the mid-20th century, is being adopted from an article published in the Japanese magazine A+U, that was published in that magazine, A+U, in 1981. I worry a little, though, as we use the term ourselves about this nativism. Of course, the idea of an authentic American architecture and architectural culture traces back a long way, especially to Frank Lloyd Wright and his mentor, Louis Sullivan, and it's bound up with claims of originality, individuality, and nonconformity, of democratic idealism and democratic populism, of practicality and pragmatic approaches to problem solving, and also of indigeneity and geography, the latter viewed as a manifest destiny. More broadly, it goes back even further to the American Renaissance movement in the mid-19th century, to thinkers and writers like Ralph Waldo Emerson, Horatio Greenough, and Walt Whitman, who strove to define a national character and a national culture distinct from that of Europe. Yet these same ideas took on changed and charged meanings over the course of American history under the impact of phenomena like immigration and commercial capitalism, Cold War ideology and the rhetoric of the American century in the mid-20th century, and much else. And as we all know very well, the meaning of America is still evolving today in the context of globalization and a fraught national political landscape. All of this is more than interesting to explore in relation to architecture education. So what I'm going to present here in the remaining time I have is a slide lecture, a lot of images, mostly drawn from my book. And riffing on the conference title, Schools of Thought, I'm titling it Thinking About Schools, American Experiences and Experiments. One more thing, though, by way of preamble. Architecture schools are extremely powerful agents of professional and cultural formation. What a student experiences in architecture school, she tends to carry with her for the rest of her career. At the same time, architecture schools are themselves products of the residual, dominant, and emergent tendencies of their day. They're shaped not just by conservative and progressive forces internal to architecture as an institution, but also by external conditions, from technological changes to economic and demographic transitions to, as we've just said, political currents and world events. Certainly fascinating to think about this in this regard is the interplay between these large structural factors and the appearance every so often of a master architect or a charismatic teacher who rises above but also cannot but channel this background. So apropos of the episode that took place here in Oklahoma 7 decades ago, we might consider the relationship between lines of transmission and lines of flight, between schools of thought and renegades. Okay, so at the beginning, which essentially means the 18th century on the North American continent, apprenticeship, a British model, in Britain sometimes known as pupillage, was the dominant system. It was less regulated and formalized than it was in Britain here, and it was augmented by early drawing schools, like the one you see in this advertisement for a class sponsored by the Carpenter Center in Philadelphia. There were also a few well-to-do gentlemen architects, self-educated, well-traveled, like Thomas Jefferson, who lived in Paris from 1784 to 89, and traveled in Enlightenment philosophical and architectural circles. But in the case of his proposal for the University of Virginia here, we're not dealing with an architecture school per se, but with the idea of a campus as exemplary of a certain kind of community, an ideal community. In other words, architecture as an object lesson. And we'll see more of that in the history. We also see, starting pretty early, books, textbooks that are self-published by people that start to call themselves architects, even if there isn't yet any formalized definition of that profession. And, of course, books are crucial to the transmission of architectural knowledge. But by 1870, with the rise of industrial society and with the Civil War, we see the emergence of a new model becoming dominant in this country. And it's not the Beaux-Arts, not yet. It's the German Polytechnic, a model that's based on science and on research. And architecture at this point is a branch of engineering. It's called architectural engineering. And in the case of Illinois Industrial University, later to become University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, we see a land-grant school. The land-grant schools were established by Abraham Lincoln in 1862 in the first Morrill Act. And we see the land-grant schools becoming among the first to train architects. Illinois Industrial is an interesting case. There's a kind of conflict over priority. What was the first official architecture school in the United States? And the claims go between MIT and Urbana-Champaign. But it depends on whether we're talking about who established the program first or who graduated the first student. In fact, Illinois graduated the first student, and he was the man you see in the middle here, Nathan Ricker, a rather interesting figure who came from a blacksmith background, but after leaving this architecture program, went to Europe and studied in Berlin and came back and would be the head of Illinois' program for more than 20 years. And he was instrumental in establishing the prospectus for the school, and as you could read here, it draws heavily on European models, and not just the Polytechnic, but also the Beaux-Arts. But also we see the beginnings of an emphasis on shop techniques, on hands-on education, and that's something that would be very much emphasized in the context of this school and other land-grant architecture programs that get established soon afterward. So we also see this phenomenon of the experiment station as part of the land-grant model, and what happens at these experiment stations is research. So we get the beginnings of the research model that is certainly back with us today in spades, starting here. And these experimental stations did work on all kinds of topics, from acoustics to materials science to architectural knowledge itself. And Nathan Ricker himself, his own contribution to this was to apply the Dewey Decimal System to the organization of architectural knowledge. So that was yet another brochure that was published by University of Urbana, Illinois Industrial. Here we see a student drawing by Robert Eidlitz at Cornell University. Eidlitz was the nephew of an important architect in New York, Leopold Eidlitz, a German emigre, and here wood construction details are the subject of his research, and Eidlitz, Leopold Eidlitz, the uncle, had been educated in Prague and in Berlin, and so again, we're starting to see the filtration of European thinking into educational thinking into America, but with differences, with certain modifications. Sorry. Here you see the drafting room at MIT around the turn of the century. MIT gets founded as a Beaux-Arts institution, despite what you might think from the name. A man named William Ware was the founder, and he quickly brought in Eugène Latang, a graduate of the École des Beaux-Arts, to run the design program there. And by this point, the 1890s or so, the Polytechnic model is being superseded by the Beaux-Arts. American architectural students start going to Paris a couple decades earlier, often coming back and founding clubs and their own ateliers. Richard Morris Hunt founded an important one in New York. But this new system quickly eclipses the Polytechnic and will remain dominant for many decades, really through the middle of the 20th century. Here, American students also, as we said, just go to the Beaux-Arts to study and become inducted into all the rituals and practices of this very highly institutionalized system. And in this particular atelier, that of Victor Laloux, this very large man you see sitting in the front row, was a particular atelier that the Americans gravitated to. And but there are also, again, some new ingredients. Another very early graduate of the Paris system was a woman, and that's Julia Morgan, who was admitted to the school in 1898 and was the first woman to graduate in 1902. And she would go back to San Francisco and become the chosen architect of a media magnate there, William Randolph Hearst, and of course, have her own practice as well. So women begin to enter the picture and are through this Beaux-Arts system. Sorry, I keep pushing the wrong button. Apropos of the longevity of the system, you can see that from Avery Hall at Columbia University, where William Ware, he who had been at MIT, would go and take the system there, to Paul Cray at the University of Texas in Austin in 1931. There's hardly any difference in the type of drawing and the approach to things, even if maybe the Texas building has more kind of regional and the top one has more of a classical look to it. But essentially, this system was a powerful system that was widely adopted and remained in force for years and years. Here you see Louis Kahn, who was educated at the University of Pennsylvania in the Beaux-Arts system of Paul Cray, who 40 years later liked to show that he still remembered and he still could draw an ornament in the Beaux-Arts way. So here he is in the 1960s doing that. Interesting, too, is to see this textbook which was published by a correspondence school, one in Scranton, Pennsylvania, in 1901. By 1910, this correspondence school had more than 1 million students enrolled in it in practical careers in engineering and including architecture. And they published this whole series of textbooks. So for students that could not afford elite universities or couldn't attend school during the daytime because they were working at night, this was another route to becoming an architect. And obviously, interesting to look back on this today as distance learning is, again, very much part of our picture of what education is becoming or has already. Here we also see other routes into the profession of architecture, like at Hampton Institute, again, right around the turn of the century, African American students working on the interior of a house. And the image below, coming from John Dewey's book, Schools of Tomorrow, 1915, this philosophy of learning by doing, learning by hands-on acquisition of knowledge, somehow also runs very deep in this American setting and distinguishes it from things that we see more or less in Europe, although it's possible also to talk about the Bauhaus workshops and the building of the actual construction sites that Bauhaus students built as part of their pedagogical program. But certainly in the context of the HBCU schools, the first one of which is Tuskegee, founded very early in the 1870s, this becomes a way for students that don't come from privileged backgrounds to acquire professional credentials. We also see some other alternatives or experiments with the dominant system in place in many schools. At the University of Cincinnati, we have this co-op work program where students, as part of their curriculum, were required to spend a certain number of semesters actually working in the field, whether in industry or in an architecture office. And Cincinnati, this would be its sort of signature program, and many, many future architects that would become notable were educated through this, including, for example, John Haydock, who would end up at Cooper Union. We'll come back to him in a moment when he has a detour in Texas. Also, we see more and more Europeans coming to the United States for the opportunities it afforded, and among the early ones is Richard Neutra, who passes briefly through Frank Lloyd Wright's Taliesin and then ends up in LA, where he opens a very short-lived school, this one that you see here. It's called he calls it a practical course in modern building art. So practicality is a theme, and for a European who's very interested in American methodologies and technologies like Neutra, one that he very much wanted to be part of. Here he is on the site of the Lovell House, teaching his students, again, some of whom would later on become significant in their own right. Harwell Hamilton Harris and George Ain are the two figures on the right, both of whom would become future educators and significant architects. Of course, Frank Lloyd Wright is the fountainhead. He opens his own school in the 1930s, Taliesin East in this case, or would come east when there's a second branch of it in Arizona. This is in Spring Green, Wisconsin. And so even though Wright professed throughout his career his dislike of schools and continued to attack academies, he had a school of his own, and I think what you see in this photo is that it's very much the master surrounded by his followers. His followers are called apprentices, so picking up on that apprentice system in which he himself was educated in the office of Sullivan and Adler in Chicago. Now his apprentices in this great experiment in working and living as a community here, which also involves building the school itself. Here are the apprentices working on a new wing and a terrace at the school. But Frank Lloyd Wright, who fashions himself as an outsider and someone who has his absolutely nonconformist and individualist approach to things, in certain ways also functions as the charismatic master that all the students around him wish to emulate. At the other end of the spectrum, seemingly, but maybe not so much, is Walter Gropius, who becomes part of a diaspora now in the 1930s of architects who have to escape fascism and end up in the United States at prestigious schools. So Gropius comes in 1937, and here he was handpicked by the dean of the architecture school, a man named Joseph Hudnut, who had already come through Columbia. We're talking a lot about sort of cultural geography here, mapping of the way, architecture ideas and educational pedagogical ideas move in a place. And so fascinating to see who's been where and how they converge and so forth. In any case, Hudnut had been at Columbia, and he was brought up to Harvard in order to kind of get rid of the vestiges of the Beaux-Arts system there and implant a more modern system. And he goes to Europe to search for a chair of the GSD, the design program, and he picks Gropius. Gropius comes. You can see there the sort of difference in personas. Hudnut is a rather kind of fusty, old-fashioned looking guy in his tweed jacket, and Gropius is the celebrity, the European sophisticate. And before too long, the two of them didn't get along too well. That you wouldn't be surprised to hear. But in any case, Gropius, again, despite his great charisma, his sort of eminence, preached teamwork and solidarity. And so all the guys, and they are guys here, all are, in a huddle around him, obviously sapping up every word. But he is very much interested in American construction technologies and methods, and Harvard, of course, is a very different setting from the Bauhaus in Germany, whether in Weimar or Dessau or ultimately in Berlin. And so Gropius himself has to adapt. And so when we talk about the sort of imported systems and derivative models of architecture education, we also have to be conscious of how those systems were transformed by their entry into the American context. Here's a not so well-known diagram, chart that Gropius makes, illustrating the training and education that will produce architects of authoritative significance. And this is 2 years after he gets to Harvard. And it's really it's interesting to look at this, because clearly what he has in mind is a two-track system. On the left, you have the non-elite system. Everybody starts out, by the way, in kindergarten and nursery school playing. Presumably they're all playing with Froebel blocks and stuff like that. But by the time they grow up, they can enter two different tracks. And on the left, this technical school track will produce architectural assistants and draftsmen, while on the right, we have the university and the liberal arts education and even graduate schools. And out of that, we're going to get independent architects and officials. Well, in fact, in a context in which John Dewey's ideas about progressive education and his philosophy has a lot of impact, and as well as other American ideas. This doesn't fly so well, so we don't see too much of this diagram after 1939. Another infusion of Bauhaus ideas comes by way of Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, who is brought to Chicago by the business community there to set up what he will call the new Bauhaus, American School of Design. It will go through a bunch of name changes as finances have to change as well, and become it becomes the School of Design, and finally will get folded into IIT. And here you see Moholy adapting the famous Bauhaus circles, which is a diagram of the pedagogy that was originally developed by Johannes Itten at the Bauhaus in Weimar, and then when Moholy himself came to the Bauhaus and took over, continued to adapt. But here in Chicago, a different model, and I don't want to, I mean, you could, interesting to put the two diagrams side by side, but also worth mentioning that Moholy had his students take courses at the University of Chicago, where American pragmatist philosophy was very much an important current there, and Charles Morris and some other pragmatist influenced philosophers went sort of back and forth between the schools. Here on the left, we see Moholy in Chicago trying to put into practice something that had always been hoped for in the German context but never quite took off, which was the prototyping of designs that could be put into industry. And Moholy is now patenting his students' design for that purpose out in Chicago. And again, Chicago being a very different kind of place, and this being a businessman's community out there, treated these ideas in a different way, and they had different reception than they did in Germany. Interesting, apropos of the way world events and transform the architecture education. During World War II, when a lot of architects were sitting on their hands because there was no building to be done, they were in schools and trying to be useful to the war effort. Here's György Kepes, who was a Hungarian compatriot of Moholy. Moholy brought him to the School of Design, having his students work on camouflage projects to, again, aid the military effort that everything is being focused on at that time. Here at Pratt, something similar. A professor named Konrad Wittmann having a camouflage laboratory where students, again, are learning how to disguise buildings so they don't get bombed from the air. A third infusion of Bauhaus thought comes through Mies van der Rohe. And again, we have to keep in mind that the Bauhaus isn't one thing. It isn't one idea, as it's so often caricatured, but it was different in its under three different directors in Germany, and it will be different in its different reincarnations in the United States. In fact, the first Bauhaus teacher to get to the United States wasn't Gropius, but Joseph Albers, who went to Black Mountain College in 1932. So he was one of the first to get out. But in any case, Mies also is brought to Chicago to become the head of Armour Institute of Technology, which becomes IIT. And again, we can compare this to the picture that we saw of Frank Lloyd Wright at Taliesin, or even Gropius at Harvard, kind of surrounded by faithful followers. Mies, in a way, teaches the same way that the Beaux-Arts master taught, by imitation. His students were famously imitating the kind of buildings that he did, and that was their way of learning. Mies also brought his colleagues, people he was close to in Germany and had been at the Bauhaus with him, in this case Ludwig Hilbersheimer. Hilbersheimer, if you know his famous Großstadt architecture from Germany in the 20s, when he's going even further than Le Corbusier's Radiant City to think about a high-rise, dense city, comes to the United States and, as head of the urban planning program there, is thinking of the effects of a hydrogen bomb on cities and the need for dispersal, and working with his students on drawings like this one. So these emigres are certainly bringing new ideas, transforming the situation, but also being transformed themselves. Apropos of buildings as object lessons, we mentioned that, we're talking about Thomas Jefferson. Certainly Crown Hall by Mies, which is not open until 1956, becomes an emblematic image of architecture education in the mid-20th century. And here, looking at the interior, we can note no wires, no wires at all. Pure, clean, and precise and disciplined. That is the philosophy of education that the building itself is projecting. Crown Hall, Mies had started working on the buildings on the IIT campus almost as soon as he got to Chicago in the late 30s, but it's with Crown Hall that opens 20 years later that we get this image that is so powerful in the, let's call it, educational imaginary of architects. The war has its effects, as we have said. Here's a graph that's showing the huge upsurge in enrollment in architecture programs right after the war. The GI Bill enables soldiers to come back and have enter architecture schools for free. And while during the war, because they were absent, interestingly, some new kinds of architectural students were admitted to schools, including women and minorities for the first time. Ann Ting, who would become a partner with Liu Kahn shortly after, was the first woman to graduate from the GSD. Women were not admitted until the wartime. There were also new spatial demands that were had to be met. This is late, actually, and up in Canada, but nonetheless, this kind of adaptation, and even just it's a sports facility, a curling rink, but the kind of military psyche was kind of entering into architecture as architecture more and more entered into what would become a military industrial academic complex. And once again, research would be among the kind of forefront concerns of a post-World War II culture. Here you see the University of Michigan and Cornell with their research labs, sometimes funded by government, sometimes funded by private corporations like Unistrut for the school building here. Another German emigre, Konrad Wachsmann, who had in Germany worked on prefabricated wood systems in the 1920s, but was brought with the help of Gropius during the 30s, and would then work with Gropius during the war on this packaged house system, a system of plywood housing. Wood was the only material available at the time. But after that, and after their collaboration ended, would go on to design huge aircraft hangars for the military. But he also taught first in Chicago, now at Illinois Institute of Technology, so this was the part of it that was earlier, the Mahoney School, and then would go out to USC, University of Southern California, and finish his career there. But he said that he preferred working with students in a research educational context rather than within corporations or within the military, because he loved the interchange and the experimental possibilities that he could find in a academic as opposed to military or corporate context. So the academy starts to become a home for various kinds of practices that cannot flourish as well elsewhere. In another context, that's also the same for now Gregory Ain, who I mentioned in that picture of the Lovell House, the Neutra little school, where he is a very left-wing architect out in LA, and now we're in the 1950s and in the McCarthy period, and it's very difficult for him to work, and so he finds a haven at the University of Southern California, and can continue to develop ideas about housing, which is his great focus within the school there. Other kinds of teachers, pedagogues, unconventional ones like Buckminster Fuller, who was almost a kind of itinerant educator, somebody who went from school to school to school, had some kind of base in Carbondale, Illinois, but basically kind of taught everywhere, and everywhere he went, he was like a Pied Piper. The students would flock to him, and he was famous for his marathon lectures and these workshops that he did with the students, where he had them build actual projects based on his geodesic ideas and others, or here develop ideas for contemporary, innovative, and visionary, that's the one on the right, uses for his dome. So new kinds of teaching arrangements are also something that we see emerging, and ones that have, in some way, a particularly American cast to them. So certainly that's the case here with Bruce Goff at Oklahoma, and the students who come out of his pedagogical his school here will also go on to have important careers later on, and I don't need to tell you about that because you know so much more, and the marvelous book Renegades is all about this, and I have, Stephanie, appropriated your images here from your chapter where we can see contrasting spreads from a publication that the National Association of Students of Architecture put out in 1956, and the difference, the deep difference between the kind of school that was being formed here and shaped by Bruce Goff and other schools like Harvard, which at this point was doing things that were starting to be attacked as decorated diagrams, as having become extremely formulaic and routine. So what was here was certainly highly original and unique, but Goff didn't come from nowhere either, and you can read all about it in the book, how he got here and started to do what he did. Again, publications are important, and you probably know Perspecta. It's the longest running student architecture publication in America. But we should take note of this one that came out of North Carolina State at Raleigh under the enlightened deanship there of Henry Kamphoefner, who actually came from here in Oklahoma to Raleigh. And they started this journal, which is an extremely interesting one, and surprisingly cosmopolitan, inviting all kinds of contributors from J. Robert Oppenheimer to Albert Einstein to musicians, to bringing all of that, if not in person to the school, at least within this journal, and the students doing that themselves. Again, the building as example, as object lesson. So Matthew Nowicki, a young Polish emigre, comes to Raleigh, brought by Kamphoefner with very strong recommendations from Lewis Mumford to run the school. And he also, while he's there, gets to do this building, the State Fair Arena, opens in 1952. Sadly, he dies in a plane crash the same year, and so that his all the new things he had planned to introduce into the curriculum, which especially included very humanistic approach to architecture, were he was not able to implement. He was replaced by Eduardo Catalano, an Argentine architect, very strong commitment to structures, and so kind of coming out of this very virtuoso structure that Nowicki had designed, continuing that line. Meanwhile, another school that Kamphoefner influenced was this one at the University of Texas in Austin, where a very kind of diverse group of people converged around a new dean, Harwell Hamilton Harris. So Harris also, I mentioned, had been on that building site of the Lovell House with Neutra, and then had gone on to have a very impressive career as a designer of modernist houses on the West Coast. Found during the early 50s that work was drying up at a moment when the Korean War was raging, and there were other reasons out there, and decided to become an architectural educator, even though he had no background in that at all. So he comes to Austin and tries to form a faculty there while encountering the kind of old guard that was entrenched there that were rather resistant to things that were new, but nonetheless, he succeeded in bringing people like John Haydock, the tall guy in the back, and Colin Rowe looking up at the sky in the back, and Robert Slutsky, who was my husband, and Bernard Hosley, who had come from Switzerland by way of Le Corbusier's office. He had worked on the Marseille block there, but decided that he was maybe getting more interested in Frank Lloyd Wright, and so he comes to the United States to look at Frank Lloyd Wright and somehow makes his way to Texas. Anyway, all of these characters kind of converge in Austin, and for a couple of years before they all get fired, come up with a very new program in architectural pedagogy. And the book that you see inset there is written by Alexander Carragon, who had been a student in the program, and but despite his kind of autobiographical connection to this whole episode, writes a very well-documented and detailed history, a beautiful, substantial book telling the story of this program. So I just point that out as an example of a certain kind of scholarship that we want to see more and more of, and his is an early one. But in any case, Harris himself, as I said, is not an educator by background, and really wants a more hands-on approach with his students, and he does that working with 6 students to design this Pacesetter home, sponsored by House Beautiful magazine at the Texas State Fair. It gets built at the fair, ultimately will get bought by a client and moved to another site. But in any case, so that's him. Meanwhile, big ideas, intellectual ideas, formal ideas are being hatched by some of these other so-called Texas Rangers. Here are students in Bob Slutsky's color class. Slutsky, together with Colin Rowe, while they're down there together, write an important essay called Transparency, two-part essay. And here you have these transparency exercises, which actually came out of the color pedagogy of Joseph Albers. And Slutsky had come from Yale, where he had been a student of Albers. So again, all these incredibly circuitous routes and convergences that combine to produce new ideas, new forms of thought, new educational models. Here's some more projects from the program. You see this early 9-square configured house that will later, in its afterlife, end up under John Haydock at Cooper Union as the famous 9-square grid program, but now packaged and becoming very refined from its initial version. So these complex, complicated geography of architecture education is absolutely fascinating. I'm going to have to rush because I see I promised Angela I'd leave 15 minutes for questions. So let me go through some of these other slides quickly. Paul Rudolph, who starts out at Alabama Polytechnic, future Auburn, writing an undergraduate, a B.Arch thesis called Glass in Architecture and Decoration, will then go to the GSD and become a student at Gropius's, from there down to Sarasota, Florida, and then back up to Yale, where he'll become the dean of the school and in 1958, and also get to do the architecture building there, the A&A building, and again, one of these sort of object lesson buildings, which become definitive for a correction to basically a glass modernist curtain wall architecture, which had been very dominant through Mies and company right after the war, and now a more brutalist, if we can call it that, heavy architecture is one that he's becoming the kind of figurehead for. At Harvard, a new discipline is founded at the end of the 50s by Gropius's successor, Jose Luis Sert, Spanish architect, who also was involved in the international congresses on modern architecture, the SIAM, and involved at this moment in a big altercation with the young post-war generation in Europe, Team 10, and in a sense founds a new discipline at Harvard in order to, as a response to what Team 10 is proposing in Europe, but also because he sees something missing between architecture on the one hand and urban planning on the other. There's a missing in-between scale that he wants to see made into a new discipline known as urban design, and this will be staged very carefully and done in a typically Harvard way. But the masters, here's Le Corbusier on his last trip to the United States, speaking at Columbia. The masters, the old modern masters of the 20s are beginning to disappear from the scene, to die or be too sick to do much. And so opening space for a new generation. Team 10, as I mentioned, is a post-war generation in Europe, but they will find their way into, members of Team 10 will find their way into American schools by the second half of the 1950s and into the 1960s. Here's Otto van Eyck in St. Louis. Otto van Eyck, very interested not just in Mali, the Dogon way of building down there, but also the Pueblo in New Mexico, and we'll spend time looking at that. So also affected by things that he sees. Paolo Soleri, coming from Milan, the Polytechnic there, by way then of Taliesin to found his own place in Arizona, Arco Santi. We're now in the 60s. Of course, the 60s is a whole other kind of moment, an emergence of a counterculture will have a profound effect on architects and architecture students who want to be somehow part of that and who will be anti-establishmentarian in new ways. I know we're going to talk, we'll be talking a lot in this conference about design build. It gets its start at Yale with the Yale Building Project, and then we'll have a further development. But here you see their very first project in 1967 for the New Zion Community Center. Again, the kind of more anarchic counterculture energies of experimental groups like Ant Farm, who come up with this truckin' university, a mobile, inflatable university. You can think Cedric Price, but now with a more American kind of twist to it, more humorous, more explosive in a certain way, and doing projects like this out in Berkeley. On the other hand, also, during this very same 60s moment, the foundation of a think tank in New York City, like the Institute for Architecture and Urban Studies, a place I had some experience with, founded by Peter Eisenman in 1967. What you should note is that the name, the Institute for Architecture and Urban Studies, the urban studies part of that is the 60s part of it. It was a moment when the city and its problems were front and center, particularly in a city like New York, where all kinds of urban problems were rampant, but a mayor, John Lindsay, really wanted to try to bring the best and brightest minds, architectural minds, to bear on it. And so the Institute, which later becomes more known as a kind of clearinghouse for avant-garde international theory and publications and so on, starts out thinking about housing and thinking about streets and thinking about cities. I'm just going to race here, but of course we can't not mention this studio at Yale in 1968, which was run by Robert Venturi and Denise Scott Brown and Stephen Eisenhower. Bear in mind, we're in 1968, and what the Venturis are choosing to go look at is Las Vegas. All hell is breaking loose in the streets with anti-war demonstrations and racial riots and so on. But the Venturis head for Las Vegas. That in itself is of interest. But apropos of kind of authentic kind of Americanness, who's to say whether, the prairie is more authentically American than the commercial strip in Las Vegas? They both have their American dimensions, and this is what Venturian students set out to find. Others, on the other hand, are much more in the political mix of it, and this building, which was built with the aesthetic that Rudolph had started with his A&A building at Yale, and would lead to Worcester Hall in Berkeley, now decorated with anti-war graffiti in 1970, or at Kent State, we see a very kind of normative, maybe brutalist building that occupied by very kind of disciplined-looking male students in the late 60s, being shocked by events there. So out of the 60s come all kinds of new energies, new movements, new ideals and hopes, and here we see a couple of examples that will end up as movements of one kind or another by the 70s, although the disappointments, the failures to truly transform things is also haunting architecture culture, as we'll see in a second. But from the feminist movement in relation to architecture to the inklings of an environmental movement in architecture, to now a critique by African-American leaders like Whitney Young at this AIA convention in 1968, slamming the architectural profession for its irrelevance. These new inputs into architecture education will reverberate, although there will be an interruption. So some things have an afterlife, but it goes underground for a while. And before we get to really today and the kind of politics and social ethics ethos that we see among many in our field, comes this. Postmodernism, and if we had more time, we would try to think through how this return of the repressed being the Beaux-Arts, resurfaces in the 70s and 80s after the explosive moment of the 60s. Meanwhile, something that doesn't go away is architects' engagement with technology, new technologies, and here you see that whether it's at MIT with the Architecture Machine Group or again back out at Berkeley with computerization, where Christopher Alexander had been an important player a decade earlier, remains a constant thread that surfaces every so often in intense ways in particular locations. And indeed, computer drawing itself, starting perhaps, this is one of the claims to earliness at Ohio State, and then with Greg Lynn at Columbia and his paperless studio producing these kinds of wireframe drawings. And of course, we know the story from there into our own moment and beyond, looking to the future of whether it's virtual reality or robotics in schools like SciArc today. We also can't fail to mention the afterlife of the studio trip, which, in 68 could go to Las Vegas, but by the time Rem Koolhaas gets to Harvard in the 90s with his project on the city, we'll go to places like China and Nigeria. And then just one last slide, and I'll stop here so we can have some comments and questions with no particular conclusion. But today, of course, facing this really existential crisis that we hear about so often with the environment and climate change, a whole new infusion of thought and focus is being devoted to issues of ecology and environment in the schools today. So in any case, it's a very diverse picture. We can't sort of boil it down to, again, the Bauhaus and the Beaux-Arts. Much more complicated with certain, I guess we could call them authentically American sort of emergences over the course of this history, and many more to come, even, I suppose, in a global context like the one we have right now. Okay, let me leave it at that, and happy to answer any questions or comments.
Questions for Professor Akka? Peter has the microphone.
Thank you, Professor Akka, for that fantastic talk. I noticed throughout your presentation, the word research keeps surfacing, and it means something different every time. And that's something we've been wrestling with a lot here. And I wondered if you could reflect on when that word bubbles up, and also, like, what does it mean today to see it surfacing again?
Yes, thank you for that question. Actually, it's something I really wanted to harp on. It's been almost a hobby horse with me. So as I suggested, the polytechnical model that starts by the 1870s or so in this country is already connecting architecture to research practices and to the importance of doing research, but in a still scientific engineering context, although not only, as I mentioned, with that organization of knowledge by Nathan Ricker as a form of research. With the Bauhaus, we get a whole new kind of research, design as research. And what we were just looking at in the last presentation session with at Pratt, I think is a latter-day kind of version of that, of the rational thinking now applied to processes of design. And so it's correct that it's a very different kind of research, and whether both can be called research in the same way we could debate. But in any case, certainly what we have today is the phenomenon, and I dare say the fetish, of labs, of laboratories, this sort of marquee item in so many schools. Curriculums are labs of one kind or another. Everything is a lab, and we could talk about the evolution from ateliers and studios to workshops to laboratories, and the progression that indicates. But in any case, yes, so research is a very important part of a history of architecture education.
Time for one more question. I saw your hands. I think I can.
Thank you for a very interesting history, and I have reviewed the book, so I totally take your challenge of this very, very huge topic and your humility to recognize that more research has to be done. You mentioned the HBCUs and the architecture programs that were cultivated within the HBCUs. But it seems like that's a different book almost to be written. Was there any intersections that you saw in your research across where faculty or alumni from HBCUs entered the PWIs? I mean, keeping in mind that this phrase HBCU is designed in 1960s.
Yeah.
Before that, these universities didn't think that they were historically black. They were for anyone.
Right.
They were not for blacks only. So
Yes,
a little
yes,
comment on that.
No, and it sounds like you probably know more than I do on a really fine-grained history of this. I think there were some figures that went back and forth between the sort of marginalized schools that were set aside for those minority students, and then, the elite universities. Booker T. Washington has a different approach from, who am I? Yes. Du Bois. So, that history too is a complex history, and it does need to be told well.
I'm hoping ACS is not going to take another 100 years to get that chapter written.
Yeah.
Please join me in thanking Professor. All right. Before we take our brief tour of the Renegades exhibition just next door in the Records Gallery, or I should say 2 doors down, I want to introduce to you Dr. Luca Guido, exhibition curator and visiting associate professor here at OU. Luca will provide a brief overview of the exhibition before we head into the records gallery.
Thank you, Angela. I want to begin in a humble way, quoting Bruce Goff. Quote, "What made the School of Architecture at the University of Oklahoma so different? First, we all agreed that education should be a matter of bringing something creative and individual out of a student, instead of packing their head full of prefabricated education, which would make them, at best, only a follower or imitative. We believed, with Thomas Carlyle, the ideal is within yourself. Your condition is but the stuff you are to shape that same ideal out of." Gustav Klimt, the great Viennese painter, said, "There is only sense in being a teacher, and that is if you can liberate the genius in others." That is what we tried to do at OU, and it gave the School of Architecture direction and discipline in freedom. Unquote. Unfortunately, Goff's pedagogy has not been acknowledged by the most important books on the history of architecture, and this architectural work still remains little known outside a small circle of lovers. Goff's teaching and buildings were often underestimated by critics and other architects, who were sarcastic and used derogatory remarks. The distinguished English historian Rainer Banham defined Goff as, quote, "a sort of hipster without formal academic training," unquote. Charles Jenks, the famous American-British architectural critic, making a backhanded compliment, described Goff as, quote, "the Michelangelo of kitsch," unquote. David DeLong also recalled Louis Kahn's angry denunciation of Goff's work as, quote, "an architecture of Coke bottles and old locomotives parts," unquote. In other books or articles, Goff is defined as a rebel, a laughingstock, a maverick. Serious studies of Goff's pedagogical approach are still missing because of such remarks. Or I should say, were missing until yesterday. To summarize, the majority of the architectural historians ignore Goff, the real significance of his architectural experience, and his attitude to develop unconventional and new ideas. Architects and historians saw him as a strange, eccentric, and isolated architect. So I asked myself why this happens. Why is Goff forgotten in the history of contemporary architecture? What are the reasons behind the underestimation of Goff? The systematic ostracism that excluded Goff from the books of history of architecture was due to several reasons, but we can try to highlight at least one reason. His different pedagogical approach to architecture that didn't fit the main narrative trend of modern architectural history. This assumption is behind the entire show. Goff's teaching was completely different from any other kind of approach experimented after the Second World War in the US. The American architectural culture was oriented towards European precedents. All critics and historians highlighted the importance of European modern architecture. Moreover, the most important American schools were led by European architects.
All right, I know it was hard to tear yourselves away from that exhibition, but I appreciate you coming back for our next session here. I'm so pleased to introduce Professor Christian Dagg. He is the head of the School of Architecture, Planning and Landscape Architecture at Auburn University. And you'll also see that he is a co-author for the concluding essay in the Renegades catalog that you all got, so you'll get to read some of his work. And we treasure him because he is really the expert on the work of Bob Faust, whose drawings you probably saw in the exhibition just now. And Faust is amazing, so make sure you get a good look at his drawings. Christian Dagg is also a principal of Hinson and Dagg Architects. The firm has been recognized with AIA Design Awards at the local and state level for their attention to typology, materials, and innovative response to context. Christian is also an expert on the work of Bob Faust. He is taught at the Boston Architectural Center, Northeastern University, and Auburn University. And with Christian, I also want to welcome back Hans Butzer, who is the co-chair for this session and who you've already met. So please help me welcome Christian and Hans.
Great. Thank you all for having me here today. It's great to be here at the University of Oklahoma, and you know, a little while ago, Hans and Stephanie and I, we discovered that our two schools had a number of interesting connections, and I've been interested in the history of both our school and the history of design build, because of course part of our school is the Rural Studio, and understanding that history has been rather important to us. But through this interest in our school, we have been, I have discovered a number of interesting things. The picture we saw earlier of Joseph Hudnut and Walter Gropius. Joseph Hudnut was actually one of the first faculty members at the School of Architecture at Auburn University. He had studied at Michigan and came down to Auburn, I believe, as a form of penance from his professors to come teach in Alabama, but he then made his way up to Columbia and the GSD after that. And then, of course, again, based upon the last lecture we just saw, our first dean, Fred Biggin, had written a book on technical manual on stone cutting before he became the dean. We're 25 minutes away from Tuskegee. A lot of people go there for the Paul Rudolph, but you stay for the beautiful buildings built by the students, which again was referenced in an earlier conversation. But in terms of this topic about engaging design, build, and pedagogy, one of the things that's been really interesting to me is that there is this trajectory of Frank Lloyd Wright and the work of Taliesin through an architect by the name of Albert Ledner in New Orleans, and then also Bruce Goff, and here with the School of Architecture at the University of Oklahoma, where the student Bob Faust, who Stephanie just mentioned, was again a student here, studied under Goff, worked for Albert Ledner, and then made his way to Auburn in the late 60s. He designed his own buildings in the spring semester and would hire students and build them in the summer during the summer within the city of Auburn. Samuel Mockbee and D.K. Ruth, who were then co-founders of the Rural Studio, of course, were students at Auburn at the time, and had seen his work and were really familiar with it. And of course, we've now just celebrated 25 years of design build education at the Rural Studio just this last year. So as we first started talking about this session, Hans and I and Stephanie and Angela had lots of questions about just this history of design build and what constitutes the current thinking behind this as a pedagogical model. So of course we had questions about what the learning objectives were for the students, who did the project serve in terms of the whether it's the clients or the students themselves, and how do we establish some hierarchy in that type of organization. Are we trying to teach our students about the agency of architects and in many ways translate that into developer or client roles? And then as we'll hear in some of the papers this afternoon, how do we begin to extend that to develop some new knowledge or applied research in relationship to the design build activities of a lot of different schools? And I know from speaking for myself, I know we are really interested in always trying to be the best at getting better as far as design build education is concerned. We want our students to be part of the community and not just tourists showing up for a little while and leaving. We want them to work with real people, and we want them to certainly have some impact in the areas that they're engaging. So along those lines, I want to turn it over quickly to our first speaker. Chris Trumbull is an associate professor and architect in the School of Architecture at the University of Arizona, and he is going to give a talk entitled Beyond the Build. So welcome, Chris.
Yeah, this is a talk apropos about design-build pedagogy, but I have to say I've always been uncomfortable with the moniker design-build. And it's got so many different, I think, preconceptions. You know, sometimes if you're a design-build person, you're the one who gets to wear work boots and have concrete stains on your clothes, and sometimes people think you're a dumb hammer swinger. And sometimes we make glorious projects that you know, win awards and then fall apart 30 minutes after the pictures are taken. And so I'd like to think, and I think most people who are engaged in so-called design-build activities are really interested in architecture. And it's just one vehicle of studying, practicing, researching architecture. Just a little bit about my background. I had a fairly conventional hypothetical undergraduate education at the University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana, and then I went to graduate school at the University of Pennsylvania, where I was definitely introduced to, I found my people, and they were makers. And that's where I really developed a taste and the power and the belief in experiential learning, I will say, that was often, you know, craft centric. And then I went on to the University of Arizona, where I was hired as an architect to reconceive of the structures curriculum. And rather than having a laboratory exercise that was demonstrative on the side, I inverted the model. So now computation served laboratory projects, and every 2 weeks, students would design and build a small but full-scale structures project, everything from 8-foot towers and cantilevers, laminating wood, steel, and just working structural hypothesis after structural hypothesis. And amongst a large group of students, you run across every static structural phenomena that exists. And it was in 2010 that I did my first design-build project. And I had been in New York City and found my way to Tucson, Arizona, and when you look at the bus shelters out there, it's not dignified to be a pedestrian in a decentralized Western city for the most part. And you look at the bus shelters and people stand behind the bus shelters to seek reprieve from the oppressive sun. And they miss the buses because they're standing behind buildings and standing behind bus shelters and standing behind trees. And that was really my motivation, was to go after this very important, I think, piece of infrastructure, this building typology. And when I embarked on that, I have to say I really didn't think that much, and being somebody who cares about pedagogy, about how to take a group of students through that process and deliver a performative product that everybody's happy with and is going to work well. And now I'm probably 12 projects in, and this is my most recent. So there are a lot of different interpretations to design build, and I see really kind of 4 core ingredients that they all undertake, whether those are installations, furniture, building technology exercises, that we've got education, we've got a research component, often a service component, and increasingly an engagement component. But I find the common element is reality. And I think it's so important that we move beyond our willful tendencies, our pure self-serving speculations, and when we temper our ideas with the conditions of reality, actually tempering is not the right word, we sharpen our ideas with those conditions. It's not about just dealing with reality, it's about pushing through with our vision. And I consider my design build pedagogy about 4 performance realms: educary, pragmatism, collaboration, and practice laboratory. And these are my guiding principles. Many of you may be aware that educary is the Latin root for education, and it does not mean spoon feeding. It means to draw out, hence the image demonstrating capillary action. And of inspiration to me is Buckminster Fuller, shortly before his death, wrote, spoke rather. I never try to tell anybody else what to do, number one. And number two, I think that's what the individual is all about. Each one of us has something to contribute. This really depends on each one doing their own thinking, but not following any kind of rule that I can give out, any command. We're all on this frontier. We're all in a great mystery, incredibly mysterious. Each one possesses exactly what each one is working out, and what each one works out relates to their particular set of circumstances of any one day or any one place around the world. And often in architecture schools, I see that we have a culture where we really play to the 1%. We play to the top performers. And that's not my centroid. I like to play the breadth. I think that we have more work to do in the everyday architecture than we do in the things that cover the magazines and the things that are smeared across Instagram. And I like to think about the trajectory. I don't know if I have, I'm not very good with one of these. I'm more of a screen rubber. I'm going to go in. When we think about our students have certain experiences that inform their trajectory before they get it, before we get them. And then we have this very limited period where we're working with them for everywhere from 4 to 6 years. And this is a very important period. But it's really about everything that happens after. And there are a lot of things going on in the profession of architecture, as you know. If I was going to say where the puck is going, I think we're seeing an increase in demands for performance. We're seeing an increase in demands for collaboration. I'm not talking teamwork. And we see increase in demands, as we heard earlier, about research. And I would say first and foremost about empirical, in the field research. So I think we need to look at every student, and we need to think about what they can offer, even if they're not going to be on the cover of the magazine, because I think the heavy lifting lies outside of that realm. Secondly is pragmatism. And in the philosophical sense, I mean consequence, right? And this relates very much to performance. And I think I really focused on this when I was sitting at a review, and a student was presenting a project, and they said, I'm working with the idea of sunlight. And I thought, that is fascinating. What is that? The idea of sunlight. It's this colloquialism, right, that allows us to hold ourselves safely from reality. Sunlight is energy. Sunlight is vitamin D. Sunlight is warmth. Sunlight is all of these things. And to simply say that I'm interested in the aesthetic light play, I don't think is where the puck is going. And I think all too often, and I say it too, the idea of, because it's so much more interesting to see something as expansive, larger than what it is. And I don't think we should eradicate that power of architecture, but I do think it's silly if we're always looking at it with that perspective. And next is collaboration. And like many of you, there used to be this painting on the side of my high school gymnasium that said there's no I in team. And I think those people don't know anything about teamwork. And because when we get to collaboration, and I like this, there's an educational psychologist, I believe Swedish, Anders, who said that collaboration is the construction of consensus through individual contribution. And if you can't get the individual to buy in and contribute to the team, you don't have a team, right? This is just a bunch of people working side by side. And I think it's really dangerous that everybody is misusing the word collaboration. If somebody else touched your project, they're a collaborator. I think it's a disservice, and it is not taking the puck forward. And I use this Spencer Tunick image because these people are, in fact, collaborating. They're doing something together that they couldn't do as individuals, which is staging a climate protest, standing naked in cold weather. The fourth dimension, the fourth point, is practice laboratory. And as we go through a design-build project, it's an opportunity for the students to get exposed to convention, but also start to question that convention. Because it is so important that when our students graduate, sometimes we paint these pictures. The profession has changed. It's all out there. But still, most of the time, it's a man who's calling the shots, who is going to tell a bunch of people what they need to do. They need to have the confidence, the values, and the vision to withstand those conditions and make the change once they do get the keys to the car. And just something about critical practice. We talk about critical practice, and I don't know if any of you at your respective institutions claim the mantle of we are a critical practice school. And some people say, well, it just means we take practice more seriously than other schools. In fact, that's even on our school website, which I think is pretty silly. But we've had a number of fora in our school trying to get to what is critical practice. And the consensus that has emerged is that in order for the practice of architecture to be critical, it has to be informed by the conditions on the ground, be those social, people, or place. They have to be run through the silo of architecture, and then they have to result in an impact beyond the silo. And we've all been to too many presentations where we talk about grandiose plans that are going to go nowhere. They're just going to sit inside of the academy. And I think it's really important that we move forward and implement our ideas. All right, now some of the techniques that we use, let me see where I am, in our project, and some of them are rather mundane. One of the first things we do is establish a stakeholder diagram, and I'm sure many of you have done the same. This is about understanding every player. I hate when we have a project and somebody holds veto power, or there's some unknown entity. That is not the nature of practice. The nature of responsible practice is to define every single unknown that you can, to minimize the unknowns that you have to deal with in a more tactical way in the delivery of a project. So the first thing we do is we identify every single player, their interest, and their responsibility in the project. And this is the only time we've ever done a project. This is about a grid shell project that was done as part of a Thinking While Doing grant, an international grant with many institutions. My colleague Ted Kavanaugh and Claire Nicholas back there are part of the greater initiative here. But this is so we were dealing with a grid shell typology. I've never worked with a project where this was a given, where you actually know a structural system before you actually know the project that you're doing. Working with the students, we started to try and understand this grid shell, and we started trying to understand who we were as a team. And for the first time, we adopted a spirit animal. And so we became Studio Pangolin. And it seemed kind of silly at first, but it actually became a great identifier for the team. It ended up being spray painted on all of our materials. It moved on T-shirts. And as far as forming that kind of cohesive group, I think about an orbit in a project, a design-build project. And as all the planets, the students are spinning around that project, sometimes they tend to drift. And once they drift, you have a brief chance to bring them back in. Otherwise, you got to cut them loose. And if there's one thing you don't want to be, you do not want to be a planet with a number, a micro, whatever Pluto has become, way out on the periphery. And this mechanism is very useful to sorting the planets. I want to say something about performance realms. And this relates a little bit to the idea of comment. How often so many times I've asked students, well, how do you make your project better? And it's baffling, because in order to say, how do I make my project better, you have to be rather straightforward and finite about what your project is trying to do. And I think when we talk about performance and all the emphasis on performance, it's very easy to understand that in a quantitative sense. What is harder, all of the beauty, so much of the soul and power of architecture is beyond quantitative definition. So somehow we have to be able to merge this quantitative expectation and the qualitative. And so we'll start off, in this case, I don't have a picture with me right now, we probably had 40 feet of butcher paper, and we spent several days writing everything we need this project needed to do. It needed to win an award. It needed to provide shade. It needed to, I don't know, be a good place for people to cry when their reviews didn't go well. It needed to do all of these things. And so we started, and when you have 100 performance criteria, or maybe 300 performance criteria, you can't work with those very well. So we moved from 40 feet and several hundred performance criteria down to these 4. And I will say, performance criteria, in my context, unfortunately, is always a Camry. If you have one, you're driving a Formula One sports car. One idea, that's it. If you have too many, you're in the cargo van. So 3 to 5 is the sweet spot. Everybody drives a Camry. And when we go through this process, for example, comfort, I listed these 4 performance criteria. Walk the walk really represents our cynical perception of our college. I'm always uncomfortable when these things are recorded. Is that, you know, we were claiming to be the leader in air design in the universe. And we thought it was a great claim, but we didn't think it was accurate. And when you talk to the students, you talk to the faculty, it may be on our website, but it might not be there. So we really wanted that authenticity, and that became Walk the Walk. Nexus, we were building right next to this very busy, the busiest access point to campus. And we wanted to be able to tap into that energy, so that was essential for us. And comfort and scape. We did not want to have a building that was not connected to its landscape. We wanted it to be one. So when we took something like comfort and say, get a diagrammatic image, and by this I mean something that is both reductive and expansive, something that can allow you to connect the quantitative performance criteria and the qualitative performance criteria. And this inevitably is the first image that somebody produced. You Google comfort, and you find a pillow, and a woman holding the pillow. That's not going to be very useful as you move forward in design. So we started working forward, and this is a photo by, what's his name, Gregory Crudson. And this was several steps in the process, but this gave us a more sophisticated, more nuanced understanding of what comfort was. Here we have this kind of 1960s environment. We have a woman lying naked, and then through the windows we see a very extreme, oppressive, cold environment. So this starts to allow us to see the context of comfort, right? If we had a sunny beach and a Corona ad through those windows, her being naked would not nearly have the value, right? To have those kinds of oppressive forces juxtaposed with that kind of comfort really started to add the value to comfort. These are some other proposals, a little more finite. Ice fishing shelter, a lizard, where we come from. Lizards, very common. Lizards, how do they find comfort as cold-blooded animals? They do push-ups. They go into the shade. And let's see here. All right. Now on to some different mechanisms. When we are working on design, we never use a competitive process. A competitive process is very much about alienating all of the contributors. So we like to think of design as a hypothesis. And the first round of design is simply about identifying positive qualities and identifying negatives, right? And then we go to another round and we work. Everybody's free to work with all of those positives and exclude all of those negatives, introduce new ideas. And after 3 to 5 rounds, all of a sudden you've got a design that belongs to nobody. It belongs to everybody. Everybody's got buy-in. And this is a backdrop just to talk about this point. And it's as much about figuring out what the design is not as it is about figuring out what the design is. And so we, in our grid shell design process, this is a small fraction. There's actually a board with well over 100 different versions that we modeled. You've all used a schedule. And when you use a schedule in a design build project, I guess it's one thing to have a schedule. First you have a schedule, and then you have to learn to use the schedule. And we've tried Google Docs, we've tried, everybody has their own schedule, and the war room has really proved to be the only solution. And we've had schedules that are 8 feet high, 12 feet wide, and they are meant to be drawn on, they're meant to be used, and then they're reprinted every week. And I found that to be the only way to really get people to work with a schedule. And that really goes into what I call the VLF, the very large format war room, where we have all of these diagrams. This on the left is a retrospective of all the different activities that every member of the studio did during the design semester. So they can go back and see how they touched all these different aspects of the project, that they've been leaders of something, followers in others. And this is just an example of a meeting minute When we have a meeting, we actually have a pre-meeting. We say, who are the players? What are their interests? What are their responsibilities? What do we want from them? What is our job? And every time we take notes and we remember what every single person said, and we make a point of mentioning something that every one of those people said, because you will lose them if you don't. And that's a very pragmatic thing, but it's about building that consensus and building that trust and then delivering on that. Another mechanism, shop drawings. So often we just say we need to do something and we run at it. Some of my students hate me for some of these activities because they just want to do it. So when we say that, we're gonna get something fabricated, what are all the forces that will affect when that thing is actually going to come and be installed? We have design coordination, we have budgets, we have schedule, we have engineering coordinations. In this project, we had facilities management, planning, design, and construction, risk management. All these different players had to get their hands, give their oversight, be consulted in advance, give approval. So every component, or at least primary components, they had to develop a diagram like this so they could get in front of when decisions needed to be made and keep things moving. We always prototype everything. We did not prototype demolition, and I regret that we did not prototype demolition, because there are points where we modified existing concrete, and I think we should have done some practice cuts, because I walk by it every day as I go in, and I wish that we had practiced that a little bit better. And this is a construction delivery coordination diagram. And when we have a construction event, we actually sit down and have a meeting before that. We figure out who does what. How many people are working vibrators? How many people are working hammers on a concrete pour? And when stuff goes south, who's in charge of where the wheelbarrows are and the shovels, and who's going to be staying late to shovel all that concrete? Got to have all that stuff figured out. And then after the pour, we have another meeting that says, where's the near miss? Where did it almost go wrong? And then another component, and something I am certain most of my students hate me for, is every 2 weeks we have a collaborative evaluation where every student evaluates every other student and me. And the intention there is to optimize our performance in the team. They hated it first, they respect it in the end, and it has saved the team and saved the project on countless occasions. Because there'll be animosities building between one group here and another group is off-site working on glass fiber reinforced concrete panels, and they don't think they're doing anything yet, then they're going to come back. All of this energy is something that needs to be managed. When you get somebody who doesn't like the way everybody swears and makes sexual innuendos on the construction site, but they don't say anything, this is a way for me to know that these things are going down, and I can manage that kind of morale. And that has been a very time-consuming but a very fascinating exercise. When you get written records of what's going on in everybody's mind and you see how that evolves over the course of the project. Now I'd like to just, since I'm talking about the project, I feel like I at least have to show it. This is a grid shell structure, a sprung grid shell. This is in front of our College of Architecture, Planning and Landscape Architecture in Tucson, Arizona. We did all the landscape, we did all the concrete. Our students were certified to weld, so all the structural welding. This is the basic layout of it. We've got a small retention basin from watershed off the parking lot in the rear. We've got the pavilion. We've got some accessible paths. We've got these soapboxes, plants, all sorts of little details. This is the process of lifting the shell, Jiffy Pop, if you will. And when we first lifted this, something was wrong. We had the meeting beforehand. Everything looked like it went well, but it did not rest correctly. And then we had a meeting after, and we figured out that somebody misnumbered one set of numbers on the shop drawing. And so the whole thing was one cell off. So we had to deflate it, move everything one bay over, which meant retying a lot of rods before we lifted it up again. There's our perforated steel, movable soapboxes. We've got night lighting and a whole bunch of details. Fortunately, the most recognition that this project gets is because on our local news, people started texting me and saying, hey, your project's on the news. They didn't care about the project. They cared about Han Solo. who was cast on a whim inside one of our concrete walls. So I thought that was funny. All right, and then it really comes down in the end is that use. We built a great team, and I used to have anxiety about whether the projects are going to come out good or not. And then once I figured if you put all that energy in the team, in that collaboration, great, perfect, then it's going to work. I actually believe it's guaranteed to work as long as you get out front, identify those forces that are going to bring it down, build that team. And these, I think, are the skills that our future architects need to have, is that we need to, in order to conquer performance and in order to conquer research and deliver better projects, the business trifecta of faster, better, cheaper, and let's even throw in more profitable, that is absolutely going to be the way forward. And this was just a group of kids that started to nearly kill themselves with these movable soap block benches. But watching people come and play music underneath this thing, watching kids walk across the walls and their parents following them, and seeing a drunk guy spin around on the inside and telling his girlfriend that that's his favorite place, that's the magic that we all feel really good about. And so it's not so much about the build. I'd really like to think about it's about architecture, and it's about that in my sense, and I'm just one voice. I'm not saying this is how things should be. I'm just one guy in a great pluralistic soup that makes architecture absolutely fascinating. So there you have it. Thank you.
We're going to swap over to the next presentation. Let me introduce the next speaker. Ted Cavanaugh is a professor at Dalhousie University. He's the founder of the Design Build Exchange for North America and Europe. I was going to say, previously I mentioned to him that last time I think I saw him, our roles were reversed. He was the session chair for an ACSA session. And he's going to deliver a talk called Theory and Design Build. We'll give you a chance to swap over here.
Thanks. Thank you. Enjoy seeing Oklahoma for my second time. I think I was here once to see the Price Tower, so I haven't been to this neck of the woods. And I've worked with Chris for quite a while. We did the grid shell projects together, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about them. But mostly I wanted to talk to you about where we are now in the projects, and raise a kind of question that is in the air of this conference, which is about research. And it seems to be that there are different types of research that are ongoing, and the design build has to come to terms with what sorts or how many different types of research design build is about. And what I'm going to talk about is the whole issue about, that relates a little bit to my background. I have a PhD in the history of technology and science technology studies, and I'm particularly interested in the relationship of the social to the technological, because I think they're inextricably intertwined, and I think there's a lot to be learned about how that field can actually impact on what we do. So Chris was asking why we started with an idea about a certain technology. That's part of the reason. And the other part of the reason is that it was a comparative project, and we built four of these grid shells, and we have huge amounts of data and collaboration that we're trying to deal with now and trying to deal with after the fact. So let me just start by framing it very simply. Jane Anderson, who's a design build practitioner in England, in her writings on what they call live projects, has assessed, based on her live project website and network, that when she went through and assessed it, she realized that the majority of design build projects are done on a case study methodology, and they're authored by the academics who initiated them. So already there you can see that that's a limited set of ways of reporting on design build projects. And it's that I think that we have to come to terms with. And also this other idea about the projects are a combination of the social and the technical. So I'll just go briefly through some of the projects that we did. I'm just going to show a slide of each, but just give you a sense of the kind of last 10 years that we've been working on these things. We've been doing design build in Dalhousie since 1991, but the particular aspects of the more recent projects that we've been working on are the lamella structure, that heavily influenced by Rural Studios Lamellas that we went down to see, Lamella's project that we did in 2010. The timbral vault, the brick vault that we did in 2012. You can see a kind of tendency here about vaults and vaults that are getting a little bit more differentiated. The first of the grid shell series that we did in Nova Scotia in 2014. The one that we had our collaborator designed in Louisiana, Lafayette, Jeff Jertson. We did it in 2015. Chris's grid shell that happened in 2016. Many of these projects lasted more than 1 year. And the last project that we did in 2018 that's back in Nova Scotia and was a collaboration of all the schools that got back together to do it again. And the book that talks about the grid shells that came out last summer from Burkhauser. It's quite a nice book. But the interesting thing about the book and the team that we developed for the project is that we weren't just architects. And so here you see, I think Claire, who's in the room, is hidden behind the scaffolding here. But Claire's an anthropologist, and Arlene, who's a sociologist. And that's what I mean by having reams of data. We had huge amounts of data of these people that are actually studying the way that we did things. And so through conversations and that sort of thing, we started to realize that we were working on different timescales. I mean, we had naively gone into the projects and expected feedback from the anthropologists and sociologists about how to improve or how to feedback in terms of what we were doing. In fact, we realized we had a bigger problem on our hands, that we actually didn't really know what they were talking about. They didn't know what we were talking about, and yet we had things to contribute to each other. So since that time, I've spent a lot of time reading social theory, particular actor network theory, and so this talk is just to show you that there's some potential in the relationship between social theory that's out there, people are studying architecture that isn't involving architects, and that maybe we should pay some attention to what they're talking about, because they're talking about the things that we work on and produce. And there might be a way of using design build to actually facilitate this way of thinking about understanding how technology and social issues come together, how the material contacts the social. So the paper is outlined in this way. It talks about material turn in research. I'll go briefly into each of these issues, that both the technological and the social matter, assessing the socio-political context, assessing the socio-political process, the reiterative process of design use, the reiterative process of design construct, and then two anecdotes that are kind of things that we learned that were, in my mind, things that I discovered that are complex things that we tried to understand. When we were dealing with wood in our grid shells, the wood was actually an active participant, and how do you describe that? And then ideas about jigs. Jigs are an interesting hybrid between something that is designed, but it's designed to construct. So there's this kind of interesting place that a jig finds itself in the process of design build, in our case. So the material turn in research is something that was identified in 2013. I'm sure it's been identified previously. But there was a group of thinkers at the JAE who came up with this design frameworks and framed design into a particular situation within research pedagogy in architecture, and I think it's worth going back and looking at that article, because they identify what we're doing as something very particular, that it's design conflated with construction as a way of working. Okay, you can have issues with the way it's written. The communicative realm of representation gives way to the efficacy of the built artifact and the a posteriori documentation of its construction and occupation. Well, these are, I don't think there was a design build academic amongst these people that were talking about research, but I think there's an interesting point of departure here that could be perhaps challenged in several ways. And one of the people that I'm quite influenced by now, we had her to our final review of the projects that came together, and she gave some really insightful comments about what we were doing, is Albina Yaneva, who teaches at the School of Architecture in Manchester. For those of you, I don't know how many of you know about actor network theory, but she's an important figure in that realm, and she teaches in a School of Architecture, so it's quite interesting. And this is something that reminds me of something Klaus Oldenburg said, but she did this based on a 3-year ethnographic study of OMA, the office, where she studied them as an ethnographer, and she tried to understand how architects were working. And she said, matter is much too multidimensional, much too active, complex, surprising, and counterintuitive to be represented in stabilized drawing artifacts or technical design drawings and charts. And I think that's what we're grappling with. That's the kind of stuff that we're dealing with. It's what architecture is about, and in a way, design build is a kind of microcosm or potentially controlled environment in which we can try and understand these aspects of architecture and try and deal with it on a kind of theoretical basis. So I have been learning as fast as I can about actor network theory because I think there's an interesting relationship between that and what we're doing. So I'm coming at this on the fly, as it were. I'm sort of trying to understand it, trying to come to terms with how to deal with these 4 projects that we initially set out to have a kind of strong comparative link between them that is in fact fairly tenuous right now, but there's lots of data that we can actually develop to make those connections possible. So this is just some of the background about actor network theory. I probably don't need to go in it because you all know something about it. But it's interesting to me that Bruno Latour starts the whole actor network theory starts with a book that studies Louis Kahn's Salk Institute. Already there's some real affinity between actor network theory and what we're doing. And then I talked about before about Albina Yaneva's ethnographic study of the OMA. And I, in the past 2 years, I've given this course 5 times, I think, about to do it on my 6th time. I've been sort of fast-tracking a course to try and learn as much as I can about actor network theory and how it might apply to architecture. So we've introduced this course in the graduate program about social theory and architecture, and it's really just my way of working with students to try and understand how the overlaps might happen. And it's amazing what you can do with a group of students. And actually, over the course of these 2.5 years, it's influenced the school tremendously because all of a sudden there's a group that's actively working on theory that's based to something very material. So it's starting to influence the thesis projects in the school and that sort of thing. So I think a lot of us teach design build and one other thing or 2 other things, and so it's interesting that this course in theory has developed that. And in the green text below it, there are sort of conceptual understandings that come out of this field that I find really interesting. Closure, for those of you who might know a little bit about this theory, is actually what inventions are framed as. Like inventions are not an opening up, they're a shutting down. So already you start to reconceive what inventions are. They're kind of social agreements to everybody's going to do something in a certain way. So what's normally thought of as an invention, as an opening up, is actually a closing down. But it actually reinforces this idea about how social theoreticians are starting to look at things in a way that we might not have thought about them in the past, and that might help us in kind of framing what it is that we do. So there's closure. All these things have kind of theoretical background into them. So the subtext here is interpretive flexibility, what that means, radically non-reductive theory, anti-determinist theory, champions, when you're talking about the social political context, and Stephen Moore's written a really good book on that in terms of the eco-farm in Laredo, Texas, which shows you that, in fact, there are various forces, networks that come together in terms of how to deal with these design-build projects. So there is champions, there's sellers, there's bystanders, there's various social groups, there's non-human actors, there's networks being aligned. So one of the things that starts to look at how technology is involved in social issues in terms of the socio-political process is Michel Calon's work on the elements of sociology of translation. And by translation, he's talking here about a process of developing technology as a translation process. All these things are quite complex, but then when you start to realize that there's a whole set of people that are actually writing about this in different ways, trying to understand and come to terms with these issues, I think there is an important overlap here happening between what it is that we do and what it is that the social theorists are working on. So I'll just go quickly. So what I've excerpted from the paper is actually this subtext here, where we're dealing with the process, in this case, the process of design use, which has a lot of things related to public interest design, what social theories Latour called use before use, which is an interesting way of framing it, I think. Design after design. Then there's a whole set of theories that are developing around the problem of our time, which is one of unstable building types. Everything wants to be a cafe, and we no longer have banks. This kind of issue is actually being talked about in a relationship of theory to technology, and how buildings are actually enacted rather than static objects. And so the process emphasis in terms of what they're theorizing is, I think, really influential, and I find that understandable from the things that it is that we do. But I wanted also to show you that, in fact, there's huge numbers of references here. Here are just the excerpts of the footnotes from the paper. That there are people, this is just on participatory design. So these are people that are writing on this and developing social theory in relationship to it. And again, it goes on to this actual construction that's happening in the field. And here we're trying to come to terms with what the activity is on site and how to theorize about this activity. And so some of the terms that are developing here that have developed some definitional quality is this idea of scripting, that an object itself has a script that is basically the intentions of the thing itself. And so this idea of scripting and intentionality is an interesting thing about power and relationship between the designer and the user. And so when our students are actually out there constructing things, they're actually conflating this whole idea of the designer and the constructor and the designer and the user in this way. The scripts that they've developed in their design projects actually don't script out very well on the construction site, and yet overall the project they're doing has an intentionality to it, a scripting to it, that we can try and understand by analyzing it and trying to take it apart. And through this taking it apart, we can try and understand how we can do this thing better and how we can understand actually the way that we're working. So Madeleine Eckrick, for instance, used the term script as a metaphor for the instruction manual. She claims that it's inscribed in every artifact. This applies to the design of buildings as much as the design of things that are parts of buildings. Furthermore, it applies to the tools of construction and to the construction process. Both the building and the building under construction are similar to the laboratories that these social sciences have studied, that particular arrangements of apparatus can have a vital significance for the production of useful inscription. These are things that we understand when we're programming a building, but using this kind of language is an interesting way of actually seeing it afresh, I think. That's my view anyway. So just a couple of anecdotes. And so when I'm talking about wood as an actor, so one of the principles of actor network theory is that in fact non-humans and humans act in a network together. So buildings are non-humans, but and we think of buildings as almost live things, or really live things that are interacting on a kind of equal basis between the thing and the human. So if you start to think of networks of things as much as networks of people, there's an interesting relationship that starts to happen. In our case, one of the things that we learned about the wood itself, and this was done in the first grid shell, and this is a drawing from the first grid shell, we have this idea in architecture about modeling. And models are really important. In fact, Albina Yaneva's written a really interesting article on scaling up and scaling down as part of the architectural process. And what she's talking about is various ways of modeling things, various ways of modeling in a kind of reiterative way. And another concept in this field is talked about black boxing, where you can black box something and hold it aside for a minute and then continue to work around it, work with it as a black box. And then you can get into the black box and try and understand it. So there's a kind of a potential understanding of how processes work. And the drawing that you see on the screen right now is of there are actually 4 models in here, 4 computer models of the project. And the project had an architectural model in Rhino. The project had a structural model in Rhino. The project had a survey model, and we had survey equipment that surveyed the nodes of the grid shell and laid it out in a computer model in Rhino. And for a while we were negotiating between the architectural model and the structural model. But we were trying to do it on site as the building had already been built and erected, and we were trying to modify it in a particular direction. So the structural model was obviously the ideal model. It used minimal materials. So we kept on trying to push the existing building on the site to the structural model, and it kept on springing back on us. The wood laths, these 60, 70 foot long wood laths, kept on springing back in a particular position. The wood told us that in fact we had gotten something wrong. We spent about 2-3 weeks trying to force it into this ideal structural model. And the survey model then showed us that in fact somebody had made a mistake in laying out the grid shell on the back edge of the connections, and it was a full meter out. So we then made a decision that we were going to correct it, rebuild it based on spacing it out, the back out properly, because if we didn't do that, we would actually have to add more material to the building. We'd have to beef up the structure because it wasn't meeting the ideal structural model. So the feedback here was that the wood had generated this idea of it. Okay, so I've just been told I've got a minute left. So we also, when I talked a bit about the jigs, the whole activity of trying to put a very repetitive process into a kind of manufacturing way, we tried to learn about that. So let me just conclude by talking about some of the things that there are ways of looking at programming of buildings, of actually doing things, designing things that can be influenced by actor network theory. And here's some of the things that, as I'm starting to go through a kind of process and reading backwards into it and trying to understand how you have discussions with students about the process of putting a building together and understanding how people use buildings, that this kind of feedback mechanism can actually influence the way that you would build buildings. And here are kind of the first 9 principles that they're almost like things are going to happen. They're not exactly rules, but they're kind of operations that are a result of trying to understand things through this theoretical lens. So programming should be reconsidered to include things that are designed, such as building components, equipment, building systems, as participants, not as neutral services. Programming should also include natural processes. This seems a very logical thing, so some of these things are very straightforward, but in fact thinking about them in this way develops a new understanding of that. So I'd just like to leave you with this question. What are the pedagogical implications of the practice-based research module in Design Build? I think Design Build programs are taking on more and more accreditation criteria. Should we be doing this? Or in fact, is this actually an additional load that we shouldn't be doing? What happens when you add research into the Design Build model? Is it a practice-based research model, or can it also involve social theory? And so, of course, I believe it can. And so I think that develops an idea about that, asks the same question again, which is to say, what would if you're adding things into the Design Build model of teaching, new requirements into it, and then you're adding research into it, then you're adding the idea that it can develop work with social theory into it. Maybe we're adding too much pressure onto the Design Build way of teaching. Or maybe the entire school should be a Design Build school, and we can teach every course from that point of view. Thanks.
All right. For the last paper for this session, Mackenzie Stagg will be, she's coming up here at the moment. So there were 4 papers on the in the program. Michelle Pannone from Marywood University wasn't able to be with us today, so we'll move to Mackenzie's here, and I think we're right here. Yeah, great. So just to introduce Mackenzie, Mackenzie is an assistant research professor at Auburn University. She's been studying housing affordability and building technology, and she's the principal investigator of a number of grants that we have associated with what we're calling the 20K Initiative, or was called 20K Initiative, is now the Front Porch Initiative. She'll be giving a talk from project to project, the opportunities and challenges of place-based research. Sorry.
Hi, good afternoon. As Christian said, I am in a what Auburn is considering a research role with Rural Studio, and the thing I always struggle to not give a history lesson when I talk about Rural Studio. I'm going to really try hard not to do that today and to talk about one piece of one thing that we're doing. So, Rural Studio is an off-campus piece of Auburn's program of architecture. Auburn had a 5-year program of architecture, and there are opportunities we've messed around with it over the years, but currently in the 3rd year and the 5th year of study in the architecture school to come out to Rural Studio. And recently we've also added a Master's of Science in Architecture in a public interest design option. So at Rural Studio, we're based about 2.5 hours away from main campus in Auburn, and so in some ways it's kind of like a study abroad. The students moved to West Alabama, and it's a place-based course of study, and so we essentially operate in a 25-mile radius around our home base of New Bern in predominantly 3 counties in West Alabama: Hale, Perry, and Marengo. And we do a range of work, and I'm going to clip briefly through some of the work that I'm otherwise not going to talk about today. But we're trying to address the insecurities we see in these communities. So we do things like engage in civic services through a firehouse or a town hall, address education through projects like New Bern Library or an after-school program with Boys and Girls Club in Greensboro, address health and well-being in our communities, like this courtyard for Hale County Hospital, which interestingly we're actually redoing right now this year. Things like public parks and what the role of a public park is in a rural place, and also food access, both in our own area, our own campus in West Alabama, and also with the community interfacing with food. But the studio got its start with housing, and when we first started with housing, this is built in 1993, the first 2 Rural Studio projects, in this picture of the house and the smokehouse. It wasn't actually around ideas of affordability. It was an acknowledgement that good housing isn't affordable and people deserve it anyway. And so the first projects were really around that. They had a known client and a known site. They were reflective, or when they were successful, they were reflective of their climactic and sociocultural contexts. And they also, many of them explored materials and essentially assigning value out of a valueless material. And some people call this sustainability, but in some ways I think we would argue this is a lower form of sustainability because you're assigning a value to the material. And through this development of these client houses, there were some big themes or lessons learned that emerged. So, the houses always focus on durability. Many of them have this kind of big roof and raised up to protect from the water, the bugs. They work to extend the shoulder seasons passively to allow for more efficient operation. And they really tried to, in some cases, wisely use resources and have integrate elements that could do more than one thing for the project. And after doing that for a number of years, we were thinking about the land grant mission of Auburn University, which is a public university, and wondering if there was more impact that we could have through the resources we were bringing to the community with the school. And so we began exploring what we originally called the 20K house. And yet again, just to briefly clip on this, the idea originally was that it was a house you could build for $20,000. We are not building a house for $20,000, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But the idea over the next, this is year 16, was to develop a series of prototypes that you could iterate on each year. And throughout the years, too, we always talk about that we may not be smart because, public university, but we are persistent. So, I think in the beginning we thought we were going to come to this one house, and the one house was going to solve everything. But over the years we've learned that that's not actually what we're trying to do. And instead we can develop a product line of houses that try to address different need. So particularly today, I'm going to focus on the work of our third-year students and our graduate students because they're the ones who are currently undertaking this housing affordability research. And what they're doing through this research is really creating a feedback loop whereby the graduate students do a comprehensive project, they develop a full new prototype, and then the third years will take one of those prototypes, apply it directly to a client, and figure out what kind of modifications or variations to make with that client. So kind of going back to the original spirit of working with the client from the beginning of the project. So to start out with the graduate program, this was kind of an outgrowth of what we used to have as an outreach program. And so typically this is how a team looks. 3 or 4 people, and we see Joanne, who is their client at the end, but they do not meet her at the beginning of the project. And they develop their project by looking in aggregate at local needs. So they do not have a client at the beginning of the project. They look at the work that's been done before. They look at things like census data, and they come up with pro forma around what they conclude from that. They also look at the work that's been done before. One of the values of being in a place and staying in a place is we go back and we see how things age, what has worked, what hasn't worked, and continue to integrate that into the projects. And then out of that, they come up with their kind of design brief for what they're going to look at in their house. And so one of the emerging ideas here was this idea of a product line. So not trying to make a better house than was done the previous year, but trying to make a different house. So looking at, for example, how the house would approach the street on a siteless, this is a siteless project, so how could it be flexible for the sites? What's the relation of the interior rooms? Are they more in one space? Are they divided into rooms, or is there some hybrid in between? This particular project that we're looking here at as an example, they took on this idea of doing a square house to maximize the floor area relative to the perimeter around the house. And they also tried to look at how that would work with the other houses that had already been developed prior to the year. And so they come up with this design of the house, and it is a comprehensive design that is more broad than it is deep in some ways. And since it's a comprehensive project, they go through and they work with consultants. They understand project management from a kind of a practice sense of architecture, and they also understand construction management, sequencing, management of materials, et cetera, into the development of a home. And this home is given to a member of the community. So a client is selected during the design process for essentially the client is, it's a spec house, so you find a client that fits with what the project design is. And here's the final version of Joanne once she's moved into her house. So then the third years, they take those prototypes and they kind of invert it. So they have a client from day one, and I should say this is a typical third year class here. So many more students all working on one project. This is literally half of the people who've worked on this project, because it's a 2-semester project, so a different group in the fall than in the spring. And so on day one, they meet their client. So for the purposes of this, it's this particular house, it is Ophelia. And what they do to begin is study the home she's living in. So we typically build for clients who already have a house, but the house is substandard. Even though it's a substandard house, there are many things that we can learn from the way that she's living in her house and the way the house has evolved over the years. So they do things like studies of the furniture and the arrangement of the spaces. They also know they're going to move her into a new house, so they assess what's going to move with her, how much storage she has, how much furniture pieces, how much built-in storage do they need versus she already has the furniture and she would just like to place it in the house. They also do a site analysis. We build on the property that our clients already own. So we're typically keeping the person in their house while we build, and then we're moving them to the new house on their property. And so we have these, we're in a very rural condition, and typically the site parcels are fairly large, and that gives us the ability to do it. But in Ophelia's house, even though the site looks large, when you start to overlay all the systems on the site, you realize you have a relatively constricted buildable area. So then they use this analysis of what the client needs and the space she has to determine which of the prototypes would be a best fit for that client. So yet again, based on this research they've done on the site, they come up with their design brief for the project. One of the things that was interesting about Ophelia is she has a couple of grown sons, and through the analysis of how she was living in her house, they noticed there was a day bed in the living room that seemed to be used, and one of her sons occasionally comes and visits her and sometimes stays for an extended period of time, and so they have an interesting way that they use the house that has now affected the way that the plan has changed. So they look at, in this instance, they took 3 of the prototypes. We always named them after the first person we built them for, so it's Dave's, Max, and Joanne's, and they assessed what would fit on the site. They were pretty immediately able to eliminate Dave's home because it did not fit in the buildable area. So then they took Joanne's and Max and looked at further developments that would work for what she needed to live in the house. So they already knew they were going to make some manipulations to the floor plan to accommodate this idea of a semi-long-term guest and how it folds into the house through a sleeping nook that's doubled in the living space. And they actually, after an analysis of that and the way it fit on the site, they decided to go with the Joanne's house model. So here you can see the comparison of the original prototype on the left to the modifications on the right. The other thing I don't have a slide of in this presentation is they also look at changes to the envelope. So whereas the fifth years go broad, or the graduate program goes broad, the third years go deep through a few predetermined and specific, or I should say project determined in specific areas. So they did a lot of work around the foundation system for this house because whereas we typically have fairly flat sites, they were on a slope site in this scenario. So over the years, as we've done this, we've developed both the original prototypes and a series of modifications or variations to the homes. And so what I'm tasked with doing as a researcher at Auburn University is taking those products and that applied research of Rural Studio and synthesizing it into what we call the Front Porch Initiative, which is the externalizing of the work. So we get the prototypes from the graduate students, we get the variations from the third years, and then what we're doing is taking that research with our local client, and we're offering it out to housing providers and their clients. So we're trying to extend the impact of the research beyond our service area in West Alabama. Of all the houses that we have designed so far, there's really 4 that we're working forward with right now as prototypes. It's Dave's, Max, Joanne's, and Buster's. And some of this is part of a really just a resources right now. We needed somewhere to start, so we hope to expand to include more models in the future. So we take all of that research and we try to synthesize it in things to give out to our clients. One of the things that we're doing is trying to establish a library of details that can go between houses that have been developed. Each year we get new and better details, so we have to integrate those into the houses. And then we provide those out to our housing providers, and we expect back, for them to give us feedback about the specific challenges and opportunities of taking these models out into their service areas using their methods of delivery. So we went from a pretty local project that had a 25-mile radius to now a more regional project in the southeast. So this is an area we think that from a climactic sociocultural standpoint, the project still has some relevance. So we do things that look like practice. We make construction documents. We try to make construction documents that talk not only about what to build, but how to build it and why it's built that way. So we do things about pointing out features around efficiencies. And we also have instructions on how one could construct the house that were developed working with our students, but knowing that a lot of the groups we're working with also use volunteers and those not as familiar with construction techniques. And through this, I think what this project has allowed us to do is to try to better get a handle on where the transfer of knowledge of the project in the project is, and how that tracks back and forth between the internal work of the studio and the external work of the Front Porch Initiative. And I think above and beyond the designs of the homes themselves, one of the things that working in a place over a period of time has allowed us to do is to make invisible things visible. So things like our families frequently live in kinship networks, and that offers a lot of resilience to them. And so when we think about moving people to a different place to give them, a better house, especially as we look at things like climate change and resilience and coastal resiliency, there's a lot tied up with where a person lives and the network they have around them that makes it a viable situation for them. We also talk a lot about the differences between rural and urban. And that urban, derives its value, a house in an urban area derives its value from the value of the land on which it's built. Whereas in a rural situation, frequently it's more about having an asset that you can pass on to members of your family and how that grows wealth over time. So the house is a vessel to try to make these bigger systems visible. And then from the external side, we're working externally with people who are doing financing on these homes. So trying to figure out things like how you make the home more affordable in terms of integrating how the house performs with how you evaluate someone for a mortgage. So what's great about it is when we get these kind of challenges and questions back, we can feed them back into the studio into 2 different places. And I think my big question to end with is that our number one mission is the education of students. So how can we continue to create opportunities for students to engage in a meaningful way in this research? And also, how can we try to reflect all the missions of our university, whether it's learning, teaching, research, or outreach? Thank you.
I'm going to
unless I hear differently, I'm going to assume we got off to a little bit of a late start, so maybe we have 10 minutes for questions? Yeah, all right, sounds good. And then there's a coffee break and then another session? All right. And so we'll probably be able to get ourselves back on time here. So let's see here in terms of... Great. Okay, fantastic. So I'd like to turn it over to the crowd as soon as possible to see if there are any questions. There are microphones in front of you all here. But I do think, just as an observation, I think one of the things that was really interesting about the three papers altogether is that we had the case study project from Chris that was part of a larger network of projects that Ted was beginning to talk about and beginning to situate that within both a multi-university scenario plus a theoretical scenario, and then we can see how some of these projects might begin to work themselves out into the public through the work that's going on with the Front Porch Initiative. So three very different contexts for, I think, but a shared spirit amongst all of you to engage students in these important questions. So, so again, more of an observation about the relationship between the three papers. But I'd like to turn it over to the crowd and see if there are our guests here and see if there's any questions. Stephanie's got one.
Thank you for those three wonderful papers. I have a question for Mackenzie. It seems like all day we've been hearing the word research, and as Joan pointed out, it's being fetishized. Everything's a lab now. All the design students are research. But what you showed to me seems to be one of the best models of the design studio and design build in particular being really activated as a research process, especially with the grad students doing something and then the third years coming back, always starting by looking at what's been done, carefully studying that. And that is fascinating, but it also goes against the grain of a lot of architecture studios where students are taught, no, you develop your concept and you kind of impose it on the client. So the design solution is emerging from a very different process. And I just wanted to hear your reflections on that and like also how the students respond to that as a process of design and how you arrive at a solution.
So I think it's been an evolving process. Rural Studio is 26 now, and we've done a lot of different things. I think that one of the things that was an interesting observation to me is that when we first started with the 20K house project, we kind of dropped some of the client work, or the things that were more we called a client house. So we were still working with the client, but they were not as involved in the front end of the process. And then we got some pushback from that, both from our students and kind of externally about what we were doing with the housing. And so I think that having the third years back working from the very beginning with a client has been interesting. We've also, I didn't talk about it today, but we also have fifth years that are working on client houses that are more specific to an individual and less prototype. So I think we're constantly trying to figure out where the balance is there. I know our students also think we do a lot of housing, but I think it's just a really great scale to study something. And so I think that it might be one of those things that when you reflect back on it later, it's more understandable why we've done that way. But it's a challenge that we continue to try to work towards a system that's suitable. I think the other thing that we want to make sure we don't do is that we don't want the students to be producing work for these housing providers. They have other learning objectives, so that it's not about kind of production and turning out models. And that's the thing, I think, that as we move and try to decide what knowledge from externally feeds back into the studio, making sure that it's appropriate to our place and appropriate to the education of our students.
Thank you for your talks. I really enjoyed them. And I have, I guess, sort of a wonky grading question for Chris. I really loved the absurdity of your very extensive collaborative evaluation grid. And you mentioned, that students sort of hate it at first, but come to love it. And so I just wonder if you could expand on both the integration of that form of non-hierarchical collaborative evaluation, then also maybe talk about your categories a little bit. You sort of split up the value of the projects into value, R&O, and collaboration. So I wonder if you could say a little bit more about those buckets.
Yeah, I've changed the criteria sometimes from project to project, and responsibility and ownership is everybody has to own a part of the project, and so that really addresses their ability to satisfy their responsibilities. The collaboration, you get people who just are, I think, resistant to. Even though you're heading different initiatives, you've got to be talking and you've got to be sharing, and that's really become an important mechanism, because somebody may have great value, the third category, but they might not be sharing that or as readily, and that hinders the movement of the whole. And I think those three categories have worked really well, and I guess they're open to interpretation, but the students have an understanding of those three categories, and those categories have evolved over time, working with the students. Trying to think of there are a lot of insights that I could add about that process. I first started that process because I needed to know what was going on. And then once I went through that process, I realized how good it was for everybody, because I will package and edit all of the feedback that goes to every student. So all of the comments come in, I will adjust some grammar. Sometimes I'll take the expletives out. Sometimes I'll leave the expletives in, thinking about how that person is going to receive that information. I will say, for the faculty feedback, a different student each time is responsible for collecting all of that information, so it's anonymous. So and they have to cleanse it so that if they think that you could, because if you're working with colleagues, who wrote something when you're supposed to be working in an anonymous capacity, and so their responsibility is to cleanse that, so I don't know what the feedback is. And I think that kind of anonymity really, the students take it quite well. At first, everybody starts off kind of warm and fuzzy. The tendency is like, we just want to support everybody, but then when the machine gets going and reality, the gravity, the personalities, the budgets, the time constraints, all of that stuff heats up, they realize nobody can drop the ball. And there's a lot of empathy that goes into that too. There's a lot of encouragement when people are timid about putting their ideas forth. It's actually become a really great educational tool, well beyond my initial intention was, I have no idea what's going on with this group of people. I'm responsible for everything, and I need to know. And it's really turned into this nice mechanism, and a number of my colleagues have kind of adopted the, not for design build, but for other kind of group engagement studios.
So I want to go back just a bit to the research question, because I think that it's clear that there's content in what you're doing, right? And that it's obviously useful for that students are learning something. But, and it is a but, when you submit for grants, it's a really useful thing to go through a series of questions, and I would throw them out to all of you. For NSF, it's broader impact and intellectual merit. You have to answer those questions. And broader impact and intellectual merit force you to describe a method and the criteria that you're using to evaluate the outcomes and the results. For NIH, it's research aims. And, there's this I've done so many grants of both types, basically, at this point, more in NSF, actually. But at this point, that it becomes second nature to think through the problem in terms of how you are actually, what's my formative evaluation, right? What are my conclusions? What are my results? And for your projects, they're not quite there. Right? That's what you're there's a sort of struggle. What is it? What context does this really apply to? And how do I take what I'm doing and turn it over into a context where I can say, here's what we did. Here's specifically what we did and how we're contributing to knowledge in a particular domain. And I think I think it's there, actually, but I think that it would be worth sort of pretending that you're going to submit or finding a program to submit to. Don't pretend. Go after a GERD, go after, a big NSF grant, and figure out how to answer those questions. It's probably going to mean working with other people at the university, which is usually a really good thing, and it will force you to kind of confront those questions that I know tend to be a little fuzzy. But it's great work, so you should do it. The other one that's really useful for you guys is the EPA, by the way. The EPA has tons of grants for community development and engagement, basically. So you're doing work that matters, but you need to be able to frame it so that it's communicated so that it could get large-scale funding.
I just want to respond to that really quickly and say we recognize it's something that we've not been very good at doing, and so we are actually working with our College of Education to do more of an assessment. And it's so that we can go more after those types of grants.
That'd be so fantastic.
So we're doing this already. The work is a result of large-scale grants. So we've had $4.5 million worth of grants to support our work. So it's a different model in Canada than down here. Not to say that what you're talking about isn't important. We have those criteria as well. But the field that we work in is called research creation. And research creation has a different set of criteria. They have to be well explained, but it allows you to actually think while you're doing it. It allows you to research and create simultaneously. And if I had to argue for extending the model in the U.S., it would be to kind of adopt this idea that is coming out of places like Canada, Australia, Europe, where they're actually looking at how the creative fields work and do research. And the one thing that they're challenging is the linear nature of establishing a project before you know what the project can produce. And the ability, in our case, it was a 6-year project. We just had to report how we were doing, and they gave us carte blanche, basically. So I really appreciate that about our funding institutions. But it was important to allow us to do what we did.
We're running a little bit over time, but we have one patient question asker up there.
Thank you, and thanks to each of y'all for your presentations. My question's for Mackenzie as well. Thanks for yours about World Studio particularly. Really admire y'all's work. But I'm curious, thinking about the context of a predominantly white university in a very black county in the post-Jim Crow South, but it looks like most of your students are white, most of your clients are black. So I'd like to hear a little bit about those power dynamics and how you engage students to think about that.
Yeah, it's also something, I think there's a lot of things that we could be better at, and I guarantee you that is one of them. I think that when our students get out to West Alabama, and many of our students are from Alabama, and many of them have never been to that part of the state before. So, we kind of joke that it's like study abroad because it's, even though it's in our state, it's not this, but it's, I think that one of the things we try to talk to our students about being respectful of the community. I'm struggling here because I don't have a good answer to give you, so I'm going to muddle through it here. I think we try to have our students be very respectful of the community they're in and the resources that they're placing in the community and the value that has. So Emily McGlon, who teaches our third year program, she frequently talks about with her students doing all of the study of her client, their clients' homes, she talks about the empathetic pencil and kind of drawing to understand. And we try to work with our clients, knowing they're presenting to them and getting their feedback. I mean, I think that's why it's really important to integrate the client back into our third year program in particular. And many of our third year students go on to be our fifth year students, and so they're working within many of our community projects. But I think we try to establish that we don't have a right to build there. We work with clients and try to we don't try to solve problems. We try to serve purposes. And we try to also kind of find clients that are interested to work with us. So we're not trying to impose things. That continues on to our fifth year projects. I think there were a couple of years there where we've invented some things, and we've really tried to steer away from that and develop things that are from the community. And I think we'll hopefully continue to get better at doing that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. We are definitely over time, but an interesting discussion, and I think we'll be back here in just a few minutes, right? 10 minutes. We're going to do a 10-minute break and come back. Thank you.
right. Welcome back. We are going to get started because I believe we have to be out of here at 6 for real, because otherwise we have to pay the museum guards for longer hours. So let me introduce our next session chairs. Dr. Justin Ferguson is the Director of Urban Design and Planning for Meticulous Design in Indianapolis, and that is an update from the program when he was with Ball State. His focus for the past 15 years has centered on assisting cities, towns, neighborhoods, and nonprofits facilitate public engagement in design planning processes. He served previously as the Executive Director of the Center for Civic Design in Indianapolis for Ball State University, and through the center, Ferguson led the outreach and engagement efforts for Ball State's College of Architecture in Indianapolis and across the state. Our other session chair is Shane Hampton. He is the Executive Director of the Institute for Quality Communities, or IQC, here at the University of Oklahoma. That is our community design center. And he is a city planner with experience in downtown planning, tactical urbanism, urban design, and community engagement for both urban and rural communities. Through the IQC, he collaborates with community leaders in Oklahoma and leads teams of OU faculty and students to address built environment challenges in dozens of Oklahoma towns and cities. So please help me welcome Justin and Shane.
Hello, everyone. It's appropriate that we are the last session, it seems, for participatory design, as every session has mentioned participatory design so far. So that works out well. Unfortunately, what we see sometimes is with participatory design and community engagement, we really want to do that up front, right? And the many times we see it where it's done wrong is design already happens, and all of a sudden we start trying to do participatory design and engagement afterwards. It's a really odd mixture. I've actually been seeing that happen lately, and it's a bad, bad model. But we want to talk a little bit. So the definition of participatory design, we're really trying to look at where those people that are to be impacted by design should be involved in the process, right? That's what we're trying to do. And really the best way to get that is trying to do these different methods and techniques of trying to understand people of where they work, they live, learn, and play. And so as we've talked a little bit over time, we were talking about like in the 1960s with the civil rights struggles, are really about seeing that participatory design being that fringe practice, being an alternative practice, being an other practice. And really it fits into that model of being a renegade practice. As we've heard a little bit about Goff and the other renegades. Now the problem is it shouldn't be that kind of practice. That we've talked very much about in architecture of how we try to work with clients, specifically more the end users, different communities, of trying to understand what they do, what their social needs are, their cultural needs are, just as much as their physical. And we had a little bit of discussion over here with Winifred, talking about, in that middle part, either the high end, the low end kind of work. And really participatory design by itself is a neutral term. Now, the work I've done and others have done tends to go towards those underserved populations trying to do that kind of work. But when we are designing hospitals, schools, and those should have participatory design as well. We should have the people that are going to be impacted by the design, that planning be involved in that process. So as we put together the call for papers for this session, we talked about in rethinking design pedagogy around engaging stakeholders and or the public in the design of their environments. The session would seek to explore how to teach students not to forget how to see their neighborhoods and talk with their communities. How can we temper the enculturation process of the design professions so that students still retain a connection of lived experience to those outside of the design disciplines, as well as recognize the expertise of those that live, work, learn, and play in such places? How can we prepare our students to understand the context, not just the physical, but the social, cultural, demographic, historical, political, etc.? How do we instill in them this openness so that it carries through with them into their chosen professions? This session seeks to continue moving the goals and methods of participatory design and community engagement into conventional practice through future practitioners so that buildings and landscapes are not just transactional products, physical form, but built manifestations of outcomes that are social and cultural, reflective. And so we set up our session to be about Thursday today, to be more focused on the more academic, more internal, working with students in the classroom. And then we set up our sessions for tomorrow to be more those that are service learning, outward facing. We base this on the abstracts. We'll see how it turns out today on the actual presentations. The four different sets of speakers we have today very much are in that teaching and practice realm at the same time, going back and forth, which we tend to find in participatory design as needing that outlet to both discuss, to learn, to research, but also to do that kind of work. And so the next speakers up, our first speakers, are excellent examples of that. And so Niels Gore and Shannon Chris from the University of Kansas will speaking first. They are both professors at the University of Kansas. They're both licensed architects. They both have their MArchs from Harvard and their Bachelor of Architecture from Kansas State University. And they both work for DOT Agency, where Niels is the founding principal. I don't know, it sounds like they're married or something, but you know, you never know. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Niels and Shannon.
Thanks. Hi. One little correction to what he just said is that Shannon and I are both founding principals to DOT Agency, along with Matt Kleiman, who's in the back room and who'll be speaking tomorrow. I'm just going to go ahead and get started here. First, we're going to contextualize a little bit what we're going to talk about in the larger context of the university and the world and all that sort of stuff. Then talk a little bit about the place where we work, and then we're going to talk about 4 projects that maybe exemplify some of the principles that we adhere to and try to live with in order to give our students a different kind of education than they may have had, or than we may have had when we were in school. So, the world has got a lot of things going on that is definitely the context in which we're working, that we all kind of feel on a daily basis, from the natural concerns to political concerns to social concerns to economic concerns and that sort of stuff. In dialing in a little bit to the university level, we're finding all kinds of innovations in learning right now, or attempts or experiments, from online learning to open online courses to distance learning, all that sort of stuff. Some of these have advantages that we can take advantage of. Some of them have downfalls that we maybe are becoming aware of as we learn to them. The internet is a kind of a learning platform where anything can happen out there, and you don't know if it's good or not. It might be free, but you don't know if it's any good. Anybody who reads the Chronicle of Higher Education, will see these kinds of articles that talk about changes that maybe can happen in our academic context. In the disciplinary context, the profession of architecture, since 2008 especially, the last recession, we find a lot of articles that are looking at sort of the rapid understanding that our profession is changing, the delivery of work is changing, and that sort of thing. When I was in school, and Shannon was in school in the early 80s, like maybe some of you, we were trained to be the architect in that box up there, who worked inside of a well-understood and well-oiled system of a triangular relationship of owner, architect, contractor, and then the way that fell down. The architects in the future, there's a good chance they won't be working in that upper diagram. They'll be working in what the kind of Helsinki Design Lab calls the the shrinking polar ice cap of the traditional architectural office, and instead this landscape where architects are getting filtered out into other kinds of occupations in practice. For all of us in the academy that are concerned with promotion and tenure and that sort of thing, you know, there are things that are happening. So this is an ACSA white paper that's done on promotion and tenure. So we are obviously all concerned about that sort of well. So, you know, we're seeing innovations happen in engaged scholarship and the recognition of those sorts of things as well. And so what we're going to talk about today is, you know, maybe how engaged learning can lead to an engaged, larger sense of scholarship in the work that we do.
I might just go back one sec. It's just thinking about what are the advantages of a university, right? So let's say our presence diminishes with online opportunities. You know, I know that at KU we sometimes worried about those SCHs and bringing in more and more students with less resource capacity, right? So I think we all feel a lot of challenges, but I do think that the greatest thing we offer is engaged learning, right? Like students come, it's place-based, they're meeting with people, they're working together. And building on that, by learning and teaching in an engaged way, scholarship follows, or at least that's our experience. The key piece is to meet people where they are. They're not going to find you in your office, they're not going to find the students in the classroom. You have to go to where people are. So we're seeing instances where our students are presenting in community spaces, talking and speaking in Spanish, meeting in a church basement. We're 40 minutes from Kansas City, Lawrence, Kansas, and so we have chosen through other disciplines on the campus who have basically helped us understand connections to people that they are working with, a space in Kansas City that has been affected by redlining. Back in the 30s, home form closures, this is not just particular to Kansas City, of course, but it is a factor that we still see playing out. It's amazing, right? You can still see almost the traces of this political red line that defined who would get loans and who wouldn't. It's systemic disinvestment. It's created a racial wealth gap, property value losses, and you know it's affected people's health. Health equity is at risk. So I think what's interesting, our way of working into the community has been through others and really understanding our health equity experts that are on campus and are in the community. So resident and neighborhood experts, foundations, nonprofits. It's interesting to me if you just choose to listen, there's a lot of intelligence out there that would teach us how to be better designers. Healthy Communities Theory of Change. I didn't know about this 5 years ago when we started working in this community in a way that helped me understand how we can support built environment and policies that shape our built environments and promote equitable opportunities, right? Really looking at healthy eating, active living, promoting healthy public life. What does that require? It requires us to work very hard to build trusting relationships, to be constantly available and interacting with people in the community and understanding their community needs. And so I think that what we do, Matt, Nils, and I, are trying to find ways to provide agency for health equity and for our underserved community partners. You know, we through just an academic exercise, met folks that had an empty storefront. They said, come please use this space. And so that became our kind of classroom. We were able to take our students and meet other students in other disciplines at this place. We were able to meet community partners, have exhibits, have events, create opportunities for conversations that the community wasn't having looking at their built environment. So DOT stands for Wyandotte County. And agency, we believe that we provide spatial agency, helping communities see their spaces in new ways, and for us to see through their eyes how they
use their spaces. So we think of ourselves as expert citizens. We offer skill sets that may be lacking, but also we see our citizen partners as experts. What are we doing? We're really trying to help our students become better citizens. And so through Dot Agency, there are 4, I think, general types of projects that we're doing. We're mapping large community concept buildings, so working with our partners to understand the intelligence that they bring to the table, the knowledge they know, and sometimes it's just a matter of visualizing that and conceptualizing it as an idea that they can start to gather other people around. We're developing engagement tools, abilities to bring out and put ourselves in parks or at the end of parades or wherever people are to get their ideas. We're listening to children, we're listening to mothers, right? People that engage these spaces. We call small bet projects, $10,000 projects, design built, a levee trail, a trail that was not accessible before we started to work with our community partners and just making through signage that visible and available. Hypothetical building design projects, helping students learn how to work with community partners to listen and to design projects, housing projects that would fit their needs. What's interesting is that it's a cyclical, intertwined process, that one project will lead to another, that will lead to another, and it's an experiential event or project that feeds this whole series. We've been doing this for about 5 years, and we've done so many projects. And so Nils will talk about, we're going to start with design build because our university has a long history of design build through Studio 804. Dan Rockhill, you may have heard of him, and that's where Nils comes in.
One of the things that we try to do in the kind of studios we're talking about here, somebody had talked earlier about the discomfort they had with design build, and I agree with that. I would rather think of it as just sort of like part of the design process where you explore things with real materials at actual size. And that might end up in a prototype or it might end up in an actual environment. But so this is a project that was came out of meeting some of the residents in a park and realizing that their park was deficient for certain things. This is a sketch that a student did looking at a kind of a park bench exercise station made out of kind of continuous piping. Typical kind of like digital visualization of it. And then we started actually getting the real pipes out and bending them and seeing what that would be like. Could you actually do those radii? Could you, what would it take? Is it feasible? How do you jig it? All that sort of stuff. Then we, built some prototypes, took them out to a health fair in this case, get some feedback from people. We learned that the proportions were weird for people. They were too tall, that sort of thing. Then went back, kind of redesigned, produced some more, installed them in the field. Here's the mayor with the giant pair of scissors doing the ribbon cutting, all that kind of stuff. And now they're in the park and people are using them ostensibly, and kind of a nice addition to this park. A second project I'll talk about. So this has to do with really understanding how students get to us and leave us and into the profession. And this is a project called Project Pipeline. This is Brian Lees, an architect in New Orleans, who developed this thing called Project Pipeline, which really argues that in order to get people of color into the profession of architecture, you need to start much earlier. You need to start with them as children. So he developed a program where you could get children as young as like 6th grade. And so we did a project last semester. He reached out to us because he wanted to come to Kansas City. And we got children from elementary, middle school, and high school. We got students, our students from the university, primarily through the NOMAS organization. We got students that are in a vocational training program called Youth Build that are in that community. And then we got architects from Kansas City. So you've got a pipeline of people from kids to working professionals. And if one goes through this project or through this pipeline over multiple years, then it sort of acculturates them to to how they might end up being sort of operative in the design fields. So it was a day of kind of charretting, which is what this was, and then there was a day of building like little things that had some relevance to the kids in that community. So in this case, it's a mobile crossing guard because a child got hit by a car on their way to school. This is just a note that, one of the beautiful little kid kind of wrote at the end talking about that. So I'm hoping we do it next year and she gets to participate again and become part of that pipeline. And then this leads, like Shannon said, it leads to another project. So there's a grocery co-op in that same neighborhood where we did this, and so some of the same people, some of the same students that were involved in this are going to now participate in this other project.
Third example, transdisciplinary. So I was working with a public health professor at the KU Med, and we got an Association of Schools and Programs of Public Health grant, small grant to explore what would it look like to have architecture students work with public health students. Concentrations in epidemiology, social and behavioral health, and public health management. Our goal was really to develop tools that bring together shared understanding of how design and health impact one another in community spaces. We all have our own methodologies, community-based participatory research, and then public interest design from a design perspective. How are these tools similar? How are they different? How do we start to understand how to team these students together and work in the community? We were focused on access to healthy food and access to healthy lifestyles. We developed a photo voice project with our community partners, and students were engaged to listen and have the community partners take photographs and tell stories about food and healthy spaces in their communities. I think it's interesting that students actually, through this process, became more aware of policies in place. The architecture students and the public health students became aware of the built environment, and then were able to kind of take this to their own communities and start to understand what the barriers are in a real way. And then, again, this led to another project. I think Matt might be speaking about this tomorrow, and the kind of access to food projects that have come from that. And finally, the fourth one is expanded fields. Community partner from Kansas City, Cultivate KC, interested in food access, came to us, had heard about Dot Agency. Can you help me? We've acquired 90 acres. We've had this program, Roots for Refugees, which basically supports refugee farmers. They gives them land and gives them ability to start farming, ultimately weaning them off and helping them grow a business. I was like, okay, well, how much money? No money. Okay, let's make a class. And I think this is interesting, that we were able to do an online class teaching students about refugee, the perspective from the refugee farmer, the empathy, the kind of factors of this transition to the United States, but also to look at alternative agricultural practices. So 5-6 weeks of online essays and discussions, and then a concentrated 3-day workshop where we brought 30 people together, refugee farmers, nonprofits, landscape architects, extension officers, engineers. Students were able to visit these spaces in Kansas City and understand what practice looks like, meet with experts and really understand, and from a kind of design point of perspective, build a kind of toolkit where 3 design teams got together. Everyone, even if you didn't speak English, could participate in imagining what the layout of that new farm might look like. Ultimately, students presented and documented the work. The document now is alive through the community partner to help fundraise and build their efforts. So a kind of transition or translation of ideas. And here's something that Nils just put out last week. Meeting one of those refugee farmers, 5-foot older woman that's, farming an acre by herself and trying to get the food from the, field to the farmer's market, right? And just trying to think through, are there utility bicycles? Is there refrigeration? Are there different ways we could start to design, build, and impact and improve their capacity. We wouldn't have come up with this project without that participatory piece. So lessons learned, I'll just say, fluid, sustainable link between teaching and scholarship. All of this work gives us insight. We can write about it. We get funded because we've built this trusting relationship. Our foundations see that we're mobilizing communities, we're providing equity opportunities, and really, what does that look like? And then that scholarship then leads to another teaching opportunity. Teach soft skills that students need to address. This is what universities, what citizenship looks like. Leadership, collaboration, ability to communicate, empathy, understanding, and awareness. These are the true value, I think, of a higher education. And then advances place-based university strengths. So engagement in the body and in place, but also building on this capacity of the internet to connect and incorporate diverse insight. Ultimately, building a network between citizen expert and expert citizens. So thank you. And that's our website if you want to check out our work.
Next up, we're going to have Trudy Watt, who is an assistant professor at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. She has a Master's of Architecture from Princeton and a Bachelor of Science in Architecture from the University of Illinois, Chicago. She co-founded and is a principal with Waxwood Investigative Group, and where she researches, organizes knowledge, and builds teams around complex art and design projects that cultivate compassion, increase empathetic listening, and widen channels of communication for shared wisdom among groups of people. And in 2016, she became the first resident architectural designer within a research unit in Thomas Jefferson University. And after that, she became the first fellow in emergent design and creative technology and architecture and medicine.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Justin, for that kind introduction. I just want to thank the conference organizers for what's been a really fantastic day so far, and for all of you to be here and give me some of your time to hear what I'm working on. So the work that I'm going to share with you is kind of a work in progress snapshot of the design pedagogy I'm developing in undergraduate studios that is rooted first in techniques from improvisational theater and more recently layers in new scholarship I'm interested in around non-human entities, specifically the way that these approaches can serve to sensitize students to architecture's European bias. The paper that I'm writing around this work is called "In Order to Understand People, First Pretend to Be a Hammer." The majority of my students, as I imagine yours have been white, and their resistance to learning about others not like themselves is more a result of cultural and racial blind spots than an unwillingness to learn. The oblique pedagogical methods I'm developing in design studios serves to uncover these blind spots and biases so students can engage more meaningfully in equitable, community-engaged design practice. And as a way into this work, I took the request to include a participatory element very seriously. So I want to engage in a little analysis that we can do right here in this auditorium. You may feel a little awkward about this, but I'm just going to ask you to put your reservations aside and stick with me. So in a moment, I'm going to ask you to settle into your own experience, kind of like you're in a meditation class. And then I'm going to ask you to stand up and turn around to a person seated either behind or in front of you, hopefully someone you don't know very well. And then I'm going to ask you, I'll say them aloud, I'll ask you to consider a few questions, just for 20 seconds. Is this okay with you? Okay. I heard a no, but I tell my students, take your reservations, put them in a ball, pretend that there's a shelf right here and just put them up there for a second. Okay, all right, so first just take a moment to come into yourself. You can close your eyes if you like. Think about your body, its boundaries, where you are, who you are. Just notice the quality of observing your own mind as you sit here in this auditorium at the end of a day at a conference about architectural pedagogy. In just a moment, I'll ask you to open your eyes if you close them, and then silently stand, turn to a person behind or in front of you as I ask you my deep analytical questions. Okay, so open your eyes if they're closed, stand up and turn to face a person near you now, please. Okay. Okay. So this is only 20 seconds. Try to do this silently, only looking at the other person. So ask these questions silently in your head. Who is this person? Where are they from? What is their income level? Do they have a family or do they live alone? Are they happy with their life? This is a good one for this crowd. What's their stress level? Okay, please have a seat. Okay. Thank you for playing along. So take just a second to make note of what that felt like. I can hear a lot of you chuckling, so I know one thing about maybe one way that it felt. But just make a mental note of what that felt like, because we'll come back to this a little bit later. So to touch base with the core questions of this session, I ask, what are the pedagogical and professional obstacles that prevent community-engaged design from entering conventional practice? Especially when we know that the types of projects community-engaged designers tend to do, parks, community gardens, schoolyards, public civic spaces, addressing vacant lots, and so on, a lot like the work that we just saw Dot Agency to present. We know that these projects have measurably positive impact on community pride, civic trust, neighborhood satisfaction, voter engagement, and feelings of inclusion. So why aren't they a part of conventional practice? For one, community-engaged design seems to be code for helping the poor, to use a crude and old-fashioned phrase. And as you can see in these examples of community-engaged design entities, most of them embedded at universities, services are offered for free or at a very low cost across the board, and across the board include only preliminary design services. How can we develop sustainable community-engaged design practices when it must often be done pro bono? Why is it that we can give away the preliminary design services, in my mind, the process, but not the final design documentation, the product? Are marginalized communities the only communities who benefit from community-engaged design? And how can we teach students that community-engaged design is critical when, but for a very few, they will not be able to make this practice a part of a financially sustainable career? In a pedagogy and practice area that tends to focus on supporting traditionally marginalized communities through participatory design, extreme racial inequity in architecture exacerbates the challenges that community-engaged practices face. Less than 10% of architecture professionals are African American or Latinx, as we can see visualized here in the 2015 report, Inclusion in Architecture. And the same groups make up only about 20% of students enrolled in architecture schools. We can see here in another graphic from the same report. As Paulo Freire argues in Pedagogy of the Oppressed, the oppressor cannot also be the liberator. White people cannot fix the problems of communities of color without participating in the racist structures that marginalize these communities to begin with. In order for community-engaged design to become a part of conventional practice, we have to change who conventional practitioners are. So one direction this argument could head is into issues of inclusivity, recruitment, representation, and retention at architecture schools and in the profession. And maybe that talk should have been at the first session this morning. But the direction that I'm headed with this paper is how I am working with undergraduate architecture students on shifting the tendencies that make white saviorism so problematic. An overeagerness to solve using information from an unexamined white perspective, confidence that the dominant cultural expression is the right cultural expression for everyone, and the conviction that product is more valuable than process. How do we, an overwhelmingly white group, work with our overwhelmingly white students to meaningfully shift the ways that our whiteness impacts our work, especially in the area of community-engaged design, while building an inclusive learning experience for all architecture students? In undergraduate design studios, I'm developing oblique strategies, which the title is stolen from Brian Eno and Peter Schmidt's card deck here of the same name, to help architecture students uncover blind spots created by their belonging to the dominant culture, ease tension around productively admitting ignorance, practice empathizing with others, and produce what I hope are more meaningfully community-engaged designers, whose value arises from the integrity of the process instead of a constant drive towards product. I do this by incorporating elements of improv theater into studio exercises I design and increasingly offer intersections with non-human entities. I designed an exercise based on the improv game Party Guest for a fifth-year undergraduate options studio at Jefferson University in Philadelphia. In the studio, which is called Betwixt and Between, we examine the ways that theories of ambiguity can help architects shift from a product to process-oriented approach in support of communities experiencing gentrification, in the full knowledge that our proposals will not constitute solutions. To do this, we investigate concepts of liminality and ambiguity through seminar-style discussion, multisensory media work, and architectural drawing, like these large-scale axons by students in the 2017 studio. This studio is sited in a mostly African-American, low-income, environmentally marginalized neighborhood on the banks of the Schuylkill River in southwest Philadelphia called King Sessing. And for brevity's sake, I'll just tell you that this neighborhood is experiencing rapid gentrification. At first, I used improv instinctually out of my own history and performance as a way to prolong the state of ambiguity and inject a loosening levity during the early phases of the architectural design project, that is, during site analysis. In the game Party Guest, one actor plays the host. In this slide, it's the woman in the red shirt. This is a scene from the improv comedy show, Whose Line Is It Anyway? And the other actors are given a secret identity, which they must act out in the setting of a party. The host must then attempt to guess all the secret identities of the other actors through their behavior alone. Just as in Party Guest, each student adopts a new non-human secret identity for the duration of the site analysis exercise. The example I'm showing here is from a student, Kelsey Donato, who adopted the identity of an invasive plant. I'll skip quickly to the next one. Here's another example of a student, Adelaide McInnes, whose investigation of the neighborhood from the point of view of a hammer led her to an extensive investigation of informal modes of local communication through signs, lawn ornamentation, and graffiti. I'm showing her storyboard here, but she actually also produced this as a short film. The first semester I used this technique, I found that the apparent silliness of the assignment opened up advanced students' willingness to experiment more courageously with media they had never tried before, and also had the capacity to reveal hidden assumptions and prejudices we would not have otherwise discovered. And this was especially the case with a student I'll call Joe, whose real name I'm not using for reasons that will become apparent. So Joe's first pass at investigating the neighborhood from the point of view of a newspaper was a complete failure in the traditional sense. Joe had carefully constructed a narrative along the lines of a day in the life of a newspaper, wherein the ubiquitous newspaper gets bought, read, cast aside, and then goes on a jolly trolley ride on public transportation, an adventure all its own. But when Joe visited the neighborhood to document the experience of his brave little newspaper, he found very little evidence that newspapers circulated in this neighborhood at all. Frustrated, Joe returned to studio empty-handed. Rather than dismissing Joe for bringing nothing to class that day, however, we were able to have a studio discussion about how his expectations about newspapers were coming from stereotypes about media not informed by an open observation of the neighborhood itself. Joe eventually came back with this. That this is a document that that shows us some brief conversations that he had with King Sessing residents about the ways that newspapers do or don't operate in the neighborhood. The work admittedly falls short by many, many measures, but it does achieve taking an important first step, open listening. As an educator, this productive failure showed me that this exercise had the potential to uncover blind spots produced by general stereotypes, and also by most students belonging to the dominant culture. I propose that this type of exercise operates on bias in the following ways: through the unique capacities of improv theater, in combination with thinking about non-human entities in ways that challenge the primacy of human experience. First, exercises in improv theater provide levity and medium unfamiliarity that dilute student instincts to seek the right answers. And this is what I initially sought to cultivate in the studio exercise. I'm continuing to incorporate improvisational methods such as these set out by Robert Poynton in his book, Do Improvise, as well as the Stanford D School that underscore the utility of improv to build momentum, such as using by the phrase yes and instead of yes but. Also listening carefully to others for cues, what Robert Poynton calls notice more, letting go of expectations around outcomes, and maintaining flexibility, or using everything. I continue to incorporate these improvisational values and abilities, recently adapting Party Guest into these site analysis drawings in a design fundamentals studio at the sophomore level at SARUP, which is our acronym for our School of Architecture and Urban Planning. So some of the examples you can see here are by Isabel Castro, whose own perspective is on the left, and her interpretation of the neighborhood on a Milwaukee River site from the perspective of a river birch is on the right. And this is Benjamin Zarian, who analyzed the same site from his own perspective on the left and from the sun's perspective on the right. Ben said, "Composing the first drawing required me to prioritize which aspects of the site I wanted to explore. The resulting composition reinforced those hierarchies in my mind. These hierarchies, which were established from a human point of view, were subverted by the second drawing, which required a non-human perspective. One aha moment for me was realizing that the sun doesn't see shadows. This realization led me to think more critically about what the sun does experience." Theorists such as Timothy Morton, who we read in the Liminality course, Jane Bennett, and Ian Bogost offer a variety of ways to think about how objects, animals, phenomena, and systems have their own unique ways of existing that are as constitutive of reality as human ways of existing are. It's easier for most of us to understand that we experience the world differently than, say, a bee, as von Uxel shows here, than it is for us to understand the magnitude of the experiential difference between ourselves and another human being. Asking students to adopt the identity of a non-human entity lowers the stakes in asking a very difficult set of questions. What is it like to be another entity? How is it different from what it's like to be me? And what does that tell me about how to go about my design work? At a time when many human beings are still treated as less than such, pretending to be animals and objects can help students understand that there are huge experiential differences to detect in their understanding of others that are often obscured by assumption, stereotype, and systemic structures like racism that prevent us from seeing each other clearly. The final project in the Liminality Studio is a micro-thesis in which each student pitches a new hybrid program and the physical stuff that attends it. As a final piece of evidence, and admittedly this is very, very early work, I've only run the studio twice, this is a list of the types of projects my students proposed in 2017 before I incorporated Party Guest, and in 2018 after I incorporated Party Guest. And to me, the 2018 programs surpassed the 2017 programs in empathy, openness, resistance to stereotype, and tendency towards problem solving with products. So for me, there's a huge difference between proposing a market cafe and a zoning code revision, for instance. So, although there is still a lot of work to do to make explicit connections between my students and community-engaged design practice, my claim is that their exposure to improv-based analytical exercises that explore non-human points of view increases openness to others, loosens fixed mindset about the nature of architectural deliverables, especially for upper-level students, and produces projects rooted more in process development, relationship building, and empathetic listening than in traditional product-based approaches to solving perceived problems or deficiencies. I hope in time to educate enough careful listeners that as our profession does grow more diverse, our new colleagues find us ready to hear them. So to conclude, I just want you to think back to the reflection that we did at the beginning. And remember what it felt like to evaluate another human being and ask intimate questions about their life and experience with no vehicle for this questioning other than we're all in this room and we're all attending the conference and you're game enough to stand up and look at someone. I know when I do this exercise, the evaluation feels pretty awkward. The less I know a person, the more awkward it feels. I have a really hard time getting out of my own way. So to conclude the exercise, going forward this evening, I just want to invite all of you to continue appraising me and our colleagues here, asking questions about who we are and how our lives are going. But this time, see what it's like if you pretend you're a sewing machine. Thank you.
Up next, we'll have Jody Dubiowski. She's the founding director of Form Coalition, a community design practice. She is a licensed architect with a Master's of Architecture from Portland State University and a Bachelor's of Architecture from Virginia Tech. From the website, Form Coalition is an architecture and design practice specializing in the neighborhood scale. We help people build the world they want to live in by engaging design thinking and community design processes.
Thank you. This afternoon, I'm going to share a little bit about my personal path to practice as a way to illustrate some of the realities that my generation of practitioners are facing as we build participatory and inclusive practices. My lens is certainly limited based on my own life, educational lineage, and blind spots, but I believe it's representative of a broader movement and hope my experience can be useful in furthering the conversation about educating future citizen architects. 15 years ago in August, Hurricane Katrina hit the Gulf Coast. At the time, I was just beginning my second year of architecture school at Virginia Tech. I didn't realize it then, but this single event had a defining impact on the trajectory of my career. Future spring breaks would be punctuated with design build trips to help with the relief effort. In subsequent seminar classes and studio projects, we closely examined the role of architecture in society. Through a summer studio intensive with Design Corps, I was introduced to the ideas of asset-based community development, generational poverty, and environmental activism through the lens of architecture. As a thesis student, I co-founded a student chapter of Architecture for Humanity and helped my friends construct a modular affordable housing prototype. For decades before I entered architecture school in the early 2000s, architectural education had been preparing students to engage with real-world issues through hands-on learning. The earliest seeds of modern education, sown in the pedagogy of the Bauhaus, carried with them the idea that architecture can and should shape society. Hans Meyer, who led the Bauhaus from 1928 to 1930, posited that the ultimate aim of Bauhaus work was the harmonious arrangement of our society, an idea that was a reflection of the modernist movement as a whole. In the hands of the modernists, however, architecture remained a tool of power and privilege, as it had been for centuries. It was through the civil rights movement of the 1960s that the social imperative in architecture gained new relevance and momentum. As noted earlier today, while community design centers had already begun to organize in the early 1960s, the origin of the community design movement is commonly traced to a single keynote speech by Whitney M. Young in 1968. While the mythology of this moment is overinflated in community design lore, I would like to underscore that it was effectively a call to racial justice that catalyzed the subsequent community design movement. In the following decades, through widespread adoption of participatory design methods, architects and planners challenged the existing paradigms of who had power and a voice in shaping the built environment. Henry Sanoff traces this growth in his essay, Multiple Views of Participatory Design, while demonstrating that participation in design and planning remained fundamentally about a redistribution of power. At its core is the idea of the right to the city, first proposed by Henri Lefebvre and expanded upon by thinkers like David Harvey, who says, "The right to the city is far more than the individual liberty to access urban resources. It is a right to change ourselves by changing the city. It is, moreover, a common rather than an individual right, since this transformation inevitably depends on the exercise of a collective power to reshape the process of urbanization." Giancarlo De Carlo, an architect and educator of the era and another champion of participatory design, says simply, "Architecture is too important to be left to architects." Early examples of community design principles in the academy include the Black Workshop at Yale, founded by Black students in 1968 to engage in community-driven urban design. Around this time, we also see the early design build studios, a hands-on immersive learning experience that often centered issues of poverty and homelessness. A lot of those have been mentioned today, the Rural Studio, the building workshop at Yale was also one of the earliest. Today, more than 70% of U.S. architecture schools have in-house design build programs. Throughout the latter half of the 20th century, the concurrent rise of the community design movement, participatory planning, and design build education laid the groundwork for what we now call social impact design. So by the time my peers and I entered college at the dawn of the 21st century, social responsibility and personal impact were deeply embedded in the culture of architectural education. Thus, when Hurricane Katrina arrived in 2005, the stage was set for the academy and practice to converge in a very public way. Brad Pitt's Make It Right Foundation and the global humanitarian agency Architecture for Humanity made headlines for their relief efforts, and this sudden visibility propelled community-engaged design into the public consciousness. For students of architecture at the time, the possibility of social impact through a career in architecture was being modeled for us before our eyes. To what are we to attribute the endurance of this trend in architectural education? Some of its continued relevance may be, as Margaret Crawford suggests, rooted in an identity crisis birthed in the professionalization of the discipline, whereby social responsibility as a professional ethic became a means of distinguishing ourselves from the other building trades. Contextually, social entrepreneurship on the whole has been on the rise since the latter half of the 20th century. In their 2013 La Trobe Prize study, Wisdom from the Field, Public Interest Architecture in Practice, Roberta M. Feldman and her co-authors report that 30% of the respondents they surveyed, architects in practice, gave putting creative abilities to practical use and improving the quality of life in communities as their first and second reasons for entering the profession. Surveying the wide variety of educational experiences available, 3 common characteristics emerged to explain the gravitational pull of social impact in design education. Opportunities for hands-on learning, opportunities for hands-on experiential learning, the feeling of personal agency or individual impact, and the chance to address systemic and structural inequalities through the design of the built environment or to make the world a better place. My mouth is really dry. So in 2009, I was a newly minted architecture graduate with an impact design education facing the worst job market we'd seen in decades. So I took the first sensible opportunity that came along and signed up to ride my bike across the country to raise money for affordable housing. Thank you. It's okay. In my team of 25 young adults, 3 of us unemployed architecture grads, we stopped along the way to volunteer with Habitat for Humanity and Rebuilding Together. Following the trip, I signed on to work with one of our workforce housing partners for a natural building internship in southern Utah. Both of these practical learning experiences gave me a chance to contribute meaningfully as an individual and allowed me to work as part of a team addressing the structural inequalities of the housing industry. After a couple of part-time engagements, the economy began to steady, and I landed my first full-time office job nearly 2 years after graduation. Finally, on the path to licensure, I spent the next few years working in small and mid-sized firms, experiencing a range of project scales and team sizes, and remaining engaged in community design as I could as a volunteer. Being confronted with a profession that conducts business as usual while academia is grooming a generation of socially responsible architects is jarring for new graduates. Obstacles to incorporating participation into practice are plentiful and generally tied to issues of time and value. A common objection to participatory processes is that transparent processes generate conflict and cause unnecessary and expensive delays. Put another way, people themselves are the problem. As long as professional services are billed hourly, participation is viewed as extra, not integral, and must generally be subsidized by foundations or government entities, a process that contributes even more to delays and restrictions. A second related contributor is that the value a design professional brings to the process is not always clear. Educating the public on the value of architecture was one of the action steps named by Feldman and her co-authors for sustaining and expanding public interest practice. The AIA has attempted to address the public perception issue over the years, recently through the I Look Up campaign in 2014, an arguably out-of-touch public relations effort that failed to address root causes. In the last decade or so, pro bono studio programs have cropped up at the country's biggest firms, evidence that the desire to incorporate community-centered work is part of a larger trend. Canon Design's Open Hand Studio, Citizen HKS, and the Social Purpose Program at Perkins & Will are just a few notable examples. The idea of giving away professional services to those who can't afford them is great in theory, but as long as profit and value are tied to the number of hours worked, pro bono doesn't work. When hours spent on pro bono are hours taken away from paying work, only firms large enough to absorb the lost revenue can afford to spend meaningful hours on unpaid projects. For the rest of us, pro bono work often means accelerated burnout or a lower quality deliverable. In addition, offering services for free does nothing to properly anchor the value of design services in the eyes of the public. Today's rising practitioners are unsatisfied with the outdated business models that do not address contemporary concerns about social impact, and we seek more sustainable methods of integrating the participatory strategies we employed in academia into 21st century practice. In 2018, the Association for Community Design reaffirmed racial justice as a top priority for its network of community design practitioners in the United States, a call for architects to facilitate the redistribution of power in the creation of space, just as in the early days of community design. As community design practitioners, we redistribute power to our clients through participatory processes by making services accessible through transparent pricing and through knowledge sharing. As a for-profit community design practice, we try to approach participation at Forum Coalition in a couple of different ways. The first is who participates in the design of space. Within this framework, participation, I knew this was going to trip me up, is about building processes that get stakeholders to the table and provide multiple opportunities for co-creation along the way. In practice, this means thoughtful and inclusive community engagement is an indispensable part of our design process, not an add-on. And I'll admit that this is often aspirational. The other question we ask is, who has access to space once it's constructed? As service providers, this is much more difficult to control or influence, but reflecting on two recent trends in the profession can help reframe the question. The first is the architect as developer model. And while this is not something we've adopted at Forum Coalition, we do intentionally network with small community-minded developers in order to pursue clients who are more likely to align with our values. The other trend we've been benefiting from is the uptick in marketing coaching for small firm architects and service providers designed to help untether fees from time. As we refine our implementation of value-based pricing, we can continue to steer the conversation away from costs and towards shared value and results. The Latrobe study that I mentioned before names expanding disciplinary and professional boundaries as a strategy that has proven effective for impact-oriented firms. In our strongest projects, we work closely with community engagement specialists and facilitators. This has the dual benefit of strengthening our capacity as a team, while also lending credibility to our effort through the trust they have established as a community partner. It's not intuitive to hire an architect to lead community engagement, and I'm not always the right person to do that. Similarly, I've enjoyed successful partnerships with economic development professionals and look forward to an expanding network of interdisciplinary collaborators as we continue to grow. So to illustrate our approach, I'm just going to share a couple of quick projects from our first year in operation, which was last year. I'm based in Richmond, Virginia, so all of these projects are out of Central Virginia. Greater Fulton is a collection of neighborhoods in Richmond's East End. It's historically black, working-class area that's seeing a quiet resurgence after decades of disinvestment and crime. Fulton's historic Main Street district was destroyed during urban renewal, and the remaining commercial corridor is a monument to auto-centric urban planning. It's grossly underutilized, both in terms of building stock and in general land use and density. We were hired by Innovate Fulton, a local economic development nonprofit, to build on a community engagement and planning effort that had been conducted by the local community center in partnership with LISC in 2011. We worked with a self-selected group of neighborhood residents to solidify a set of design priorities, then illustrated them and presented them to the community for feedback. As a result of our work together, Innovate Fulton has a series of boards they're displaying in their office and toting around to community meetings to demonstrate their big plans to improve transportation and transit, green infrastructure, housing, and culture and community. In terms of wins, providing a venue for a proactive conversation about development before developers are involved was extremely rewarding. On a business level, we gathered valuable data about the time and effort involved, which will help with appropriate fee setting in future projects. In Richmond's north side, we've been working closely with a group of business owners to develop network skills and source funding as they anticipate the rezoning and redevelopment of their commercial district. The intersection of Chamberlain Avenue and Brooklyn Park Boulevard forms a crossroads between a collection of racially and socioeconomically separated neighborhoods. Some of the work we've completed over the past year includes conceptual programming and design for vacant lots and buildings, convening stakeholders around a shared vision, and advocating on behalf of our coalition as the City of Richmond updates their comprehensive plan. This capacity building process is ongoing and is slow to see wins, but is essential to building a proactive future for the area. In this work, my role is to help design the process of moving forward. To date, there's not a lot in the way of conventional design or architecture. The emphasis is on economic justice. The group is committed to steering thoughtful redevelopment that allows for business owners and residents to stay in place as property values rise. Our team consists of architects, community engagement and lobbying consultants, and marketing and media pros. In the absence of clear milestones, we periodically pause to look back and take stock of our victories. I'm going to skip the last project, which is based in Charlottesville, because I'm out of time. And, oh, my last slide isn't here, and I'm really sad about it. It's about money. But I will tell you that I had two graphs that show you our 2019 revenue versus time, and 50% of our revenue came from contract work from other architects, so not our ideal target clients, not our values-based work, but 2/3 of our time was spent on that work. So just being transparent about kind of the reality of trying to do this kind of work and stay afloat. One of the findings of the Latrobe report was that impact design practices that thrive find creative ways to overcome funding challenges, such as expanding the types of services offered. We continue to look for ways to incorporate hands-on learning, celebrate agency and impact of each individual involved in our projects, and keep our vision focused on solving the big, complex challenges of our time. Thanks.
So our fourth and final speaker in this session is Awilda Rodriguez-Carrion. She is an associate professor with Oklahoma State University. She's also a licensed architect with a Master's of Architecture and a Bachelor of Science in Design from Arizona State University. She is also a founding partner of Digital Extension, a multidisciplinary studio that combines multimedia, graphics, and architectural design. We are passing out some sheets for her for you to go ahead and do some worksheets during this session.
Thank you. Let me organize this.
Which one was it?
The last one, Rodriguez. Okay, so I like to move around this, so before I trick myself. I like participation, and when I saw the room, it kind of deflated me, because I took this participatory designed to the core, and I wanted us to kind of move around, but I guess the fixed seating is not going to allow it. Plus, I've been told that I need to be finished by 6 o'clock because they're going to kick us out. So I will be fast, but I still want to get my participatory activity. So they're passing around a survey, and if you can pay attention to me, and we will somehow address the survey if I finish early. Otherwise, I've been told that you can take it, and we might be able to discuss it tomorrow. I'm not sure, but I'm sorry about that. Okay, so I have been teaching for the fourth year studio for the last 10 years. And one of the NAB SPC criteria that this studio deals with is cultural diversity and social equity. In the past, we have addressed this issue by having the students work within an international context, and I usually arrange local experts to kind of be working with the students, even if the students are in the United States. We arrange Skype interviews and Skype meetings, and somehow to bring that kind of internationally inside the studio. But last semester, I had a unique opportunity that came to us, where the Association of Tribal Archives, Libraries, and Museums, ATOM, asked us to work with a Pawnee tribe, which is conveniently 30 minutes from our university. So this piqued my curiosity, because I have been dealing with international issues within the studio, but this was kind of a little bit more closer to my heart, dealing with a subculture that is living within a mainstream culture. So as a Latino woman living in the US, I have very different cultural perspectives than maybe a white person might have. And this idea of bringing in the Native Americans within the studio, which is they're Americans and they have a shared value, same framework, but within that there were still kind of other core values that we don't know and we will need to discover. So some observations about the project is still ongoing. We're working, my colleague down here, Piper, is here. We're still working with the tribe, and the students did a project that they designed. These were ideas. I'm not going to be showing the project because you guys will be my guinea pigs about cultural values this afternoon. So when you see this image, I will ask you how many dots do you see? And scientists have found that after the age of 35, most people basically become autopilot. So the beliefs, habits, and patterns that guide your everyday life are very much like hardwired. So they're very, very difficult to change. In this image, if you relax and stare at it for enough time, your brain will start seeing not only the printed dots, but it will actually start, because of the optical stimulation, it will start actually seeing the dots jumping, and you will start seeing dots where there are no dots. So this is actually a way to kind of open the conversation of how do our brain project cultural patterns where they might not be existing. So today you will become our guinea pigs with the survey, and we will explore cultural values and how cultural biases may influence when working with a different culture. Cultural values are like an iceberg. They are values that are very easy to see, different music, religion, food, but there are other values that are actually not visible and that are actually very, very deeply rooted on the culture. These are the values that are more interested to discover, because these are the values that actually, when we're working within a culture, are the ones that guide the everyday modus operandi. So there are issues within cross-cultural collaboration that need to be identified and dealt with. The first notion is of individualism versus collectivism, which is concerned with the way that individuals see themselves within the group. So I caught many of my students when they were presenting they will say me, I, and they kind of never put themselves within this collective project and never saw themselves as part of the serving group. It was this hierarchy that this project belongs to me and has nothing to do with you. But as we know, United States is actually a very individualistic society. So in this graph, we can see how we fare against other cultures. And the one that I want to highlight is individualism. So we're up there, 91. So when dealing with different cultures, we can see like Latin cultures actually don't see themselves so much as individuals. There are also issues like the way that we deal with power, what is allowed and how much distance we deal with power. So do we challenge power or we try to suppress power? And when we're collaborating, those issues become very, very evident. Sorry, I lost my notes. So the culture, how it deals with uncertainty or the risk tolerance. There are many preferences within cultures where sometimes risk is not tolerated, and you have to know when the lines are, and you have to know how the project will actually come out. So it is very difficult sometimes to navigate that environment. Gender is one of the biggest misunderstandings when dealing cross-culturally. So as we know, societies that genders are more equal, males, social and emotional roles are very similar to female roles. But when that is not the case, it becomes an issue coming from an American value. Assertiveness value is mainly concerned with how people work together in a social context. Do we become cooperative or do we become competitive against each other? This next one is the one that I actually, it kind of opened this window for me because when I was working with the pony, I realized that there was some cultural bias from myself, and it had to do with the notion of time. So the notion of time obviously is something that it can be very different, and how the culture approaches it, it might depend in how they see themselves and in how they see themselves with nature. So in the pony, it was the way that they see themselves within the universe. So they see themselves as eternal. So they tend to kind of act always on the past. And I guess I was on the opposite, always looking on the future. So it became also kind of a very stressful moment. The being on doing, how culture fits within their natural and socially constructed worlds. And again, Native American societies see themselves as part of this bigger context. So they do not try to change or master their environment. They live in harmony with their environment. And this was something that it was very, very difficult to make the students understand because most of the time they wanted to construct things, and for them was actually the more in tune with nature, the less we do, it was actually in tune with their culture. Lastly is the way that a culture society encourages or pursues pleasure or indulgence. And this has to do with the way that we deal with shame and things like being selfish. So something I discovered during this process is that I needed the right pedagogical tools to uncover these important concepts. During the design process, I didn't have these tools, developed it after the fact. So the survey is a way for me to go back eventually when I will teach this again. And I see these cultural values almost like chief gears of different sizes and different points. So the survey, it allows me to see what points can we connect. Because it is okay to be different, if it's okay to have different cultural values, but we need to find a common ground And I didn't have the tools and the understanding of what were the common grounds between me, between the students, and between the Native American tribe. So I found this tool. This tool was developed by a psychologist, Paula Chu. And it's putting everything that I have talked to in a kind of a more compressed manner. So 4 dimensions: time, activity, nature, and human relationships. So I will invite you to fill out the survey and to tabulate it. And if anybody has done it already and wants to share it, I would love that. If not, I guess we will be discussing it.
It's homework.
It's homework, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
So I'm sorry that we're not going to have time today for questions, but we will have our sessions tomorrow, and so if anyone's interested to come there and do some follow-up, we'll happy to have you. And you're going to close this out, Stephanie? Or?
And thank you for those fantastic presentations. I really am sorry that we don't have time for questions now. But tomorrow the sessions are intended to be smaller, more intimate groups. So they are running concurrently in the morning, which means you can choose one of the topics, go to those sessions, and hopefully you bring your completed survey for Awilda to the participatory session, as well as great questions for all of these presenters. And now we are going to walk across campus to Gould Hall, which is the architecture school, and we have a little reception there and our poster session. So please, if you don't know where you're going, just follow one of us and we'll lead you there.